And hello there, everyone. Let's see. Hmm. I may have to go out and come back in. Okay. No, I don't. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I am a little late.
I may have to go out and come back in.
Hold on, something is off.
Okay. No, I don't. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I am a little late. I may have to go out and come back in.
Hold on, something is off.
Okay. No, I don't. Hello, everyone. How is everyone doing? I am a little late. I may have to go out and come back in.
Hold on, something is off.
Okay. No, I don't.
Okay, now I see what happened. I had another something else open. How's everyone doing today? I wanted to get on and I want to have open conversation. It's relating to the Dolph's case, but as a black woman, because our children, our especially our black sons, are endangered. I want to talk about Cornelius Smith, and I want to talk about Straight Drop and their attorneys and kind of touch on what's going on. But I also want to talk about what can we do to ensure that our sons are not influenced by um, the wrong people, because in this situation, we talk about we talk about the Young Dolph's case because we want justice for Young Dolph. We definitely do. I know for me, even more so than the Straight Drops and the Corneliuses, I want the people that is at the root of this to be got, and we do know that there are people that are at the root of this, and what they're doing is they're sending our children out, and a lot of them look just like us. You would think that other black men would not want to ruin other black men, but that is what is going on. So we're going to talk about that later on into the show. What can we do? I'm going to put the link up. Let's see. Okay, but I wanted to talk about Cornelius and Straight Drops attorneys. A lot of people, and I don't know why. I did another video and I kept calling him Giuliani. I don't know why, but it's Ganguly. I don't know why I kept calling him Straight Drops attorney Giuliani, but I believe it's Ganguly. And a lot of people think that he is a public defender, and that's why I say we don't sleep on this, because that's a good attorney. He is not a public defender. He is a court appointed attorney that has a private practice, and normally that happens when, now, court appointed attorneys have a salary cap. The government pays them because the public defender's office is more than likely overloaded in cases, and so they outsource the work. They are working. They would work something similar like a public defender, but they are private attorneys. That was court appointed, that has their own practice, and oftentimes they are a lot better. That attorney is really has been has proved has a track record of getting his clients really good deals. I'm not saying that because I don't necessarily believe that Straight Drop is going to get off, but he has a track record of getting his clients to preserve themselves and getting them really good deals. Meaning, if Straight Drop was to um, preserve himself, maybe admit his part in it and everything as far as the planning. If there's someone that paid him, giving them up, then they probably would work on a deal with Straight Drop. His attorney is real good about that. Now, in Tennessee, a life sentence is 60 something years. A lot of people think that they forget, they'll go, oh, a life sentence 25 years. 25 years is a long time. But I think if you look at Straight Drop, when he was in court, and Judge Lee Coffey started reading off his charges, what changed Straight Drop was when Judge Lee Coffey said to him, um you're looking at 60 something years and the death penalty. You could tell that something different happened from that point on, right? Um, so with Straight Drop's attorney, he's good with getting his. I'm not saying Straight Drop ain't gonna do 10 years. Instead of 60 years, he could probably, if he does what's right, get him 30 years. You see what I mean? Because I think Straight Drop is looking at the death penalty. But the truth be told, I don't really think that they're going to need Straight Drop, because I kind of believe that Cornelius has been turned over. Now, I know I was saying earlier I didn't know a whole lot about Cornelius's attorney, but then I called some people that I know, and they said that Cornelius's attorney is a very high priced attorney. He is a high priced attorney. He is a private attorney also. As far as we know, he is not court appointed, but his retainers fees are $20,000 and $25,000. And a retainer's fee is just to retain him, not the course of the case, but just to retain him. So there's on one or two things happen, right? Somebody funneled some money to Cornelius' family, or his family put up houses or things of that nature. But more than likely, what happened was when that attorney saw how much publicity is in with this case, he probably either took it pro bono or took it for pennies on the dollars. He can't do nothing but win, because every time they go to court, I'm talking, when I say win, I'm talking about his practice. Because every time they go to court, they are going to cover this case, right? So that's the good, that's probably really all that he's looking at, their particular attorney. I'm not saying that he's not going to try to do a good job for Cornelius, but what I'm saying is, um, and also, like I said, I got the link there. If you all want to come up and say something, you definitely can. If you all want to donate to the channel, I have my Cash App up. You can also do that. But Cornelius's attorney is, they say his retainer's fee starts at $20,000 to $25,000. Now, either somebody funneled some money to Cornelius, and I'm sure, like I said, the feds will be on top of that. His family, his family, people say, I was listening to people say maybe their family put some houses up. No, you can only put houses up when with the bonding company. Cornelius does not have a bond. If you wanted him to get out on bond, no lawyer is going to let you put your house up. Okay, I think people kind of got it confused. Um, but I'm thinking he probably took it for a very low price or pro bono. If not, then somebody with a whole lot of money is definitely looking out for Cornelius. And I guess what the authorities would want to do is figure out who it is and why they're looking out for him, and kind of trace back, follow the money. Because even if they had a friend to go give family members the money, the Fed's gonna look into where would that friend get that kind of money from. You're talking about an attorney that has a retainers fee of $25,000. That's if it's not, he didn't take it pro bono. I forgot who Cornelius. I think they said Cornelius's attorney has did some kind of work with Kim Kardashian, but Straight Drop's attorney Ganguly is like I said, he's really good with getting good deals for his clients, because he's about self-preservation, which means depending on how deep Straight Drop is in this, and I kind of think Straight Drop is in really deep. I really do. I believe, in my opinion, that they was kind of using him a lot for some stuff, and it's very unfortunate, you know. So like I said, they both have good attorneys. They both have good attorneys. But here's the thing, I think what people fail to forget, even when you have good attorneys, even when you have good attorneys, what the attorneys have to do is, I guess, present reasonable doubt. I believe that the state's case, and strictly because they had the feds involved, that's how you know something more sinister is really, really going on. Y'all, I think it's so much stuff going on that is ridiculous. Like it's some type of organized crime that was going on that's gonna end up being bigger than we would ever even think. And I think at this point the authorities probably gotta take it down. They're going to do whatever they can to take this down. You think about the young men, Bobby, CEO Bobby, and JoJo Splat. These young men are affiliated. If you look at their charges, you see that it's something. Thank you, love, Danette Warren. I think I know that name, Danette Warren. Um, if you look at Straight Drop, I mean, if you look at CEO Bobby, if you look at CEO Bobby, if you look at what's the other young man's name? JoJo Splat. You see that with CEO Bobby and with JoJo Splat, they're in jail for, you look at their charges. Okay? If you look at their charges, CEO Bobby has a bond of $325,000. Okay? Anybody with a bond of $325,000, and then looking at those charges, because like I said, I had worked for the police department for 18 years. Okay, there were charges they could have they could have been a little lenient on him, but with all of those charges that they put on him, they did not mischarge him. They just put every charge in the book that was associated with what he did on him, which means which tells me that there's something more sinister that's going on, that the police don't want him to get out tomorrow. Okay? Hello, Marlon. The police don't want him to be able to get out tomorrow, and probably because they're a part of some, we already know it's organized crime, some kind of some sort that's going on, because when I looked at his charges, it says something about conspiracy of some charge of something over $250,000. So that tells me that he was involved in some type of conspiracy. He was involved in planning something, in some theft that was over $250,000. Thank you, Miss Warren. That was over $250,000. Okay, is it a chop shop? Because if you look at a lot of those charges that are $10,000 to $60,000, let me know that they were stealing cars. So it would seem to me that they was going to probably dealerships and things of that nature and stealing cars and changing VIN numbers. So then it is something more sinister. So they want to keep them in there because we already know they too silly to know how to run a car business. So they was doing it for somebody, right? And I think that's why you see those charges, and they made sure that the bond was high, because now with a $325,000 bond, that means you would have to have $32,000. You're going to have to take a bonding company $32,000 to get out. And I'm talking about CEO Bobby. So now the Fed's going to want to know if somebody go and get him out, who's going to go get another, who's got, first of all, who's got $32,000 just laying around and it's accessible like that, especially to just go get another man out of jail. So that would be interesting too, right? So I believe that the feds have been playing chess. They can't do nothing but play chess. I think when I told you all, well, I said early on, because at first I wouldn't really talk about the case because I knew I worked over there and all of my friends are over there, and I would never give out too much information, especially in the beginning stages of this situation, because we want justice for Dolph. I think with a lot of people, they want people to know how much they know instead of allowing the wheels of justice to turn. That's kind of why I was getting upset with a lot of celebrities and a lot of bloggers that were African American men when they kept saying, well, Pre needs to go retaliate. They need to go get their lick back for their big dog. These young men know more than what you all think that they know, and they understand that the feds are involved, and you can't win with the feds. Why do you think that Straight Drop don't have an attorney? Because whoever those people were that sent him understand how the feds work. And I'm sure they run it. Everybody haul and tail. And they've kind of left him to hang out to dry. And like I said, when people do wrong, you have to pay for when you do wrong. My friend, I was talking to one of my friends and he was telling me how Straight Drop is swelling up, and you could tell that he is depressed because he's in a cell 23-1. And they have to, I think I said this in another video, all movement stops when he leaves out of his cell. Okay. Therefore, he is in protective custody. They have him in a cell way off. There's a gang unit in the jail, so they keep him in a cell down there by the gang unit to keep him protected. So even when he has to go to visitation, he can't go visit with nobody else. He can't use the phone when everybody has to be in their pods when he even come out to use the phone. That's why I can tell you with a lot of certainty, a lot of the people that he thought would be there for him have changed their phone numbers, because everybody hauling ass, because they know that that, as they call them alphabet boys been involved. Okay. And I hear a lot of people go, well, I think they just, let me tell you something. I think I spoke about this before. When I got into private investigative work, when I left the police department has access to a lot. But when I got into private investigative work, I was trained by a retired FBI agent. Okay. I didn't know the intelligence that they had. He had retired. So he still had access to a lot of things. He knew a lot of things that they don't give the local police department access to. It blew my mind when he started training me. I would go, I didn't know this. He would go to the local police departments. I'm teaching you something that you wouldn't have learned over there, because the FBI is a high government agency, one of the highest. That's why when they say, man, when the feds get you, you got, because they got that type of intelligence. That's why I say all the time, do they just want us to kill each other? Because they know everything that go on. Why do you think everything is electronic now? With these smart meters and things of that nature, they can hear and see everything. So it's it's kind of laughable to me when people say, I don't think they got anything on Straight Drop. The best thing that could have happened as far as Dolph's justice was that the feds got involved. But here is the thing. When the feds got involved, it let me know right off before anybody ever even told me they got involved, because it had to have been something more sinister, like a murder for hire. Okay. Otherwise, it would have been just a regular murder, and the local police department could have handled it right. But normally, when there is a murder for hire and the money, it was sent over state lines, and most people have, especially if they have money, they have multiple residents. But if the feds got word, or they got some kind of proof or an inkling that the hit was sent over state lines, which outside of Tennessee, they got involved. Okay. So that I knew from the very beginning. So that's why you all always hear me say that even with Straight Drop and with Cornelius is about 32 years old. I kind of think Cornelius playing a little chess. Okay. As far as his life, he's a little bit more mature than Straight Drop. That's why you always hear me say, with people like Straight Drop, with people like the JoJo Splats and things of that nature, these are kids that are the limbs. If we're consistently taking the limbs down and we're putting these kids in jail or whatever, in which they do crime, they need to go to jail. That you have to do the time. But if we only deal with them and we don't get the root are the people that's paying for these hits. The roots are the people that's ruining our children and paying for these hits because they don't think their life is nothing. And a lot of it has to do with, you all, us putting celebrities, and I'm not saying any celebrity was involved in Dolph's hit, and I'm not saying they any celebrity was or wasn't. But I'm just saying we put people that we think got money in high places and they ain't got no morals, and then we tell our kids to look up to them, and then they understand that, and before you know it, they're offering our kids crumbs to go and do their dirt, and that's what's happening. Okay, that's exactly what's happening, and so that's why when I hear about straight drop, I hate what they did to Dolph. I always hate that, but as a mother, I understand straight drop is 23 years old. Straight drop was born in April of 1998. I had my first baby in July of 1988. I mean 98. So he could have easily been my child. He could have easily been any of our childs, depending on the ages on here. And so I put a bigger responsibility on the person who sent the hit, because those are the people that's ruining our communities. Miss Wormy, you said anybody with common sense should know who paid. You know what, Miss Danette, it's a sad thing. I was talking to one of my friends who who works in the jail, one of the ones that man straight drop. And I've never heard him so solemn and sad. And I was kind of talking to him, and he said, Tamara, they show killed that boy for nothing. And we don't, it's not up to me to put, I have to let the authorities put out what when they finish their investigation. And one thing about the feds, if it takes years, and a lot of these young men they're breaking down. This right here has blown up in their faces. It has. People didn't think it would be as that people didn't think it was going to be as big as it was. But I'm gonna tell you something. As I think I stated a little earlier, people was talking about the cookie shop, and I never gave a whole lot of credence to it because, I people started, number one, people was talking about the cookie shop because they were saying, well, they won't show us the video, or the people at the cookie shop have had different stories. I didn't give a lot of credence to that because I understand that when there is a open and ongoing investigation, they cannot talk about what is going on. So I didn't give a lot of credence to that because I understand that the investigators had already told them you don't give any information to the media. And with as far as the video, we'll probably never see the video. It will probably never be released to the public because it is the property of the feds. Even though it was in the cookie shop, if they had went and tried to show anything, they would have probably ended up in jail because now you're interfering with a homicide and investigation. So I didn't give a lot of credence to that. Like I said, you know, as far as that cookie shop, the only thing I like I said, I didn't look into a whole lot as far as what they were saying at first, because I know what investigators would do. They will give the news media the wrong information. They will release the wrong information to protect witnesses. Okay. They will. In this particular case, I'm told over 300 people were arrested and brought in, okay? And if you think about it, out of all those 300 people who probably knew something and probably was not in agreement with it to begin with, okay? A lot of them probably wasn't in an agreement with it. That's why I say, we have to be more we got to be firmer with our children so that they won't be followers. It was easy for them to come in more than likely and give information, okay? um when they was quiet, when people was saying they was quiet, I knew when they was quiet, that's when they get their most information. That's why you hear people say, when the feds get you, they got. When the feds get you, you got. They have a 98% um they have a 98% conviction rate, okay? They done left that boy to drown. They have left him to drown, done it. They've left him to drown. That's why you see Straight Drop looking like they too scared to even try to funnel him any money. I'm sure they've thought about it. I'm sure it's a whole lot of Negroes that's scared right now. Okay. But Straight Drop, the thing I said now, Straight Drop does not have a public defender. He has a court appointed attorney. And a court appointed attorney is a attorney that is in private practice, that has a contract with the government. When the PD's office is overloaded, they outsource the work to private attorneys. Now, the thing about it is a lot of, especially high price attorneys, don't do court appointed cases only because the government gives you a salary cap, okay, of about $350 an hour. Ganguly $350 an hour is a lot of money, but it ain't a lot for high priced attorneys that's charging something like $3,000 and $4,000 an hour. You see what I mean? Ganguly, like I said, was Shara Wright's attorney. As y'all can see, I covered the Lorenzen Wright's case, right? If you look at some of my old shows, okay. So Shara, if you listen to Shara, okay, well, let me just say this. We all knew that Shara Wright had something to do with Lorenzen Wright's murder. We knew that before they even solved it. Okay? We knew that before it was even ever solved. Okay? But Ganguly was her attorney. That's Straight Drop's attorney. And what he did was, even though Shara was looking at death, and she should have got it, because she was the mastermind, and she was actually there when they was out there shooting that boy. She was right there. She led him to the woods. He got out and started trying to run. She was right there. They chased him down and killed that boy because he didn't want to be with her anymore. So she was the mastermind, and she should have got the death penalty. Ganguly was able, see, y'all sleeping on Ganguly. He was able to talk Shara into taking a deal because Lorenzen Wright was beloved. He gave a lot to this community, just like Dolph. And instead of Shara getting the death penalty, Shara threw the people, those men, because right now people are only looking at Billy Ray, but it's some other people involved. Ganguly was able to get Shara because they didn't want to open their mouth. The mastermind is only going to do about 18 to 20 years when she had the death penalty on the table. So he was able to work her out a deal, and she left the men that she paid to kill him out to dry. Okay? So that's the type of attorney he is, but it's all going to depend on what Straight Drop is willing to do. Because, like somebody was saying to me the other day, Straight Drop still has a little hope that these men because we're a family, they love me. He don't understand that if they had loved him, they never would have been paying him to allegedly go kill people for them. Okay. And that's the thing that bothers me. Why are people, and why are we supporting any artist or anybody that is preaching destruction in our community and then using our kids and destroying their lives, and we support them and keep them rich? That's my issue. And I'm not talking about no one person. I'm talking about anybody. Now, you think about JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby, okay? JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby, I watched their social media, like, I don't know why, but I zoned in on them because in the very beginning, JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby was the ones that led the feds to where they are now, really. JoJo Splat just turned 19 years old back in October. I pulled this information. Okay, CEO Bobby was born in 1999, so he's about 22 years old. So they're still young kids. So if you look at their lives, in the beginning when this thing first happened with Dolph. They were the ones that was talking about Big Soldier, and Straight Drop said, I'm CMG now, and all of that. They were the ones that did that, but especially JoJo Splat and especially CEO Bobby. They were the main ones. That's why I say, in my opinion now, and this just allegedly, I don't really think anybody is out of the woods, especially if you think about if these young boys were the ones that put this out there because they wanted to be braggadocious, they thought they was doing something, they thought that they had really made somebody proud. They really thought they was getting ready to be signed and be on, and they thought these people had their backs. And then they started having breakdowns because I was watching their social media page. When I would see them post certain things, they was having breakdowns on the regular. I said, Lord, it's going to be any day now. Sure enough, they started having breakdowns. I said, they ain't taking this too well. It ain't what they thought. Whatever was going on. See, it lets me know either they played some type of part in it or they knew what happened and the feds had zoned in on them and tapped in on them and they knew something that had happened and had started shooting fire up under their butt. Hold on one second. Let me see. Hello.
Hey girl, I ain't got my wig on, so I ain't gonna show my face, girl, because I ain't got that wig on today.
That's cool.
But look, you ain't got the David, I told you my little boy, he 2 years old. You ain't got the T on yet. Why Straight Drop got them two? He charged for murder twice if you pay attention now.
I saw that.
And
I saw that he's got 2 counts of murder. And I think that's going to be interesting. Like I was saying in one of my other videos, Straight Drop had a very expensive, he lived in a very expensive high-rise apartment downtown. He was putting in some type of work somewhere. It just wasn't legal work. You see what I mean? And if you listen to them, they went and deleted everything because the feds, more than likely the authorities, zoned in on them instantly. Okay?
Because you know what, when they did that interview, that press conference, they said they been knew what happened the day that it happened. So, and then do you remember? I don't know, because you stay in Memphis, I stay in Georgia, but Dolph was my favorite rapper, so I've been following this case, girl, like he was my brother or something. But
Yeah.
you know, CEO Bobby went to jail already before anyway. He just went to jail, and he went to jail November the 24th. He turned back around and went to jail December the 6th.
So that kind of lets me know, in my opinion, that kind of lets me know that he's involved in something.
You know what? You know why? I'm like you on that, Tamara, because I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Just like you said, his bond is so higher. His bond so high, they got it to well, he can't even get out. Ain't nobody, not unless I guess I don't know how Tennessee go, but if somebody put up their house or something, but girl, look, you gotta have a bad house for $325,000 if you put your house up. And like you said, even just I don't know y'all percentage, 10%, 11%, that's still 30, that's still about $30,000.
That's right. And so, like I said, if the feds put it up that high, put his or the police put it up that high, Bobby, it kind of lets me know that he's involved in some kind of chop shop ring. And
you know they just bust the chop shop up there. It done got so they just bust the chop shop. I want to say in January, or I want to say it was in January. They just bust the chop shop.
Yeah, but I think some of these young boys, and I don't know if it was CEO Bobby, when I saw that theft of something over $250,000, what, you know what I mean? He's been it says conspiracy of theft in over $250,000. That's a lot of money.
It is. It is.
Was they going to car lots and stealing cars and changing VIN numbers?
Mm-hmm.
Getting rental cars and changing VIN numbers?
And you know what's weird to me, Tamara? Have you paid any attention now, being that you stay in Memphis? Why this woman with this dang on car won't show her face? She won't never go to court. Like the Terrion Owens dude, he was supposed, she picked him out of a lineup. He was locked up before anybody, before Cornelius, before any of them. He already done been to jail, and they let him out like December the 2nd or something like that. She picked him out of a lineup, but she wouldn't even show up for court. It's something funny about that Mercedes too to me that they keep trying to say is that woman Valerie Wilkerson car. It's something ain't right about that customer. I don't care what nobody say.
Yeah, it's something that they're not. It's some things that they're not telling the public, and they have to do that to protect witnesses. That's why I don't. That's what that tells me as far as that car is concerned. Now, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's not a barracuda. We did see CEO Bobby standing in front of a Mercedes Benz. Okay, now
Right.
we
And this
did
was
see
before
that.
Dolph even got killed.
Absolutely, that was before Dolph even got killed. Now, I have not heard the police department, nobody at the police department say this, but there have been rumors. There have been rumors that they had intentions on killing Dolph 2 days before he was actually killed, and he had too many people around him. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So when it's all said and done, if straight drop, I think what's going to happen is when you heard Judge Coffey say death, the death penalty, straight drop probably thought, like so many people, that he was going to, when they say life, that's 25 years. You heard Judge
Right.
Coffey say life, which is 60 years.
And I
And
think he had to do at least 51 of those 60.
and then he said they could they could present the death penalty. Okay. And
Mm-hmm.
that's because I think people are going to see straight drop is involved in quite a bit. But here's the thing: straight drop, straight drop was, I feel, in my opinion, straight drop was a hired hitman. Okay,
He
that's what I
was.
and people. But here's the thing: I think that they're going to have to get to the bottom of who actually was hiring him, because that is the problem. That is the problem. And it's not going to be, even if he said, well, such and such hired me. People have disassociated themselves from him now. You know what I mean? You can't just say, well, somebody hired me and not have the proof. They've disassociated themselves, and a lot of people have changed their numbers. So it's probably
Right.
going to be hard to prove it. You know what I mean? And he understands that.
Right. And that lady Anita, when they was coming from that football game, they saying her son made a song. I listen, girl. I'm telling you, I've been on it. Her son made a song that said, I even been on his Facebook page, honey, being nosy. Her son made a song that said the same gun and the same car was used to kill his mama. Then he got a Facebook status said he tagged somebody that even told him that when Straight Drop them was taking their videos and stuff offline and stuff. He said, I knew once it hit the news, my homeboy had already told me they was taking their videos and stuff off of, the internet. I knew they had something to do with it then. But if you listen to him talk, he knows something too. Because from what I've heard, they wanted him one. I don't know which one of her sons. They wanted one of her sons to do the hit with them. And they said that boy, whoever which one, because she got two sons, whichever one they asked to do the hit, he told them, I'm not getting myself involved in that. And that's why
Mhm.
they killed Anita,
And
because
that's
they
why they
knew,
killed Anita.
yeah, because they knew she knew her son had done told her they were scared she was gonna get to talking. Now that's what I heard. It's allegedly. It's so many rumors, but you the only girl. I've been following these cases since it happened. I was on YouTube today listening to you on one of your stories, girl. I ended up going to listen to all of them. You the closest one. You the only one on here making any sense out of all this time this mess happened back in November. You the only one out of all this time I've been on the internet that's making any sense of this case to me. And it's sad because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't think them cookie shop people had nothing to do with it. I mean, I could be wrong. We don't know. Like you said, everything is allegedly. I don't think them people had
Mhm.
nothing to do with it. I think it was a simple. They pulled up. They killed the man. Simple as that. People doing the most. They making it more than what it. I honestly don't believe them cookie shop people had nothing to do with that.
That's true. And as I've always said, even I've always said, even if somebody in the cookie shop was involved, you have to think about they had employees. Okay, they had employees, and even if they was taught, if because Memphis is small, you think about. She said that they had just hired a young lady, and 2 weeks prior. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
asked her how old she was. She said she was 23 years old. So it would not be abnormal if the young lady, you know, these kids all hang out together. Straight Drop was 23, CEO Bobby 22. What if she just said, we don't know? They're not allowing her to talk, and she would be a key witness. You see what I mean?
Right.
I heard Raven say that she's in counseling, but I'm sure she's in protective custody. That's what I would do, because she would be a key witness. Because suppose she knew them, one of them, we don't know. We haven't, they're protecting her. And she was
Right.
with one of them. And she just so happened to say, young Dolph coming up to the store, because they did say he always called to say have his cookies ready. And if she happened to be friends with one of them, she could have casually said it. And they
And
they
then
saw that
no.
as an opportunity to go up there and shoot him. You see what I mean? Especially if he was one of their ops. But I don't think, I think often if you think about it, whoever tried to kill Dolph, because I don't like to go too far left, because people say one thing has nothing to do with another. Oftentimes it does. They tried to kill Dolph 2 times before, 2 or 3 times before. I don't think it's going to be that far from that. Okay, I really don't
Right.
think it's going to be that far from there. Whoever those people were, I just don't think it's going to be that far from that.
Exactly. And I also think that it just you know what, I'm gonna be honest with you, because like you said, when you got kids and stuff, you start looking at stuff, it's starting to be a whole sad situation to me. I mean, even though he killed, whatever, we know all of them had something to do with it. I feel like they do have the right people locked up. And they finna build a case on CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat also. That's why they bonds are so high. JoJo Splat bonds is not that
Absolutely.
high, but it's still high enough. Well, it ain't really that high, but here's like 50,000 and something. But I'm gonna tell you something. I see they don't release. I even got the affidavit in my phone of Cornelius. They ain't released straight drop affidavit. Cornelius' fingerprints was just found on the back panel, the quarter panel of the car. That's how they got him. That's how they done connected him to the murder, because of the car with his fingerprints. They haven't released the stuff on what they got on straight drop. So I think it's a lot of stuff straight drop done that they looking into. He done some stuff. Like you said, they use that boy as pretty much a little crash dummy. Ain't now another way. It's just the honest to God truth. And like you said, he living in a high rise and stuff. Girl, ain't no telling what kind of work he was doing for them people.
Absolutely.
And
If you
it's
think
so
about it, and
sad.
I think CEO Bobby and them, as far as this chop shop, a conspiracy to steal something over $250,000. They was going into. It's funny because I pulled up something where I saw that somebody, and I believe it was CEO Bobby, had gone to jail for breaking into like some of these collision shops and stealing cars. I believe it was, but I do know that at one time, I believe it was last
That's
summer,
true.
it had gotten really bad about going to car lots and stealing cars off of car lots.
Girl, they didn't care. They were just car thieves. And like you said, for somebody to be stealing cars like that, they running a chop shop. They got something to do with a chop shop. It's something that they got to do with a chop shop.
But they're not the master. And I think all of this is going to link. They're not the masterminds behind this. I think they're working for somebody, and everything is going to be linked to that Dolph situation, because
Yeah,
whoever got them doing that might have been the ones that put the hit on Dolph. Okay.
exactly. Exactly. Girl, like, and It's like it's sad, it's starting to be. And when I started seeing straight drop keep girl, he go to court more. He stay in court more than any judge I ever seen. He in court every week.
Yeah.
It's so sad, man, because it's like when you look at it, because see now the drugs don't wear off, the clout chasing don't wear off. Things done got real for him. Everything gonna go off because now things done got real for him now. You see what I'm saying? And it's like the last time he went to court for the stuff with the girl, you know what I'm saying? It was he had looked like he had knots on his forehead. It looked like somebody had beat him up. But if he in 23-1, can't nobody touch him, just like you said.
Mm-hmm. But not unless he was beating his head up against the wall, and he's got not unless he was beating his head up against the walls, and he's got officers there to make sure, even if he was doing that, they would stop him. You know what I mean? I haven't heard any officer say that he was on suicide, but you could just tell, like I said, even though I want justice for Dolph, if you saw straight drop when his eyes were swollen up, you could tell he had been probably crying all night. He realized that he had been used and the people were not coming through. The way he was looking, those drugs have worn off. And exactly. So those drugs have worn off, okay? Because what they do is they give them access. They think that we're a family. They give them access. They make them think they're a family, give them access to all kinds of weed and stuff and pills. Because that's what's going on. A lot of these kids down here in Memphis are on those heroin pills. Okay?
That perfect stuff
wore off. You can see some humility.
I think now he's more embarrassed than anything. You know,
because Dolph tried to help straight drop. I'm told from a reliable source that one of the reasons that Dolph and straight drop fell out was because they tried to help straight drop. Straight drop was still doing outlandish stuff. When Dolph saw what kind of stuff that straight drop was getting into, he then found out. Where can you find the pics of straight drop in court? If you go to like go to News Channel 13, Sherelle, News Channel 13, News Channel 3, and you'll see where he's in court. And when Dolph found out about straight drop's rape case, because Dolph did an interview and said himself, he said, I help these young dudes so that they can take care of their families. And when I find out they got kids and I asked them about their kids and I realized they ain't having nothing to do with their kids, I can't have them around me because I put them on for them to provide for their families. And Dolph realized, I'm hearing Dolph, when Dolph realized that straight drop was not trying to change his life, they're doing a lot of robbing and stuff like that. And he found out about their rape charge. That's when he really started disassociating himself from him. Now, here's the thing. I've never said, I don't know if Yo Gotti had anything to do with anything. Okay?
I would say this, you ain't saying it. I'm on your channel saying it. I don't think I don't know what part Gotti play, but I'm gonna tell you something. BY had something to do with it. His buddy did, and I don't care what nobody say, because his music. He done made a whole song the other day. I just watched that, girl. I listened to it. He didn't have to kill his brother. I mean, he didn't have to find who killed his brother because he already dealt with that, pretty much is what he said. I mean, like, they incriminate themselves in these songs. And it be so stupid to me. Because y'all sitting up here telling everything in these songs. And see, to me, he should be mad at himself about his brother dying. Because he sent his brother to kill Dolph. That's when you should take, sometimes you got to take, responsibility for your own actions. You sent your brother to kill somebody, he got killed. You know what I'm saying? I'm like you. I don't think Dolph had anything to do with that now. I don't think. But he set his brother up for that. He's almost, you know what, Tamara, he almost about to crash out himself, if you ask me.
Yeah, you could tell whatever is going on in his life, you could tell he ain't handling it well. He has lost a lot of weight. I saw a video where he had just recently did a concert, and it was somebody there constantly wiping. Sweat was pouring out of him, and he wasn't doing nothing but standing there rapping. Sweat was pouring out of him like a water faucet.
Girl,
They
it's
got a child that was
them demons
constantly
coming
somebody was
out.
standing there constantly trying to wipe the sweat off of his face. I that's a person that's up under some stress.
It's them demons coming out of him. That's all that is. Them demons starting to come out of him. All that stuff he got, and it just, girl, I ain't never in my life seen nothing like it. But I'm gonna tell you what really did it for me, girl. When he made that video with the cemetery at that right there was just it for me. I was like, did he really just do this? And then after that, Gotti and him, Gotti trying to play cool now, like because they saying he got his own label, which is Heavy Count or something like that, whatever you call it. But they was trying to say Gotti and him separated from each other. Now I'm gonna tell you something. I don't think Gotti had his hand. It's because of Gotti, because Black Youngster done turned Gotti beef into his beef. He trying to be a lawyer street dude. He trying to go by the street codes, as they would call it. But I think now though, I don't think God even really want too much to do with Black Youngster. Cause
I
see,
don't
he
think
know
so
Black
either.
Youngster when he did that song at that cemetery. So I'm assuming he already knew then. This fool just went out here and did this video. And I'm gonna tell you something. The reason I don't think Gotti sent them boys to do it, it was too sloppy. Now I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think if Gotti would have something to do it, it would have been a little bit better than that. But Black Youngster, he just already about to crash out. I can tell in his music, I can tell looking at him, listening to the things he say, that fool already he about to just tap out at any time. And I think the fans watching him. He know they watching him. So at this point, it's like he just don't care.
No, he don't care. I think he knows that they are watching him too. If you notice, everybody in that little group since this has started has been arrested who was trolling Dolph, right? CEO
Mm-hmm.
Bobby and JoJo Splat were the first two. Like I said, for some odd reason, because they brought up Soldier Boy's name, those are silly boys. They are too silly to try and mislead the police. I think they felt like they, because they knew what had went on. Who's to say they didn't play a part? The only thing about it is, you look at one of the young men and you look at their leg, right? Like they were saying, one of the shooters. The only thing about it is Straight Drop is a little bow-legged, and we see that something goes on with JoJo Splat's leg too, right? So, yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you something, CEO Bobby. It's this girl that had a Facebook page that pretty much, she pretty much had to solve the whole crime on that Facebook page. Her name was Naya Nicole. If you pay attention to them legs and look at CEO Bobby legs, to me they kind of sort of look like CEO Bobby legs. And then Tamara, the more I look at Cornelius, he's small too. Now his body posture is real small too, but I can't really just tell because his the outfit he in jail is so big on him. But I can tell his legs are real skinny. He might have just been a driver. I'm thinking he probably was just a driver, and he needed some money because I don't went to his Facebook page. I see he had his own cleaning business. He needed some money also because he was on there the stuff that he was saying on Facebook. His business was doing okay, but I think he needed
Hello? Are you there?
don't really know a whole lot. He just knew some money involved. But
Yeah.
straight drop know everything.
Yeah, Straight Drop knows everything.
He
And
know everything.
and if you look at it, Cornelius doesn't seem that bothered to me. Like I said, I think Cornelius went in playing chess. He understood what they had. I'm sure they laid out what
Mhm.
they had. Cornelius was arrested. It's not a coincidence that he was arrested. Nobody even knew he was arrested. They kept him, they kept that safe. They kept that from the public for a whole month. And then I'm gonna tell you something else. You think about the guy Shundell. Why in the world, he was the one that was driving Straight Drop around. Why wouldn't he want to come back, be expedited back to Memphis? He's asking to stay in Indiana. And I think he's asking
You know what
in
he
Indiana
telling?
for a reason.
He probably telling. And then I'm gonna tell you something about him. If you go to Black Youngster video, straight son, he all up in it. He all up in that video. Just as clear as day. All up in that video with Black Youngster with the guns out and all that. He all up in it. That straight something video, girl. He all up through that video with Black Youngster. That's what I'm saying. Like, it don't take a rocket scientist to figure out if you really got common sense. All you gotta do is have common sense. You can see what's going on, just piecing stuff together yourself. You can see what's going on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
like I said, I really don't believe that the Makita Cookie people had nothing to do with that. I think they had already been laying on Dolph because I heard he had been in town for already a few days, maybe 2 or 3 days already. And I feel like they just had been watching him and scoping him out or something. And we could be wrong, like you said. It's a lot that's open investigation, but I don't think the Makita Cookie people got nothing to do with it. I don't know him because I stay in Georgia, but I really don't think. I think it was a paid hit. I know that for a fact. And anybody in their right mind should know that. And
I would
see,
say
that
the only issue that I had with Yo Gotti was when Straight Drop was arrested. This
he
this is
put
what
that tweet
this is
out.
what yeah, he put that tweet out that bothered me. You if okay, so remember when I'm going back to Tupac and Biggie Smalls, right? Remember they was friends, like Dolph and Gotti was friends at one point. But when Tupac was killed, Biggie came out and said, even though we was into it, I would never wish death on anybody. The only thing that bothered me about Gotti was
Being clear the air.
when Straight Drop was arrested, Gotti came out and said, if that tweet was if it wasn't Photoshop, because I know they do Photoshops, but if he put that tweet out, if that was him that put that tweet out and said, if my little nigga go to jail, I'm bonding him out. Why would he do that? First of all, this boy was just arrested for killing Dolph. He was arrested for a murder. You supposedly don't know anything about it. So why would you say that you're going to bail him back out? Number two, as an investigator, I know that could be looked at as witness tampering, because are you trying to intimidate witnesses, letting them know that
Yeah,
get him back? Like, that bothered me. Why would, if that tweet was true, why would he be so involved? This is a murder.
mhm. I think I'm telling you, the alphabet boys is all over them, and they know it. And he just made, he just dropped his album talking about this gonna be his he finna retire. But in his song, one of his songs, he say, the city was calling me, talking about they was hurt behind, Dolph pretty much, and he was like, I don't speak on that I don't have nothing to do with. That's what he said in his album. So I didn't speak on that because, pretty much I didn't have nothing to do with that. But Black Youngster, on the other hand, that song he just made called Theft, he talking about, they ain't have to find who killed my brother because I already handled that. And then I don't, girl, it's like, are y'all serious at this point? Are
Wow.
y'all serious? And I was just like, I'm gonna tell you, for the longest, I didn't even think CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat or Straight Drop did it. I thought they was chasing clout. But then I'm like, who does this? Who want that much attention in the world? And then I'm gonna tell you something. People still sleeping on Soldier Boy. I ain't gonna say he
Mhm.
done it, but he started it.
The day
He,
after,
he opened the
the
door.
day after he put money on top of his head, the boy ends up shot. And then you have these boys who still seems to be involved, JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby. Somehow they're still seem to be connected to the same case in some type of way. You had them saying, get Big Soldier on there, and then Soldier Boy gets on live with these rappers that
Mhm.
so-called rappers. Nobody even know, how did he know them, what was his affiliation, and why would he jump on live with them?
Why? Why would he jump on live with them? Why would he jump on live with them? Absolutely correct. Why would he jump on live with them? But you know what? No, I ain't gonna lie about Soldier Boy. The one thing he have done, he done cooled down with all that foolishness for now, cause he know this stuff serious now. Cause just like you said, what they did this not knowing that it was finna get this much attention. They didn't know Dolph was that loved. I don't think. If they did, it ain't no way that they would have did that stupid mess. I just don't see nobody. I don't think that they was thinking. They didn't think this through. They just didn't think it through. And like you said, with them young little fools out there, that they done preyed on, that already they feel like ain't got nothing to lose, that they paid to do it. Simple as that. It's just simple. They preyed on it. It is so sad because, like you said, that could be my child, your child, anybody's child. That these grown men done sat up and preyed on. But in another note, just like you said, if you want a dad, why don't you go kill him? Cause I ain't finna do it.
That's right. And that's what we got to start teaching our kids. And this is what bothers me so much. That's what we got to start teaching our kids. You don't think somebody is that much more than you. I don't care how much money they may have or not have, that you go and let them send you out to do your dirty work with, because nobody considers you a family that would have you jeopardizing your life and your livelihood, because these young men's lives are over. And the
But
sad
to
thing
my,
about
just
it
like what you said,
is
you made
are
a 100%
criminals.
valid point. Where is Straight Drop Mama? What is she? I ain't seen this woman not one time. I ain't never heard the man say nothing about his mama. Like, where is his mama? Where is his support system? Where is anybody at that's pertaining to this man? And I'm gonna tell you something where everybody was so shocked that, because it didn't shock me because he was too loud. He was the loudest one in the room. And see, most of the time, the loudest one in the room, I don't pay them no attention anyway because they want attention. It did not surprise me that Cornelius got a lawyer before Straight Drop. It didn't, because Straight Drop was too flamboyant. He was doing too much. If Cornelius would have never got picked up, I wouldn't even never knew Cornelius was involved. Because he been quiet. He ain't been on social media with that stupid mess.
No, and I'm sure they got him pretty early on. So that means Cornelius had probably, in order for them to have gotten him for his fingerprints, what they did was they collected prints and ran it through the database, and it was a match, which means he probably had been to jail before. When every time you go to jail, you fingerprint it, and it's kept in the system. So that was a match. And so I'm sure once they got him in, because after he had been in for a little while, they did what they needed to do, because they didn't go and arrest Straight Drop right afterwards. They had Cornelius in jail. They was very silent. I'm sure they tapped into whatever they needed to, did some watches, and then that's when they was able to go and get a warrant and make an arrest. So when people say they think they're going to get off, they're not going to get off. I
I
think
don't
what
think
they're
so
trying
either,
to get
Tamara. I'm
people
like you. I
around.
don't think so either, girl. I don't think they finna get off. And then tomorrow, people ain't paying no attention to either if they really following the case they is. But if they just going out here and say that man over there where they found that car at, somebody killed that man, man. Because I believe that man was the one told them where that car was, or that man knew something.
Yeah,
Over
yeah,
there where they found the car on Bradley Street, they killed
yeah.
that man right after they found that car. Somebody, they said on the news, a black sedan pulled up and they jumped out that car and went in that house and killed that man. His name started with a D, I want to say. They killed that man over there by that car. Somebody killed that man. I'm
Yeah,
telling you that.
I've always, and this is just in my opinion. I know a lot of people might think that charge, that other murder charge, may be affiliated with that Straight Drop has, may be affiliated with the Covington shooting. But I've always, in my opinion, allegedly felt like it could be affiliated with that one.
I did. There's one of the two. You're absolutely correct now, because I had said the same thing. I said if it's not her, it's that man that they killed over there by where that car was found. You
Mhm.
absolutely correct, girl. I swear to God, I had said the same thing. If it's not her, it's over there by where that man was killed. That where that car was found. Cause I think he was the one told him where the car was. I think he was the one that told him, and I think he might have they probably know the man. He might have seen him running from the scene. Who knows? But they killed
Mhm.
that man right after that car was found because he was a witness. He
That's
was a
true.
witness. And then, girl, after Dolph died, body was dropping. And you know this because you stay in Memphis. Because, girl, I've been on the news. I ain't missed a beat. Bodies was dropping left and right in Memphis.
Yes,
And
they
then,
were.
not long ago, just a week or two ago, Moneybag, your homeboy, Newski got killed. Moneybag and Big 30 homeboy, Newski got killed. Now, I don't know where he stayed at down there, but he got killed too. The Newski dude, he got
He
killed.
stayed. He lived in. So he lived in that was like the Whitehaven area, but it's still considered like the South Memphis area. At one time, it used to be a really good area years ago, but now it's not a good area at all. But I think with that Newski, situation. Just from what I've heard, a lot of people have wanted to say that they felt like it was a get back, but I think with that, just from what I've heard, that particular situation is probably going to be some of the young men that was right around him.
Mm-hmm.
Some people that he probably trusted.
I feel like that too.
Those young men are they're just because of this situation with Dolph, their antennas are completely up. Their security is heightened. They're not going to trust anybody and let anybody around them or in their hoods other than somebody that they feel like that they can really trust. So
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what went on with that situation.
I'm like you. I think it was somebody real, real close to them because he was connected to Moneybag Yo. He was real close to Moneybag Yo. He was real close to CEO Big 30. He was close to all of them. And I see today the EBG Jizzle dude, he dissed the boy Newski. And one of his gang members done died the day done got killed down there in Memphis. It's just a whole bunch of mess going on down there. His
Yeah.
name called him Tay Tay. He got killed the day down there. And
Who?
he this guy named Tay Tay.
Okay, I thought you said KK because I do know when if you go back and you look at the video, CEO Bobby was saying when they was on live and they was clout, they wanted everybody to know, they was grinning and throwing up the pre-chain and talking about Big Soldier needs to pay us and this and that. If you notice, CEO Bobby said, I didn't do that. KK did that. That's I thought you
Yep,
were
he sure did.
yeah.
He sure did. They was dry snitching. They
Yeah.
were dry snitching on each other. Girl, I ain't never in my life seen nothing like this before. This is ridiculous. Like, I never in my life seen nothing like this case before. And I think a RICO charge is about to come. A
Me
RICO
too.
is about to occur most definitely. And like you said, whether it's this year, next year, because the feds can watch you for years. I think up to 10 years. I don't know how it go, but I know they can watch you for years. But they gonna get who was involved with this. Only thing they need right now is straight drop to really just tell.
You know
And
what
if
I think
he
is going to happen? I think what's going to happen with Straight Drop. He might not. Straight Drop has an attorney though, Bangu, who is really good about getting his people to, especially if there was something more sinister, like somebody that was orchestrating this. He's good about getting them to talk and save themselves. I think what's going to happen with Straight Drop is because he wants to be a G, he gonna sit in that jail 23-1 for about 5 years, and then he's gonna get to. Nobody will remember him. Okay, nobody
okay.
will remember him. And
And you think later on he gonna tell it.
I think then later on he's gonna tell it. Let's see. They said
Mhm.
Dolph had other ops besides Black Youngster and Gotti. It's gang related, truly mafia. Nobody talks about Daddy O. Oh wow. So I don't know what you mean when you say nobody talks about Daddy O. What do you mean about that? Okay, Michelle, real life TV.
I mean,
Because
it's
because
just crazy.
because I would think and like I said, I mean, because everybody is free to express their opinion. Because I would think if Daddy O was involved, now this is I would think if he was involved, you know, either the feds know it at this point or it
They'll be
would have been
Mhm.
implemented at this point.
That
Because it's not
the reason I
unusual.
don't think Daddy O involved with it. I mean, we don't know. Like you said, everything is alleged. Everybody type to Dolph and him was like business partner. I think Dolph was worth more alive than he is dead to that man. Cause
Right.
Dolph ain't never crossed that man. Like he ain't never crossed it. You know, some people be like, "Oh, people be worth more dead than they is alive." No, That me personally, I do know they said Chula Mafia involved because that's who straight dropped them are supposedly Chula Mafia. But I don't think Daddy O, like people even trying to say Key Glock. I'm like, this is getting out of hand at this point when they go to
No,
talk about
if you look at a video, I wish I could have. I'll bring it on the next time. If Key Glock was on Instagram at the same time that Dolph had gotten killed. He didn't know it. And he was on there, he was rapping, he had just gotten on. And then he stopped and he started reading the comments, and his eyes like got real big. And somebody said, man, they putting fish up and everything. These folks putting up fish. And folks were saying, RIP Dolph. And his eyes stretched like he was going into a seizure. He was like, how I click out of this? Like he was so discombobulated. He didn't even know how to click out of Instagram.
yeah, and they even trying to say he had something to do with it. Man. That man that proud video, that man, if you know hurt, that man hurt.
It
Like
says
it's just
Daniel is his plug. I heard someone
whoa.
else say this about. Listen, the with the one interview that I saw about Daddy-O and Dolph. Daddy-O did an interview when Dolph did a little documentary some years back, and he has always been in the background. But Daddy-O was the person that helped to fund Dolph. Dolph said that, especially when they was out in the street. Daddy-O was the one that taught him how to get up on money. Daddy-O was the one said when Dolph started getting into
Right,
this, he was Dolph's mentor. He said
right.
that Dolph, when Dolph wanted to get on stage, people wouldn't give him a chance. And so they would go to artists that was real hot then and say, can he open for you? And they would go, well, if you want him to open so that he could be known, you got to pay us $25,000. He said, so I would give them $25,000. And then that's how we started getting him out there. So Daddy O was the one that really funded out. They was business partners. They
Before and I know there's certain stuff that you want to say on your channel too, and I know you invented, so nah, we ain't gonna do all that. But before I think Daddy-O did it, I would think this other company, this big record label, did it. With all these folks on this record label getting killed, I would think they did it before I thought Daddy-O did it. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Because you got so many people on this one record label that done got killed. And I think they did like his, what do you call it? His advertising or whatever you call it for him. They did that for him. That's why he was even affiliated with them. But I would think they did it before Daddy-O. I don't think he Glock. I don't think the cookie shop people, I don't care who think I'm crazy. But if you follow this case, I think it was gang related, Chulama, because like you say, if you go back, all of them was affiliated at once upon a time. Dolph was dealing with straight drop. He was dealing with, and then I think some clique called Double R, because the dude, Big Moochie Great, I think he's with Double R. And they got mad or something about with Double R, because Double R and Chula Mafia be beefing. And they got mad. It's a whole bunch of gang mess. It is true enough. But Daddy ain't had nothing to do with that. Just like the record label, they was trying to say they had something to do with it. The cookie shop people, I don't think none of them people got nothing to do with it. It's straight dropping them, which they are with Chula Mafia. I am gonna say that. But ain't no Daddy-O got nothing to do with this. They can go on with that foolishness. Just like they always want to say Key Glock got something to do with it. I'm like, this is getting out of hand at this point. This
yeah,
man was and like you said, everybody is entitled to their own opinions, but no, I don't think Daddy-O had nothing to do with that mess, man. And I don't think Key Glock had nothing to do with it. The cookie shop people, I'm so sick of hearing that. Like, the internet has really messed up these people head with that. Them
yeah,
people, old folks ain't had nothing to do with that. The daughter, she is doing too much talking online at this point. I've just been on bench shot up trying to prove myself to him. But she ain't got nothing to do with it. Ain't none of them folks got nothing to do with that. It was True Mafia, they were, cause straight drop,
yeah.
and that was it. They did it for BY. I think I'm not even gonna call his name. They did it for BY, and I think that's just how it went down. And see, they can't get him no lawyer because the paper trail gonna come back to them, so they don't have no choice. They can't. I think they want to get him a lawyer, but they know the feds are in on this at this point, so it ain't
Yeah,
nothing they can do for the man
yeah. I,
without them really knowing, okay, boom, I know he had something to do with it because He done paid for this man a lawyer. Cause with the charge, the straight drop guy. See, everybody overlooking, everybody want to talk about just the Dolph case. Everybody overlooking what me and you done seen the two murder charges and the two attempted murders. Everybody is overlooking that, Tamara. This man got a lot of stuff that he's dealing with, not just Dolph. He's dealing with some other stuff because the case numbers are different. So it's most definitely two different murder charges because the
Yes.
case numbers are different. So therefore, he got a lot of stuff that he's dealing with. They don't went back because CEO Bobby got arrested November the 24th, and on December the 6th, he got arrested. I think CEO Bobby went in there on November the 24th and told a few things too. And see, Cornelius, he gonna tell what he know because he already know when they said that death penalty stuff. Like you said, they playing checkers and chess. Cornelius gonna be the one to tell what he know though. I don't care even if he got a lawyer. Before he got a lawyer, he already had told what he knew.
I was going to say, I think Cornelius had already told, and I wouldn't be surprised if the young man that does not want to be extradited back to Memphis, the one,
why they haven't extradited him back?
He
What's
doesn't
going on?
because he's fighting it. From what I hear, he doesn't want to be.
Yeah, cause he down there telling what he know. He don't want to have no parts in that. But it was okay though when he was riding around in the car with him. Girl, them children just done got themselves. It ain't nothing but a bunch of kids that done got used. They done got themselves in a whole bunch of mess, and didn't realize that. I don't guess because one, I don't think they thought they was gonna get caught, and for two, I don't think they thought it was gonna be as big as it was before they did it. They clearly couldn't have thought it through. Do they want to did it that sloppy? Because that car should have been burnt up from day one, if you ask me. Who the hell go park a car? Excuse me, but who in the world in their right mind go park a car in the backyard of an abandoned building where you seen shooting videos at?
Yeah. K Michelle said you just assuming because of prior B with BY and Gotti. Dolph was also in the street. But you know what? K Michelle, here's my thing about that. Even in the history of rap, okay? Even in the history of rap, and the thing, and I think I've always expressed that I hate that African American men have started using rap and weaponizing rap and killing out our black men. They're killing each other. You know, what good is it for a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Because that's what's happening. They're gaining money, but they ain't being around to spend their money. If you think about it, I came up in the time in the 80s where rap was fun. Even in the early 90s when they was rapping, when they was battle rapping, it was fun. They looked at it as a way to make money. They was just making money battle rapping on the mic. When did it come to having to kill each other? That's what I'm talking about. They are weaponizing it. I don't know who killed Dolph. I don't know who sent straight drop out to kill Dolph. Whoever is behind it, I want them dealt with because because with straight drop, if they was paid, the people who paid him are the ones that is destroying our community. Those are the ones that's destroying the black community. So those are the ones, whether it was BY, whether it was anybody. I don't give a lot of credence to black when BY say I saw my brother's case. If I'm not mistaken, he had two brothers to die. That's why you didn't hear me to say anything, because he had two brothers killed, I do believe. So I don't know if he's even just trolling on that. It seems to me he's just picking a little bit. So you didn't hear me say anything. So he could have been, he might not even been talking about the one that folks think he's talking about as it relates to Dolph.
Nah, but that I'm assuming he went too far with that. I don't care what K Michelle TVEV Lee V say, because he went too far with that dang on I'm assuming video. When he got out there by that tombstone with Thornton on the last night, that did it for me. That was too much. And it's sad to me because I don't know what's taking the fans so long to go pick him up. Cause that right there was just too freaking much. Then not only that, he sat up there and talked about Gotti in the I'm assuming song. When he said I done did stuff. He said I done killed people for niggas that was scared. He was talking about Gotti. He talked about Dolph in that song. He talked about Gotti in that song. He like I said, he ready to crash out at any given time. Cause guess what he said in the beginning? I done lost everything to this shit anyway. He tells you that in the beginning of the song, I'm assuming. I don't care because I done lost everything to it anyway. So at this point, he's ready to crash out because he know the feds is on his behind. He know that. And I don't care what nobody say. There ain't no dang on daddy-o did that. Everybody, like you said, know what's going on. Everybody know what's going on. And the way people was falling off after Dolph got died, if the cookie shop people had something to do with it, they'll be dead. If Daddy-o had something to do with it, they'll be done kill him some type of way too. Because people was losing their lives behind that man dying. Period.
Yeah,
And you know that. Memphis went crazy after that man died.
yeah, they did. They went crazy after he died. It
Yeah,
is a
that man
sad
done
thing
helped a
because I'm
lot
gonna
of
tell you
people.
something. With Young Dolph, I met one because you know, as far as that type of rap, I've never really been into that type of rap. But I remember walking into a hot wing place on Elvis Presley, and that's in the hood. And he was sitting in there eating some hot wings, and he walked up to the register, and he said, "Hey, little mama, can I buy your food?" And I looked around, I was like, "Little mama." And he was like, he introduced himself. He was like, I go by the name of Young Dolph. I got an album. He said, I got an album that just came out. He was like, can I buy your food? The only thing that you would need to do is listen to my album. And if you like it, tell somebody else about it. And he was doing that with everybody that walked into the hot wing restaurant. I know of a couple people that have nonprofit organizations here in Memphis that Dolph gave them each $20,000 for their nonprofit
Yeah,
organization.
he was giving. He was a giving man. What
Yes,
have God done for Memphis other than put the rappers on down there and made a few people rich and stuff? But giving back to the community, that's something different. That's a whole different. Like that's why people were so hurt behind that because he had a good heart. It goes farther than just looking out for a certain people. This man was looking out for a whole community of people. That's why people were so hurt behind that. He was my favorite rapper. Like I said, I've been following this case like he was my brother or daddy or somebody. Yeah, he might have did have street beef, but I don't care what nobody say. I mean, whoever killed him was wrong. Whoever paid for it was wrong. Whether it was VY, whether it was Daddy O, whoever did it was wrong, and the feds know who did it.
yeah, the
But
feds know
see,
who
when
did
they
it.
come, the feds come with enough evidence to well, baby, whether you get a lawyer or not, you still through. It really ain't when the feds come get you, it really don't even make sense to go spend your money to get a
Yeah,
lawyer because they
I'm gonna
always
tell you
on
what
you.
one of the investigators told me over in homicides. I said it's a whole lot of people on social media trying to solve this case. He said, "Baby, they ain't got to do that. This case already solved."
It's solved.
He said, "This case already solved, and we've been friends since we were traffic officers." He said, "Baby, they ain't got
And
to do that. It's
I
already solved."
believe that. I
So,
believe that.
hey, you'll start to see more sinister stuff coming out as it relates to that. When the feds got involved, they have a 98% conviction rate. And you better believe that's why there ain't that Bobby CEO Bobby and straight drop like the heat started when they zoned in on CEO Bobby and them and probably realized that there was some type of connection and started digging into a lot of why you think they got all those charges? That means from November to all the way now, they really been watching them. They probably have set up things on them constantly. And that's why I say we got to start guiding our children in the right direction, because what made them think that they can get on there and have the public have their eyes on them like that, and the feds had not been watching them? Why would they be consistently going out doing this kind of crazy stuff, and they knew that they was being watched?
Right. And the cable shell TV, that's the same thing me and Tamara had already said. Tamara said this in her video, and I was just thinking it. Where's these people parents at? I know exactly. I'm not it's just I'm not mad with nobody. I'm mad with who killed Dolph and who paid for the hit. I'm not on here to try and disagree with you or argue with you. I'm just saying in general, baby. It was wrong. Either way it went, it was wrong. Like Tamara just said, the fans already know who did it. They already know who done it. That's why they keep picking up. That's why this CEO Bobby third time getting picked up. People don't know that, but this is third time getting picked up. If you go back and read his affidavit, he got picked up on the 24th of November, the 6th of December, and his bond is $320 some thousand. So therefore, they done made his bond so high to where he can't get out.
Or
And
they're being strategic to see who's gonna care who's gonna care enough to try to, because they have. I'm gonna tell you something about CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat. They're young. JoJo Splat just turned 19 back in October.
I
Okay,
know he's a baby.
he's a baby, so he was having breakdowns on social media on a regular. Okay,
He
he ain't
sure
never been
was.
all of this good, and so that's why I say, if you had looked at an interview that he did with a young man, first of all, it broke my heart. I'm gonna tell you something as a mother. When I saw that interview and that boy was on there shaking like a leaf, as a woman, as a black mother, it broke my heart because I understood at that point that these that this these demons who think that they are God and have placed themselves in a godlike position are destroying our children.
He was on that. He was on that jump on the porch or off the porch or on side of the porch video. Girl, he was hitting that blunt so hard. It's like he didn't know if he was going to coming. I knew then. I said, "Oh, he's scared." It's something that he know. Girl, you could just tell by you. A lot of times you can read people body demeanors and postures. He was on that jump on the porch or off the porch thing with the dirty somebody. But girl, he was on there smoking him a blunt, and he was hitting that blunt so hard he was shaking, just like you said. He could, girl. It was sad. It was real sad. And next thing I know, boom. Here they come about a month later after he done that video. They done locked him up. He never been locked up till, CO Bobby done been locked up since the case of Dolph. This is his third time actually going in there since Dolph died. Now this JoJo's flat first time going in there since Dolph died, but he done been in trouble before. But they are professional car thieves. That's what they do. They steal cars.
And if you listen to JoJo Splat, he said, when they asked him about CEO Bobby on an interview that he did recently about a week or so ago, he said, and he was giggling just like a junior high school kid. He was like, CEO Bobby,
Wow.
my best friend. Everything I learned, CEO Bobby taught me everything. That was alarming because,
Hey.
where are his parents at?
Exactly what they pay. That's the now. I'm gonna tell you something. I done seen girl, cause like I said, I've been all in through there, up and through there. I done seen CEO Bobby mama on Facebook when he got locked up on the 24th of November. She was on Facebook defending him. She was going in about her child. She was. But I ain't never seen JoJo Splat parents, never heard of them, never seen them, none of that. But CEO Bobby mama, she was in there, girl. She was carrying on off about him. And his little sister, they was on Facebook going in.
Oh, wow.
CEO Bobby got a mama. And one of their daddies, who was the daddy, was the gangster. One of their daddies supposed to have been a big gangster in Memphis.
Yeah, it was CEO Bobby's dad that they said was a big gangster in Memphis.
And he following right in his footsteps. But CEO Bobby done got himself in some mess that's finna be hard for him to get out of.
Yeah, it is, because when that $325,000 bond tells me that he is into something more sinister. Like, I'm gonna tell you something with what I saw with those when I looked at all of those charges. I knew at that point, because if you look at him, he looked like he was a little bruised up. So they probably evaded arrest. Okay,
They did.
they probably had to whoop their butt a little bit because they was evading arrest. They was resisting arrest. I didn't see that on JoJo Splat, but I saw it on CEO Bobby. But with CEO Bobby, it lets me know that they put all of those charges on him because he is involved in something bigger. And you see how they was running from the police. They want to fix it where they can't get out and run because it is something else that they are connected to.
They got a lot going on. They connected to a chop shop.
Yeah, they couldn't, and they've been changing VIN numbers.
That's just like they did to that Mercedes. Now, what do you think about that video that they got out with the insurance man? I mean, I don't know if that was it's puzzling to me. I never believed it because I'm like, but then again, I don't know.
You know what? I have one of my best friends who I've been friends with since I was 5 years old is BY's cousin. You
Mm-hmm.
know, like I said, I grew up with, I knew BY's mother when I was younger. She had a very nurturing spirit. She's about 2 years older than me. That's my best friend's cousin. Okay. I
Okay.
haven't seen her since I was about 12 years old. Okay. So
Okay.
that's many, many years ago. But I remember when she said to me, she said, "You know who BY's mom is?" And I was like, "No." And she told me, I was like, "Oh my God." I started remembering when I was younger how she's got the same smile as he got. He looks a lot like his mother. And she said, "Well, his brother," and this was, yeah, she said his brother was was killed. I said, "Oh wow." We had a conversation, but that's why I say I don't know where that insurance agent would get that particular information from, because his family never felt like, Dolph had anything and still don't. And I talk to my best friend every day, and she would say, that's not, I don't know where he got that from. Even before Dolph was killed, that was not the conversation, unless he knows something that the family didn't know.
Right, because you do know sometimes though people, it's certain stuff they don't tell the family.
Right.
But you know who, like you said, everything is allegedly. We don't know. But you got some good information though, because you surprised me when you said the little bit you said about the evidence that they got on JJ, which is straight drop. I call him Jesse
Yeah.
James JJ. Because I was wondering, like, they won't say what evidence they got on him. They got an affidavit on Cornelius, but they don't have one on his evidence, which is weird to me that they got an affidavit on Cornelius with the fingerprints on the back panel, the quarter panel of the car in the back, they say, but they don't have one on JJ. That was weird to me. And then when I heard you say what you said in one of your videos about, I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
like you said, it's just a lot. And see, I guess they don't got an affidavit on him because it's still so much they probably
It-
investigating on him.
right. That's exactly what's going on.
Cause he in a lot of mess. I don't think now one of them gonna walk at this point. Tomorrow, I really don't think now one of them gonna walk. They'll just get a lesser sentence, something other than the death penalty.
Yeah, I think, but if you notice, Judge Lee Coffey said straight drop was looking at the death penalty. He didn't say that about Cornelius. And
No, to me,
and
he
that's
said
when
it
straight
about
drop
he
started getting
said it
very.
about Cornelius to me first. When I heard him, he told Cornelius because he read Cornelius his stuff first, and then he didn't mention that to that straight drop the one he didn't mention it to girl. Now go back and watch that video again, the news
Yeah,
video.
I'll
Now
go back and look at it. I thought he didn't mention it to straight
he
drop.
didn't mention it to straight drop, and then I was like, you know what? Let me go pull up his jail report. Let me see what he charged with. That's when I realized, oh, he ain't just charged with dog murder. This ninja got two murder cases and two attempted murders. So he got two murders under his belt. And I was like, well, why they didn't tell him he was getting a death penalty? He got way more stuff going on than Cornelius.
Right. That would be strange, right?
Well, I'm
But
telling you, girl,
but
go
to
back and
me,
watch that video.
Cornelius just don't look that bothered to me.
I don't know. Cornelius looked like the rat to me. He looked like the one that told everything to me. But see, Cornelius older, like you said, and see, Cornelius know the severity of this. When they got to talking about death penalty, he knew then. And see, everybody was so surprised, like I said, that straight drop got the death penalty. I mean, not death penalty, but the don't have a lawyer. And Cornelius got one. It didn't surprise me because I said to myself, self, because I talk to myself a lot. I said the reason straight drop ain't got no lawyer is because whoever he depending on to pay for that hit, they can't get him no lawyer. Because they know doing well if they go in, get anybody involved to get him a lawyer, they finna want to know where this money come from because they finna do a paper trail. That's
And
finna
they're
lead
gonna
to
want to know why, and they're
business
gonna
to
want
them.
to know why they're so involved. You're right.
Yeah, so I already knew then. That's why he ain't got no lawyer. But see, and I'm like you, Cornelius people probably didn't even pay a whole bunch of money for this lawyer. He could be doing that to get his business pretty much off the ground of recognition. I
It
don't think they
happens all
paid
the
a whole
time.
bunch of money.
It happens all the time. You get attorneys, they look at high. When he said that he had been conferring with Cornelius's family for the last 2 or 3 weeks, I knew at that point that he probably had taken the case for pennies on the dollar, or he sees that he can't do nothing but help his law firm. Every time he goes to court, the media is going to be right there with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's free
Mm-hmm.
advertisement for his business, and it is a high profile case. So he either took it pro bono or he took it for pennies on the dollar. Because from what I was told by some of my friends today, because I never really had any dealings with that attorney. So when I called and inquired about him today, they said he's expensive for cases like this. His retainer's fee is $20,000 or $25,000. So if he was paid $20,000 or $25,000, I'm sure the feds will be on that, right? Because they're gonna want to know who could have $20,000 or $25,000 just laying around at their disposal like that, right?
But you know what, Tamara, I look at it like this. It's a difference between street love and it's a difference between family love.
Family love,
Cornelius,
absolutely,
Cornelius got a family that loves him, apparently, allegedly,
absolutely, absolutely.
and see, straight drop. I haven't even seen his parents, never heard him talk about. He's looking for these guys on the streets that's providing him with all this stuff to look out for him. Because now I done seen online too. Like I said, I don't pay no attention to these folks online because I've been following the case forever and they all over the place. But they claim that his homeboy CEO Teasy done ran away with his money. And he got an Instagram under CEO Teasy, CEOTEEZY. And they said he had pictures of straight drop all over his Instagram. He done even deleted the pictures, and that was that man's best friend.
Oh
Girl, they say he
wow.
done left Memphis. He
Oh
done
my
left
God.
Memphis with the boy. They claim he done left Memphis with all the money and everything. And that was straight drop best friend. And now he ain't nowhere to be found.
Wow. Now I had not heard that. Oh my God.
His name is CEOTEEZY on Instagram, and his name is CEOT. His name CEOTeezy, and it's all over. They saying that his homeboy done ran off with his money, and he was his man best friend. He was his best friend. And if you go on Straight Drop Facebook page and stuff, and look under his uploads, he got pictures of CEOTeezy all over his page. They was real close, and not like you said, them folks done left that man. They just done up and left him. Like you said, they even done changed their phone numbers on the man. It's
Yeah,
sad. And like you said, it could be my child, your child, anybody's child. That's
yeah,
why,
absolutely.
they done use that man. They done left that
Yeah.
man out there to drown. Because they saving their own behind. It's
There's
like,
a young man. There's a young man that I know that used to be out in the streets. He changed his life around. He's an activist here in Memphis now. He's always out there trying to get young men to change their lives. And I remember before Straight Drop was arrested, I remember saying to him, I said, I had a conversation with him. I said, I think it's gonna be the straight drop guy. And he said, no, he ain't like that. He said, his name is Justin. He said it before anybody knew it. He said, his name is Justin Johnson. I've been conferring with this young man. This young man has been through hell, Tamara. I don't think so. He ain't like that. So that's why it bothers me so much. It bothers me so much when I see our African American children have gone through hell because some of these young men have parents that was out in the street. And so they didn't have any guidance and they're looking for acceptance from somebody. And like I said, when you have people that are in a position to help them, if God has put them in a position, if they see that they want to rap and if they got the talent, they can help them as far as rap, as far as anything, any kind of profession that they want to get in. Why don't they just genuinely help them instead of take them up under their wing and hurt them? And that is what is going on with our children. They are being hurt by people that we're putting in high places like some of these celebrities.
Absolutely correct. You absolutely correct. And two, some people don't have a heart, so but I do, and I love Dolph. That was my favorite rapper, but it's starting to get sadder and sadder. I don't know about you, but they got to be held accountable for what they did, but it's sad on a motherly level. And then
Yes,
I know
it is.
too, you're right. I don't think Straight Drop had no guidance, because when you listen to them talk about his charges, they said when he got that other charge, that charge everybody was surprised he got by messing with that girl. They said that they took him and put him in some type of, pretty much like foster care, some type of home. They took him away, from his parents, if he did have any. They took him away from his parents. That's when I knew. Then I say, he ain't even got no leadership. His mom and them ain't even around like that.
Yeah.
Because they said on the news that they took him away and put him in some type of home, like a foster care home. I said, wow, that's his problem. And people don't understand. I tell people all the time, it starts at home first.
Yes, it
And
does.
a lot of times, sometimes we don't know what our kids doing when they're not around us. That's true, them facts. But I always feel like a lot of stuff do starts at home first, though.
And you can't leave your children with anybody, because I
Sure can.
remember when I was working for the sheriff's office, I had this program where once a month I would go over to Jail East, which is at that time that was the women that's the women's jail now, but they would house the juveniles over there in a section of the women's jail. And they would house the juvenile. They had the boys and the girls separated. I would go and talk to the juvenile boys. Now, they were from any age from 10 up until about 17. And you would be surprised at how talented they were, how crafty they were, but they was troubled. And people oftentimes would say, well, they just bad. And all kids are bad. We've all been bad. We've all been kids because we've all gotten into stuff. But these boys were in there for rape. They was in there for assault. They was in there for, some of them was in there for murder. And when I would talk to them and counsel with them, they would come over and confer with me and talk with me. They would go, well, in private, they would say, and I would ask them, why do you have these charges? What's going on? Talk to me. And sometimes they would say, well, I hate for weekends to come around. I got all of this anger in me because on weekends, my dad gets drunk and he beat my mom up when I was young. And I was angry because I couldn't do nothing to help her because I was too young, or they was molested and it was learned behavior. So if they was molested at 9, 10 years old, then when they turn 15, 16 years old, they're molesting a 9, 10 year old girl because they mamas and stuff are moving Tom, Dick, and Harry up in the house with them. They don't even know the man, but he up in there ruining her children. So what I would do is, because I know that kids can be manipulative, I would go in the system when I would get back to my office, and I would start pulling histories on 911 reports in the system, in the police system, and start looking at how often, look at their addresses and run histories and see how often that the police was called out to the house, or were there ever any incidents. And sure enough, when I would start digging into the history of the address or police reports and things of that nature, you saw where the kids was telling the truth. The police was called out to the house. 911 was called for domestic violence every damn weekend. Mama went to the bed, daddy went to jail. So they weren't lying. So kids are a product of what they see. They are a product of their environment. That's why I say we gotta be better to our children. We gotta watch our kids closer. That's why I say, it bothers me when I see older men, because everybody is vlogging and they're on here, and you see those young men, they just lost their leader, which is Dolph. Dolph was teaching those young men how to be millionaires. So when you see them and people go, they ain't got their lick back. As Black people, are we that screwed up now? Are we that screwed up now that we're constantly just want to see bloodshed? Yeah, I want to see. I know oftentimes when you lose loved ones, you want retaliation. We've all lost loved ones. But we know that the feds are all in this, and we know how it is when the feds are in it. So if they go and they start retaliating, they know the feds tapped into everything by now. Everybody, everything, and everybody. What good would it do them just so that they can wear the jacket of I got my lick back for them to be in jail with straight drop instead of encouraging them, empathizing with them just losing their leader who was helping them to change their lives and their families' lives, empathizing with them and saying, you know what, let's pray for them young men. Let's encourage them to go on and make Dolph proud. Instead, we're calling them wimpy. Talking about NBA young boy said he can't do no record with straight drop. I mean, I'm no record with Key Glock until he go get his lick back. But then you think about NBA young boy. I was listening to NBA young boys, whoever it was that discovered him, that said he was messed up in the head. They don't know how messed up in the head that he is. So I mean, I can't understand why some people are putting in a credence into what somebody like NBA YoungBoy would say when people are saying that his own manager said that he's messed up in the head because of trauma. Okay, but we're promoting that junk all over the internet instead of saying kill these Negroes who took your leader down with success, because that's the only thing that's gonna kill him, because that's why Dolph was taken out, because he was successful and he was helping other young men to be successful. As I said, he said $100 million used to be a lot to me, but it ain't nothing to me now. He said, I was broke until I figured out the recipe. And he was teaching everybody around him the recipe, which was those young men who look up to him. And now you got other black men who you would think that would be encouraging them, saying, smirking because of jealousy. Black people got that crabs in a barrel mentality. We got to do better. Man, their leader down. What they gonna do now? They ain't gonna be able to make it. What they can do is organize and get together and help to realize Dolph's dream. He chose each and every one of them for a reason. Not try and separate them and make them think that one is better than the other. But they can be more successful if they organize together and push their leader's dream and let them know you took our leader down, but you ain't stopped nothing. Because in my opinion, when it's all said and done, whoever was trying to kill him before, it ain't gonna be too far from that. And I don't care what nobody say. I don't know who it was, but it ain't gonna be too far from that. Either way it goes, it was wrong. And I'm not accusing anybody. I don't know who it was. But as my friend said the other day, when I said, you know, you got everybody on the internet trying to solve this Dolph case, he said, baby, it's already solved. He worked over there in investigation, so he would know. Okay? They're just trying to tie up some loose strings. So why would we be encouraging these young men to go and throw their lives away instead of making their leader happy? Because Dolph was about making money. You know, Dolph has ascended. They're left here. He taught them the recipe to keep cooking up his recipe and helping his community, because that's why he was taken down, because they was jealous of what he was doing. Okay, that's why he was taken down. I'm going to put the I don't know what happened to my she was really being my co-host with me. I don't know what happened. I was enjoying her, Miss Warren. But if anybody else want to come up here, you can click the link. If you got something you want to say, you can definitely come up. But y'all, it's got to change. Our communities can change. You know, as mothers, we're the models of our households. And so even though, you know, and I don't want no women to get mad at me, because we've all chosen wrong. But as women, we can make or break a man. We got to start choosing better fathers. And I'm not trying to talk down on anybody, because I have too. And trust me, I was younger. I made some mistakes myself. And I raised some kids on my own, okay? But as you get older, you start to make better decisions. And we don't make our children suffer because of that, you know. You know, I hear mother say all the time, when my son like that, because I didn't know how to teach him how to be a man. Women have been made raising children and raising good sons since the beginning of time. And it wasn't a man in the household. So that's not an excuse. No, you can't. It's better to have a two-parent household, to have a man that is actively there protecting his family and taking care of his family, not just a pair of pants, not just somebody you moving up in there that's ruining your child. But as mothers, we are the models of our household. So which means we running it. We set the tone for it. And we got to start keeping this type of stuff away from our children. We got to we got to stop supporting. We can control what kind of music they listen to in the household. Okay? And then if we talk to them enough, they won't even want to accept that type of music that's talking about destroying our communities. And if we stop supporting these people that's destroying our communities, the record label's going to start putting a halt on a lot of the stuff that they do. The record label going to start putting a halt on it. They ain't supporting it. We're going to have to change the tone. They're going to start shooting fire up on a lot of these artists' butt. Now, a lot of people, and I don't know if Black Youngster or Gotti had anything to do with Dolph's murder. I don't. But a lot of people want to put everything on Black Youngster. But Black Youngster was under CMG label. He couldn't release nothing unless his label had approved it. I've always said that I didn't like the way that was done, because if you're the head, why would you allow your artist who's making you money, who it puts stuff out like that, and that could eventually get him messed over? Why would you even let him do something like that? You're the head. You could have pulled a plug on anything like that. Why would you want for the focus to be just on him? I've always had issues with that. I have to be real about it. You know? So y'all, like I said, we got to open our eyes, and I'm not accusing anybody. I don't know what has happened. The police say they know. I didn't work this case. The police worked it. The feds are working it. So they know. So it's not for me to accuse anybody. But when people are making the wrong moves, it has to be called out, and we can control our children. We can control what our children listen to, but some of these parents worse off than their kids. The kids got more sense than the parents. They sitting up smoking and drinking with their kids, acting a fool with their kids. You ain't gonna go to no school when he making all F's when his teacher called, but you'll go up to the school to fight and show out. That's what's happening in our communities, and it's showing with a lot of our children. We have the power to change what is going on, y'all. We do. I can't blame nobody if my kids acting a fool, acting out what they listening to, and they living in my household, and they're underage, and I'm letting them listen to it in my house. I'm paying for their music. I'm paying for the phone that they downloading the stuff on. So, anyways, who else want to come up here? I don't want to get on here and just keep fussing, because I could just go on and on and on, because it bothers me, because even with what has happened to young Dolph, and I'm not saying that young Dolph was a saint, I still hate to see Black men destroying each other. They are weaponizing, they're weaponizing rap. The low frequencies, they're weaponizing it because they want to see us killing each other. And I can't understand these rappers making all this money and going for it. You're making more money than you've ever made, but you got to destroy your community. You don't see no other race of people doing that. The rockers are so outlandish. They holler and scream. They wear heels and makeup and all that devil stuff, but you don't hear them disrespecting their women. And they brain be fried from cracked out, cocained out, or whatever they be. But you don't hear them preaching destruction in their community. You don't hear that. And the thing that bothers me about a lot of Black people is that they pay them to a lot of people to be the face of destruction in our communities. And these black boys are the ones with the talent. They're the ones with the talent, so they ain't even got to do it if they organize, because nobody else other than these black rappers should really be making the money off of rap. But instead, they got the talent and they let other people use them as a string. And then they be the black face of destruction in our community. And we hold them in high regards because they got money, and we let and let our kids do it. And that's the reason why the stuff that's going on is going on, y'all. All right, you guys. Anybody want to get on? I know I've been on here fussing for a long time, y'all. I've been on here fussing, going on 2 hours. Not fussing, but like I said, I just want to see our community do better. I do. I would like nothing more than I don't want to see anybody that has been successful in Memphis be affiliated with this. But it's gonna be whatever it's gonna be, whatever that is. I'm not the feds are handling the investigation. And as I told you, my friend said the other day, baby, this case already solved. So that means they've been knowing. They've been knowing. And so we got to stop being double-minded too, because I hear people say, well, straight drop or Cornelius gonna be a rat. Either you want Dolph's case solved or you don't want it solved. See, like I say, as black people, we've looked too much at the Italians, where John got in them, where we're talking about. I figured your Danetta, I figured your phone went dead. We've looked too much at these mob movies where we hear John got in them talk about rats. The only reason these folks talk about it ain't good to be a rat, this and that, the Italians came up with that is because they wanted somebody else to go and do their time for them and not say a word. They was too coward. They was out there doing the killing, but they was too coward to go do their own time. So they put in somebody else's head that's weaker, and black folks adopt anything. You a rat. Because they feel like your life ain't nothing. So I don't want the jacket of being a rat. So I'll go do his time while he out with his family. I'll go do life. I ain't no rat. And then we teach that mess to our kids, and they in there doing time for somebody else while they out living their life. Well, at least he ain't got the jacket of being a rat. What in the world is wrong with us black people? Instead of telling your son, look here, son, you know you didn't do that. You better get in there and tell what's right. And then we get to complain about, well, the police ain't doing their job. They ain't getting nobody off the street. Well, the police can't solve. We're the ones that's in the community. If we want our communities cleaned up, why in the world will we not go and tell that Junebug is the one that's burglarizing everybody's house in the neighborhood, to include your very own? But you get mad at the police because you know Junebug burglarizing the houses, but I don't want to be no rat. Well, how they gonna know? They don't live in your neighborhood. But that only happens in the black community. Our people, they have screwed our people up, and a lot of us are screwing our children up. That's why they're looking up to celebrities who ain't doing nothing but causing destruction. We can make or break these celebrities, because if they preaching destruction, we ain't got to support them, and they're our kids to support them. Especially if you the one paying bills in your house, you paying that phone bill. Your son ain't got no job, so you control what he download on that phone. But we hold somebody. Black women are so easily bought off. All they got to do, they destroying our children. They signing our kids and putting them in slave contracts. You know he a good boy. He a good CEO. Your child is the one with the talent. He getting less than a penny, which is nothing. In it, a half of a penny is nothing. Those are the types of contracts that they putting your kids in with the talent. But you so easy. Then they send your child out there to do their dirty work, and he get killed. He come back with, I pay for the funeral. I'm going to give you $10,000. And he just bought your loyalty off after he ruined your son. And then he go do it to somebody else's son, because yours in the grave. But it don't stop because we don't put a stop to it. That's why I say I can feel sorry for the straight drops and people like that, even though what they did was wrong and justice has to be served, but we failed our children some kind of way. We have. Because even if daddy ain't in the house, he ain't got no business looking up to nobody else. You the one paying them bills. If he need to be looking up to you his mama. Well, he just want to look up to a man. That celebrity, he love that music. He preaching destruction. He ain't got no business looking up to a celebrity that ain't paying a bill in your house, but preaching destruction. And we wonder why somebody can go pay somebody like Straight Drop or Cornelius or the Bobby CEOs or whatever their names are to go shoot down their enemies and take out their competition and make them think, well, you heard what JoJo said, everything I learned, CEO Bobby, my best friend, and CEO Bobby out there, you see his charges. But these are the people that our children are looking up to. So, and it only happens in the Black community. And I can't understand Black people that have made it out of their community. We let them shoot down a man that was giving back to his community, our children, because we're like got crabs in the barrel mentality. I've heard women say, Black women, I got sons that can rap. Dolph live right in Castelia with my sons, and he wouldn't sign my sons. That's the reason why he dead. Jealousy. That's what's destroying our community, jealousy. Black men right here on YouTube, smirking and grinning, talking about what Dolph dead. They took out the head. Key Glock, them ain't gonna be able to go on and be successful. They took out the head. Jealousy. Black men that are twice their age. It ain't the white folks no more. It's us. Because if we unify, these Black boys are the ones with the talent. Why do they have to take money from white people and then do what they say do and preach and talk and preach destruction in their very own damn communities, the communities that they grew up in? They're taking dimes and preaching destructive. Okay, well, we'll give you a few $1 million. We'll give you a contract. You go sign some more of your, instead of teaching them the game like Dolph was doing, the independent game. Mark my word. I said it, then I turned around and heard Gotti talk about it. That's how hiding God has me. Gotti turned around and said, I heard him say he did a interview with somebody just yesterday. People really don't need to be independent is really not the way to go or something like that. He's being paid. I knew it. I said, mark my word, if you look at some of my videos just a few days ago, you're going to start hearing artists speak about being independent, because it is not conducive to a record label or a record company for these Black boys to be independent, because they want to keep them in slave contracts. And they give some of us a few $1 million, and then they put a Black face in front of us to preach being independent, not being independent. Sign with a record label so you can have that backing. Instead of telling them like Dolph did, I can put that money, I can get out there and grind and put that money into myself and build my own label. Independent is the way to go. But you got Black people taking crumbs because it ain't enough money to keep your community in bondage. They're taking money to keep their community in bondage, and we got our children looking up to them. When we as the people can control it by not supporting them, we can. Because if we don't support them, the white folks ain't get ready to support them. They don't even have no need for them, because they need them to keep us in bondage. They figure that they figure black folks done caught on to our game, so we got to stay in the background. We go get a Negro, get him a few $1,000,000, make him likable, change his image, make them think. They always say the game is you have to make them think you're trying to help them. So that's why I say with black women, we're the ones that's raising these kids by ourselves. That's why you hear a man say in a minute, go buy her something, go buy her a little some groceries, or buy a little car, something like that. Make her think you're trying to help her. Her son is the one with the talent. We can really pimp him, and then when we finish using him, we'll get him on pills and stuff, get him on cocaine, on drugs, so he can't watch what's going on. He already don't know nothing about the music industry. Instead of taking him up under his wing, because he is a black man that came out the damn hood, and you see how talented he is. You know what? Look, I can put you on. Maybe I can get 5% for so long because I have to put you on, but I want you to get the majority of your money. But that's not happening. You got black men that's raping these little black boys in their contracts, just like the Jews was doing, just like the white folks was doing. Okay. So at this point, it ain't other, it's us. And we're holding these people in high regards because we're saying, well, we can't talk about no black person. He is doing wrong, but he is black. We got to support him. No, there are a lot of black people out there that we don't support because they're positive. We won't even support them if they put positive music out. And that's why a lot of destruction is going on, because words are spells. Your kids can't even get their homework, but they know these destructive raps word for word. Okay, y'all. Who wants to come up? Because see, y'all know how I am. When I get to talking about my community, I get real passionate because as black people, we act like we don't know what to do. We act like we ain't got the power. We do got the power. There's strength in numbers. Why do you think when other groups of people are organized and they come to the black community, they ain't gonna come to nothing we trying to organize and do, but they'll come and get us to get in their stuff because they understand that there's strength in numbers, and we happy to go and help them after they come and get us to organize with them, because they understand that the legislators say, oh, it's a group of them, we're gonna have to do something. They get what they want passed. But when it comes to us with reparations and things like that, you ain't gonna see them come and stand with us. No other group of people, period. But then we're like crabs in a barrel when it comes to each other. You know, I always say this. I love going to New York because New York is very eclectic. People that live in New York don't even really have an appreciation of it because they say it's like a rat race. But I like to go visit. You know why? Because they got Little Italy, they got Chinatown. You go over there to the Jewish community, they got their own bank. Chinatown got their own bank. They got all their restaurants. You got Little Italy, they got all of their restaurants. But when you walk into Harlem, you got the Hispanics, they got their community, they got their restaurants, they got their stores. But when you go into Harlem, what do you see? Everybody else, other than black people, everybody comes to the black community and hijack our community. Every beauty supply store in the hood, we supposed to be owning. We're supposed to own them. We're the ones that patronize them. Everybody comes to our community and hijack our community, and we're okay with that as long as it's not another black business. We find every reason not to support each other. And then we'll turn around and say, well, I just can't support no black person because she had an attitude, but you ain't got no issue with the Asians following you around their store, letting you know they think you're a thief. You can't stay out of their supply house, but you find any reason, because that's how we've been programmed, not to patronize each other. And then you can't get an Asian or nobody to put nothing back into your community unless they have a cause for doing it. Unless they have a motive for doing it, it's something for them in the ending. But you can't even understand, like what Dolph was doing, when you support your own black businesses, that it helps to generate funds in your community. It ain't nothing magical about what other races do. They just learn how to organize and support each other, which is what blacks have not been taught. That's why I say when we see these rappers and they get these big contracts, we don't even think about why they've given them the contracts. They gave him all these millions to start his own, to start a label. They put that type of money behind him. That's to keep your children in bondage. Whew, child. Okay, let me put the link up because I want y'all to come back up here. Whoever want to come up, come on up and speak your piece. The link is in the I'm putting the link in the comments. It's quite a few people in this room. You don't have to be silent. I'm not mean. I'm the nicest person you would ever meet. I promise you. I am. If you want to come up, click on the link and come up and say whatever it is you want to say, because you're in here for a reason. You might, whatever you got to say, God might be using you to help somebody. So you don't have to be silent in the room. Put on your avatar if your hair ain't right and come up here and say something if you want to. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also hit the like button. Subscribe and hit the like button. Also, if you want to support the channel, that's my Cash App, Real Talk with Tamara. You can send something through Cash App. Does anybody want to come up? So, y'all, that's why I said, with Straight Drop, when I saw Straight Drop in court, and somebody was telling me, because I have a local TV show on Comcast here in Memphis, I could go into the courtroom, and I can't do that. I've been taking a break, y'all, because as I said, I do private investigative work. I had taken so many cases. that it just feels good to have worked them down and to be able to sit at home for a few days. My mama was like, don't take another case for at least almost a month. Recuperate. You've taken too many. And one of the reasons I was saying that when federal prosecutors or federal defense attorneys call me and they have death penalty cases, you have to understand, like, I put my heart into everything. And when there is reasonable doubt and the attorneys depend on the investigators, an attorney is only as good as his researcher and his investigators. That's what people don't know. It's good to have attorneys that know the law, but it is the investigators and the researchers that get out and get it in the mud. We're the ones that get out and find the witnesses and talk to the witnesses about giving information that could help with the defendant if I'm working for a defense attorney, or a prosecutor if a prosecutor calls me. I mostly like to take private cases because my heart has always been in until I gotten drained, but I'm back on it doing cold cases. Cold cases where, especially of missing Black children. Years ago, if you look at my channel, I was talking about how they were stealing our children. And it was easier. And the reason I ended up getting my talk show here in the Tennessee area, it's in the Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi area on Comcast, is because I was the only person that was actually talking about it and putting these missing kids on TV and having their families on. A African-American child or a child of other than white is not going to get the coverage in the media. I was doing it every single day to the point that I got drained, because I was working for the police department. I had gotten into private investigations, and I was doing my TV show every single day, and I became drained. And the police department had gotten to a point where they had started putting policies in saying, if you're going to be a private investigator, you can't have an investigative license and work for the police department. And I had to assess the situation. And I was like, I worked too hard within my business and could make more money if I left the police department. I was really just there for the benefits. And I left the police department, and I have not looked back. I have not looked back because I understood I had a bigger calling, a bigger calling of bringing more attention to our children. Because I work for the police department, God had put me there. I understood that Black kids was not getting the attention. Missing persons unit, the missing persons unit, they send the old heads over there that are getting ready to be retired because they do not look for missing people. Black girls and Black children and little Black boys are going missing in record numbers every single day. And so you have families to hire me and hire my company to reignite leads to look for their children. And so that's where my heart is. That's what I do. Like I said, I do take federal cases. I do cases of injustices where um if someone, I was getting calls from Louisiana on a regular, okay, because of how jacked up that system is. So if you have a relative that has been wrongly incarcerated, oftentimes they will hire private investigators to to go, and especially if they've been wrongly convicted, to look at the case and start getting evidence to prove that they was wrongly convicted. That's something that God gave me when I ran up on the person that trained me, gave me the best trainer that there ever was. And that's the reason why, like I said, I take a lot of other cases that I don't care to talk about. I'm working on a cold case. I'm working on a cold case right now. Okay. But I'm able to work on cold cases at my own pace. I'm taking a whole lot of other cases that I just worked down. That's why I can sit here and talk to y'all. This right here is therapeutic to me because I was out every single day working on cases to the point that I had gotten stressed out. My mom said, that cold case you working on right now, work that case and don't take another case from an attorney for about a month because you stressed out. And I do be. People say, is it dangerous? The only thing I could say is I'm Iraq. I keeps Iraq in my house, in my car, everywhere. I don't be worried about that. And I grew up in the hood, so I'm not scared to go. I'm not stupid either. I always have other people. I have other investigators around me. These are investigators that are retired. The guy who he's always with me, retired from that trained me, that had worked for the FBI for 25 years, and then most retired officers get into PI work that work with me. So I always have other people with me. So we always run deep, but we work hard on cases more so. It's very personal to me though, especially when you're talking about our children. I just have a soft spot for the youth because they are very vulnerable. They are, and especially Black children. Black kids are very vulnerable. They are because they are a target. And then you have a lot of parents that are out in the street that are just strung out, and kids are left to fend for themselves. I had a young lady who was braiding my hair, and that one of my daughters knew. And as I started talking to her, she was telling me about how she had raised her twin siblings. And she said, I remember, I had to take care of them. And, my her mother was on drugs. And she said they lived in some projects right there in South Memphis, like around the Kansas area. And she said they were just like my babies. And she was 9 years old. She said I would bathe my sisters and brothers, and I would put them in their stroller. They would be with me everywhere I went. I made sure I took them everywhere I went. And she said, and so my mama, when she would cash she would get her welfare check, I would make sure the first thing I did was go to the office and pay the rent, so we would always have somewhere to stay, even though her mother was stoned out. That's why I say, as Black mothers, we got to do better. We're failing our children. They did. I think they did too. They paid pennies on the dollar to kill Dolph. And this is what has happened in the situation with Dolph. You're right. They was paid, but it was pennies on the dollar. You know, somebody else said that they felt like it was a favor. Somebody else that's involved in this case said they think that it was a favor and somebody was promised something. I won't say what they was promised, but they feel like they was promised something, which is still even worse. Because if you're in a position to help somebody, especially if they got a talent, why don't you help them? Why you got to go send them out to go and ruin their lives, to destroy, to kill your enemy or whatever. Like I said, this case is not going to be that complicated. It's really not that complicated. It's just that a lot of people don't know. Okay, when it's all said and done, it boils down to jealousy, and this did not have to happen, because you think about all of the young men that are gonna go down. Yeah, it's just sad. All of the young men that are gonna go down, a lot of the lives that are gonna be destroyed when they have to go away and go away from their families for a very long time. And then you got Dolph, who would never have, who his family would never see him again, all because this young man was striving to try to do something for himself. He took a lot of pride in being independent and not being up under the umbrella of anybody. It gave him a lot of pride to be able to sign young men in the hood that was out in the street and see them change their families' lives. See, he was a businessman. Ain't nobody got time for no gang mess. Well, why he signed the ops? And don't no businessman give a damn about no ops. He's signing talent. He lose his life because he signed talent. A op don't mean nothing to a businessman. This stuff has got to stop. And you got old crusty folks saying that he signed the ops. What is an op to a businessman? You could tell a person who ain't got nothing. That man was running a business, a label. He was looking for talent. Ain't nobody got time for no ops. What is that? Opposition. That's just a fad anyways. And that's what I say. How do we teach our children to get out and fight for a hood that the housing authority owns? They fighting about a color. He wear a color blue. He wear a color. Lord have mercy. If they actually sat down and did research on how gangs was started and why it was started and how they killing each other, how it was all of this was started so that they could kill each other, you gonna kill somebody about a color. What kind of sense do that make? Black people. And then you have parents saying, well, I didn't know my son was in a gang. Let me tell you something. Now, I worked for the police department. Y'all know I'm going to keep it real. A lot of these women, a lot of these folks know what their children doing. They ain't got no problem with it because they benefiting from it. They don't have a problem with it until somebody get tired and shoot Junebug down. Then they get to hollering about what kind of good boy he was when you been knowing he was burglarizing homes. He was just bringing you back jewelry and money. As long as a lot of these parents benefit from it, they ain't got no problem until there's a tragedy. You're not fooling me. Now, you know I'm going to tell the truth. I ain't work over there at that police department all those years to be stupid now. That's why I say we got to be better as it relates to our children. We got to call them and steer them right. Teach them about how to get out and work and earn their own money. They don't want to work at a fast food restaurant. Tell them, well, then they better get up in that fast food restaurant and figure out how they can own a franchise at some point. But you are not going to be around here not working and walking up in here with jewelry on. You ain't got no job. So how you getting it? You scared to question somebody in the house you paying bills for? You been knowing what that boy was doing, but you ain't got no problem with it until tragedy comes to your doorstep. And then you want to play like you didn't know, but you been knowing. So that means you encouraging it. So y'all, like I said, y'all know we got to do better. We don't have a choice. African American women, we're mostly, you see a lot of African American women, we're the main ones that are raising these children in our household. I have a friend that works over there. That's why I say I can feel sorry for the straight drops, even though what he did was wrong. I have a friend that works over there at DCS, Department of Children's Services. She said, Tamara, you remember a time where they would say, we have to watch the little girls. You don't let the little girls sit on nobody's lap. We have to make sure we pay attention to our little girls. I said, yeah. She said, they misusing the little boys more than anything now. That's why you seeing a lot of this anger. I said, I know. She said, we have more little boys that are being raped by mama's boyfriend when you already knew little Rufus had been in jail for 35, 40 years, 20 years. You met him on some jail line. He wasn't interested until he found out you had some little boys. And as mothers, we're not protecting, a lot of mothers are not protecting their children. And you moving these jailbirds that's been in jail 25, 30 years right in there over your little boys, and they messing over your little boys. There was a man, and I'll never forget it, got out of jail, mentally ill. She took him right out of jail. It affected the officers for they had to get some counseling. The officers, the police officers, MPD, they said he flagged them down, had just got out of jail a month prior. She took him in her house right out of jail. Didn't even really know him. He flagged him down and said, me and my girlfriend just got into it. I set her on fire. If you get in there, she might be still alive. When they got in there, she was dead, on fire. She was dying. Those officers had to have counseling for months because they couldn't get that out of their mind. But as women have to start making better decisions as it relates to their children. A lot of these women think it's something to be trapping with their sons. You know, my son is a high-ranked gangster. He in the gang, he high-ranked. When did we ever start praising our sons for being in gang organizations? When did that become all right? As a mother, you a woman. You okay with your son mistreating women, and you a woman. You got a problem with your son giving his child's mother money for a child that he laid down and got, and you've been a single mama your whole life. A lot of these women are messing up their children. I'm not excusing the men, because it's time for the men to get back into position, get their mind right, and get back on their throne and become the head and start protecting their women and their children. They're supposed to be the head. When the head ain't right, it trickles down. Can't nothing be right. And that's why everything is out of balance with Black people, because the Black man ain't stepping up as the head no more than women are the head. Everything is out of order. It ain't nothing wrong with being a strong Black woman, but every woman wants a man to protect her. Instead, you see a lot of women working while the man sit at home. I came up in a time where the men that I was around was nothing but soldiers. They understood their position, And a lot of men don't know their position, and that's why everything is out of order with Black people. That's why everything is out of order. We need our Black men. They're going to be extinct with killing each other. And I feel like that's the way that it's planned. And people don't have a problem. People that come from nothing don't have a problem with taking money to teach destruction or preach destruction in our communities. That's why you see a lot of these rappers and these R&B singers doing devilish stuff, because it's just about them and their family. They couldn't care about how your kids interpret it and go out and do crazy stuff. That's what the people in the background giving them the money for, because it's directed strictly at the Black people, so that we won't unify. The biggest threat that there is for anybody, especially people that want to keep us under control, is for Black people to unify. Look at what Dr. Kingdom did back in the 60s when they unified, when they came together. Look at what they was able to do, and Black people was jealous of him. You had Black people taking money from white supremacists to stab Dr. King in his back so that they can kill him. And ain't nothing changed today. And he was helping to make things better for even their generations to come. That's why I say this has got to change. And we cannot coddle and support people that is destroying our community. I don't care how much we like their music. Whoever killed this boy Dolph, I don't care who they are. They got to pay for what they did. And I'm telling you that Straight Drop them didn't do this on their own. There is a bigger demon. And whoever it is, y'all, they have to pay. I don't want to see these young boys go down on their own, because if they go to jail and somebody paid them to do it, and the people who paid them to do it don't go to jail, then it's a travesty of justice. We still ain't got the problem. Because if we don't dig the root up, the tree gonna grow again. If we constantly chop the limbs off, as long as the root down there, it's just gonna grow up again. And they ruin more and more children. Y'all, please hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you have not subscribed to my channel. If you would like to support the channel, you see my Cash App up there. If you would like to come up here, I have put the link in the comments. I'm putting the link in the comments again. I see quite a few people on here. If you want to come up, if you have something to say, if you want to say something to encourage somebody, just feel free to come up here. You know, we was talking about Straight Dropping them, and we could still talk about them. But it's still open conversation, because even with our community, if we're going to sit up and talk about the straight drops in there, if we're going to talk about what's going on in our community, we got to have a strategy. We got to talk. If we're going to talk about the problems, we got to start talking about some solutions. If we went and put everybody in jail, then we ain't going to have nobody if we're not correcting some things so that our children can start going in another direction. Because I feel like it's offensive for anybody's kids to be looking at anybody as a role model other than their parents. And if their parents are not role model material, that is a problem, because there are a lot of parents that are not. That is a problem. That means the parents ain't right in some kind of way, and they are affecting their children. Like I said, kids are a product of their environment. You all, thank you for the Cash Apps. I'm trying to get to see the names so that I can heart them. Did anybody want to come up? Yeah, jealousy. Yeah, jealousy is the reason that Dolph is in the grave. Like I said, I think that's one of the things that really has me upset, is knowing that one of the reasons that Dolph is in the grave is because of jealousy. You're on, girl.
Girl, don't nobody else want to talk. I talk with you. Shoot, I'm on here. Girl, something else that bothered me in Memphis was when that dang on boy killed that child and that baby mama. That was crazy too.
Yeah, you know what? You know,
I believe it. I'm
yeah,
gonna tell you my thoughts.
that was a real hard one. That boy, it's that's crazy. How could he have?
I believe that girlfriend got something to do with that tomorrow. I don't care what nobody say. I heard her interview on the cussing pastor. She all down there talking about she paying for a deposit on fingernails and stuff, and it just wasn't adding up. Her story just ain't adding up. I mean, but I feel like if they do had something to do with it, they probably be done picked her up. But girl, there's so much going on in Memphis.
Yes, it is. It's a lot that go on in Memphis. You know what? I think it's a crying shame. That's the Mississippi River over there. So down there about where he how could he take that baby? And there are some people that said that they saw him do it, but they didn't know that it was the baby because evidently he had put the baby in a bag and they saw him. How could he take that baby and drop that baby in the Mississippi River? That's
That's a
the
cold-hearted
that's
person.
the most evil thing that I have ever seen. You saw police because they was getting a ping because the girl's phone was in the bag. The bag, he had already killed the mother. So her
Right.
phone was in the bag that the baby was in. So the police somehow was still getting a ping from the phone. So that's why a lot of people were saying you saw them with their sirens on. They was just constantly circling around the river, because they kept getting a ping of what that phone being by the river. But he had already dropped the baby and the phone in the water.
That's sad. He's
That's
sick.
evil.
Something wrong with him.
That is the most evil thing. That is the most evil thing by far.
It is something. It's something wrong with him. Something. And then when I seen him when he appeared in court, I was like, "Look at this fool. He looked like he crazy."
Yeah, he had lost his mind. You could tell that he really had lost his mind.
Hey, but you know what's crazy? I don't think. I mean, when I read the comments on Facebook, like people don't know what people be going through. I guess, but that ain't even explainable. That's he neither here nor there. But I don't even think he came from a bad family. Reading the comments and stuff, cause you see his parents now heard up and got him a lawyer.
Yeah,
And
but
to me, I don't even understand what they got him a lawyer for.
you know what? I think at some point he was going to try. I don't know if that girl was involved or not. She said that he had never wanted her to drive his car, but for some reason at that day he wanted her to drive his car. I kind of think that he was going to try and set that girl up.
You think so?
Mhm.
So you don't really and your heart, you don't think she had nothing to do with it. She was just
Well,
as
now I didn't say that now because you know what? I listened to her interview and you could tell from the way that she talked, there might have been some bitterness somewhere because she still wanted to like slick talk about the girl that was deceased, like little slick stuff. He said that he didn't look at her like that. Why would she even be saying that? So it's still in her
right.
mind that there was some competition still in her mind.
And then that fool talking about she had ain't been talking to the dude for 6 months and she done had two abortions already. And then this girl, she had her baby, and then I heard the mama interview. She said that the daughter had done said that that girl had done followed her before. So the girl was crazy too. The girlfriend, she was just crazy too. She
Yeah,
was
she was
crazy.
crazy. Now,
Mhm.
if she had anything to do with it, I think they would have been um I think they would have been
Picked her up.
picked her up. But I think what he's gonna try to do is do the insanity plea.
You think?
Well, if you
Yeah.
look at his page, he showed signs of being sick because he would make little jokes on his page, but you have to look at what people say, right?
Yeah, you right.
it on his page. If I'm playing stepdaddy to somebody's child and they out cheating, I'm leaving the child at the park. He said it as a joke, but why would somebody even think of something like that?
Okay. Yep, that's true. Because he meant what he said.
Right.
He meant
So that
exactly
was
what
supposed
he
to show his mental state, because something like that, leaving children at a park by themselves, abandoning them, that was not funny to me.
said. It won. And then he was already married. He just had a whole triangle going on. He was married. He just had a lot going on. But he wasn't with the wife no more. I mean, girl, he just had a lot going on too.
Yeah, he did. He had a lot going on. His wife, according to his wife, they had not been together, and she didn't want to be with him or whatever. She had left him alone. Mm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think it's something, I'm glad that she got away from I'm glad that she got away from that, but that was a very heartbreaking thing, to take a 2-day old baby, your own child. How could you do that to anybody's child, but take a 2-day old baby and take it and drop it in the Mississippi River?
Yeah, that was girl. I was like, wow. When I seen it come up on WRAG3 on YouTube, I was like, it took my whole attention. I said, what? This fool done really killed his own child and then had the nerve to admit to it.
Yeah, he admitted to it, but then
And
he got
baby
he
mama.
got in court and pleaded not to. He got
Yeah,
in court
that's
and
what I
pleaded
didn't
not guilty.
understand. That's what I didn't understand. Now he done admitted to all. Then the lawyer sitting up there talking about some, she want to know what officer took the statement. Baby, this is beyond that officer, and you know it. Like girl, that was a case I wouldn't even took either. Like I see, I can't do that kind of
But
stuff because
that's the sad thing. That lawyer saw all the publicity and then it's a female lawyer.
yeah, she a female lawyer.
She liable to ruin her career, because even though she's trying to take it for the publicity, as a woman, she should really have steered away from that. She
People are
knows.
really
See,
crazy.
I know what she's saying. See, that baby in the Mississippi, anything that goes in the Mississippi River is never found. Okay. Because the Mississippi River runs all the way down to Louisiana. Okay. So and it's
Wow.
very deep. So whenever, because we've had people here in Memphis to have breakdowns and go drive their car into their river, and they are never found. They sink real quick. That's how unforgiving that river is. So he knows that baby being 2 days old, it would never be found. And that's what that lawyer knows. And so in her mind, she's probably saying, with the baby not being found, that puts doubt in people's mind, where if the baby is never found, how you know that the baby is really dead. You see what I mean? Those are the types of games that those types of lawyers like to play.
Mm-hmm. You got a valid point, because that's what people saying. They on Facebook and stuff talking about some. Don't say the baby dead. I'm like, it is what it is at this point. If you got any common sense anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Social media. I see. I didn't know this about this YouTube stuff and all this YouTube live till Dolph died. That's when I realized I call it the YouTube street, because these folks crazy on the internet,
Yeah,
girl. They don't believe anything.
yeah, they
Girl,
do.
they
They
don't
believe
believe
anything.
anything. Like, they don't have no common sense on here. I'd be like, this world is crazy. These folks are crazy. They will believe anything.
Yes, they will. Yeah. I see a lot of these. Lord have mercy. If you look at some of the channels that have popped up, like when I was looking at some of the channels that call themselves, was just a few of them. It was so hilarious to me. Like when they called themselves was covering like the Dolph's case, they was
Oh, girl,
how
why? I
often
know
they
you
knew
done
that
seen
was
that channel
lying.
tomorrow where they sitting up on the panel with pens and papers and girl, if they don't stop playing, I was just like, ain't no way in the world. I mean, like, it done, girl, they don't accuse everybody in Memphis of killing dogs. That panel have. It done got ridiculous. All the police has done killed dogs. Like, it just done went too far. But out, girl, and I'm like, people really sitting up. But I'm gonna tell you something, Tamara. That man was making buku money off people. They were paying that man like he was in a church somewhere taking up a collection plate.
Oh my God. Oh
Girl,
Lord.
Man, when I tell you, girl, it wasn't nothing for him to make probably $2,000-3,000 in one night, girl. Them folks, if not more than that, them folks were paying that man money. And now
Wow.
he done got to fire most of the people out the panel. See what's going on with that is he running out of content.
Oh
That's what
wow.
I think going on with that, because the people that been rocking with him from day one, he don't start finding them off the panel over there. Girl, it's a whole mess over there.
Oh Lord.
I watched him maybe once or twice, and I had been through with him. I was like, this dude playing. Like he really out here playing now. Like you doing too much. You done took this stuff too far. This is ridiculous at this point. And the fact that people really sitting up here watching this mess. That's
Oh
what drew me to you when I watched your video today, and I was like, "Wow, she on the money. Like she ain't coming with all these false allegations and just doing anything for YouTube views. She telling you what it is. She telling you, you on the money with the situation. These other bloggers, they all over the place.
yeah, I knew from when because even with some of the officers, like it at first it's because some of these, some of the people, it was kind of funny, but then you had some people who I think was almost close to like interfering in the investigation. Because anytime you start trying to call out witnesses' names, and a lot of times it's a lie, but you don't do things of that nature, especially in an ongoing investigation. And what a lot of people don't know is there have been people where the feds can call YouTube, especially with proof of interference in an investigation, especially if there's witnesses whose lives and stuff have been put in jeopardy. They could have your channel taken down and bring charges against you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so some people was just kind of going too far in the name of views, but some of it was
Mm-hmm.
like hilarious. Some people had some, it's a lot of people had some good content because I'm not against nobody making their money. Make your money. There are some people that had
I
a
can
lot.
see the
There are a
people,
lot of
but
people
what
that
I
have
am
a lot
against is
of
the
content, but some
stupidity.
people just kind of went too far with it.
Yeah, nah, I can't. I just keep it real. I don't know now another way. I don't cut no corners. I don't care who get mad. I'm just going. I'm just the type person. To me, telling the truth will take you a long way in life. That stuff on YouTube, that stuff is beyond me at this point. It's just beyond me. They don't took that stuff out of hand, and then I'm like, they playing with their life on here. They ain't even realizing they can get people killed behind some of this stuff they saying. Like they
Mhm.
not even realizing that. Like, cause these folks dropping like flies behind this Dolph situation, and they out here calling out names. They got fake witnesses, 007, and all this crazy. Girl, it done got out of hand.
Oh wow.
Girl, that one panel had a fake witness called 007. I ain't never in my life seen nothing like it. And
Oh
she
wow.
was supposed to match the description of I want to say that other Anita woman that got killed with the blonde hair that got killed at the Walgreens down there for no reason. And they
Mhm.
gonna have nerve to say on that panel, that's why the woman got killed, because they thought it was the 007 witness that they had on their channel. I was like, this shit is done went, excuse me, but I was like, they done went too far with this. This
Oh
is
Lord.
I ain't never in my life seen nothing like it. I ain't know YouTube. I didn't even know you could go live on YouTube, like I said, until Dolph died. I had never
Mhm.
in my life heard of this. Like, you the only one out of all that man been dead since November 17th. It's all the way in February. You're the only one that I done heard come with some good content when I listened to your video today. I was like, she on it. And then the fact that you stay in Memphis, you know what I'm saying? And then you plugged in with people that know some stuff. And you know what I'm saying? Like you said, you can't say too much, but that right there would really call. I'm like, she ain't out here just lying and just putting anything up for content. She coming with facts. Cause a lot of stuff you said, it make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
It makes sense to me. It ain't like you just sitting up here just putting out stuff and just lying and stuff. And like you said, though, everything is allegedly, but you in Memphis, that makes a difference too. But these other bloggers, they all over the place with this. They don't at this point, when they got to using his name to make money, I was like, I'm over it.
Mm-mm-mm. But I know, even for Daw's family, they'll be glad when all of this, and I'm sure because I see that his wife, his fiance Mia J, she's kind of tapped in. They are keeping in close contact with her, the police chief, a lot of the officials here. I see that they're adopting her nonprofit organization. All Black Men Deserve to Live, to live, to grow old. I see she's put up quite a few billboards around the city, and she's also put up some billboards with Dolph's "Long Live Dolph" on it. So she's representing for her man. You
Oh,
know,
girl, they even went so far as to saying she had something to do with it. I'm like, see, this right here is just going. This is ridiculous at this point. All these people hurt behind this, and y'all sitting up here accusing these folks of
yeah,
killing
I
this
don't
man.
think she had anything to do with that.
She
I
didn't.
It's gonna all boil down to some kids being sent out and jealousy, and that's a crying shame. That
So
is
it-
that is
it's
a
really
crying shame.
simple. It's really simple, just like you said. It ain't no whole bunch of all these extra cookie shop girl. Like a shooter was in the cookie shop, and I don't believe that. I don't bit more believe that. I don't even believe nobody in that cookie shop had nothing to do with it. I mean, it's simple. It was some. I think it was jealousy and some street beef. Like with straight dropping them and all of them. I think that's all it was. And whoever put paid for the hit, that's all it was. Cause they've been ready to knock him off for years.
Yeah,
But I ain't gonna lie, and I hate to say this, I knew between one of those record labels, somebody big was gonna end up dying eventually. I just didn't know which one it was. I had said that years ago when they shot at the man 100 times.
yeah, they was insisting on. If you notice, he even tried to steer away from that because he could have easily told who tried to kill him, and he could have easily did that. But what he did was he could have easily retaliated. But what he did was he steered clear of it because he was signing other artists. He didn't want to get his artists caught up in the crossfire of them shooting down each other. He didn't want to do that.
Exactly.
Other record companies, if you see how much money these record labels and stuff put insure their artists with, you would see why it is in their best interest. A lot of them who are greedy and evil, they don't have issues with their artists being shot down. Some of them might even want them to be shot down. But Dolph understood if he got into a pissing contest and started going back and forth with some of these record labels and started trying to retaliate. If they couldn't get him, they would start getting his artists. He wasn't trying to get his those young guys shot down. Dolph had said in an interview last year that he had just invested $8 million a piece
And real estate.
into two separate businesses. And he said he was getting away from the music industry until the young dudes that was up under him was, they was calling him, they was crying, they was cussing him out and saying, man, we was depending on you to, this is our dream. He said, and he thought about it would have been selfish because, you know,
They were
rap,
depending
they
upon him, right?
want to take care of their families too. So he basically got back into rap and in full force to really just help the little dudes up under him.
Right. And I also seen an interview too where he was like he don't like being around a lot of people because people got so much to say. Oh, he should have had a bodyguard, he should have had security. No, I mean, like, I that's how I know he felt comfortable in Memphis too. Who I mean, he maybe should have had security at the end of the day, but that's his hood. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
anybody can get caught slipping like that. You know what I'm saying? It could have been me or you slipping like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, don't nobody want nobody. He liked to be. He was a to himself person. He said, I guess because he had done mingled and mangled so much in the streets to see that I'd rather not even have these snakes around me. I'd rather just be by myself before I deal with all these folks around me. That's
Yeah.
probably why he was to that point where, he didn't want to deal with people like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have all them people around him all the time like that. And then that was his hood. Who would have ever thought? Then they did it in broad daylight,
Yeah.
early in the
Who would have
morning.
ever thought that? And they waited until they knew that car was bulletproof. They waited until he got out of that car
Out
because they
that
knew that
car.
car was bulletproof.
They waited till he got out that car.
And then the
And
police precinct was right up the street.
they said y'all police precinct right up the street from when he got killed there. And you know who I feel so bad for? His brother that was with him when it happened. that
Yeah.
was in the cookie shop with him when it happened. And people got the most to say about him too. But you know, who a situation like that, you don't know because I done been robbed before. One thing about a robbery that I do know, you'll always remember the face if you see the face. You may not know the name, but you'll remember the face. And I feel like his brother, you know, he did what he could, you know, and I know he probably wake up and beat himself up every day for that, because he probably saying to himself, I could have saved my brother. That's something gonna hunt that child the rest of his life, you know what I'm saying? Because he probably feel like it's so much stuff that he could have done to save his brother. But I don't feel like, I feel like he did what he could do at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he did what he could do at the moment. You don't know what you will do until something happened to you. People so quick to say, "Oh, I would have did this." Like when I got robbed, you finna get them what they want. It's either your life at the moment or you finna get them people what they want. And me, I'm finna give them what they want. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, people so quick to say, "Oh, he should have did this and he should have did that." No, that man did what he could do at the moment.
Yeah, and if you think about it, I'm going back to when they got on live that night. If you think about it, CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat were the two that really gave it away. When Straight Drop got on live that night, I believe it was the first night he was drinking. He was drinking like a whole thing of whiskey or something. So he wasn't really dealing with it like that either. And when he was rapping and stuff, and so when he looked into the people was putting, people was letting him know at that point in the comments that they knew he had did that. Word had got around. If you look at his eyes, he was looking like, oh my God, these folks know I did this.
Mm-hmm. See, CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat, they been dry snitching. They was the one told the whole scenario pretty much, because they've been doing the most on, especially on Instagram. They've been doing the most from day one when it happened. Them two right there. And I had noticed though, Straight Drop had them stop going live. It was them two still going live. Straight Drop wasn't doing all that going live. I'm gonna tell you what Straight Drop messed up at. That track hawk song and that stepped on song he made the stepped on song first, and he really messed up when he was on the run and put that track hawk video out with that Bass Pro Shop in the front. Cause the feds, what they gonna do, or whoever investigating this case, they gonna get him off the lyrics of that song. He said 50 shots in 20 seconds. He go into details. Then he had the Bass Pro, because you remember one of the guys had on the Bass Pro hat. He had the which I think was him. He had the Bass Pro store in the video, in the beginning of the video. That right there really killed it. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. I think Arthur Horn, I think he was gonna represent him in the beginning, but Straight Drop messed that all the way up when he went and did that video. That right there killed it. That killed it. Cause where did people get that information from that Arthur Horn was gonna represent him, and knowing that CMG lawyer? You see what I'm saying? What, even the news reporters were saying that.
Yeah,
Somebody, where did they dig that up from? Which we know it could
well,
be
I,
fake
I
news.
thought maybe I was wrong. I thought I heard Art Horn. I thought I heard him say that he had to look at his case to see what he was looking at. So, I mean, I thought he said that's what I thought. But he
And
said,
maybe you could be right now to me, because I mean, tomorrow I don't know. I just know I remember hearing Jeremy Pierre and all of them talk about, he was gonna represent him, and then all of a sudden, after he didn't turn himself in, that was a red flag when he said, because he had went on Instagram and put a post saying he was gonna turn himself in on a particular day. I think 201 or something, or 101 or whatever. He didn't never turned himself in that day. It was supposed to be on a Monday, I think. Then he made that track hawk video, and that done it. I think Arthur Horn, even if he was thinking about representing him, but then you got to think about, it's a conflict of interest for him to do that, because eventually BY gonna need a lawyer, and that's BY lawyer. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all can think I'm crazy. I don't care what nobody say. I'm gonna say that to this thing unfold and I see different. And even when I see different, if they still ain't got him, I feel like later on they gonna go pick him up. I think they finna get a Rico. They finna hit them boys with a Rico charge. I don't care what nobody say. girl, it's bigger fish to fry. I promise
It's
you that.
definitely, it does seem like it's something brewing.
It's
Um,
bigger fish to
because
fry.
it seems like those boys have gotten quiet again. So I'm talking about the feds. They got quiet again, and then they turn around, boom. There
Mm-hmm.
was JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby. You see,
Exactly.
and
And you
then
know
they
what?
get
When they
right
pick
back
them up
quiet again.
again, when they pick them up tomorrow, that's when I said. Then I said, stuff getting realer and realer. People, I don't know if people really realizing it, but when I went on the Shelby County inmate search to search his chart, girl, they got so many charges. It's ridiculous. I got tired of counter charges. They got so many charges. And when I looked at the price of CEO Bobby Bond, I said he threw. I
Yeah.
said I said he threw. He got over $500,000 bond.
Yes, indeed, and that's definitely. It seemed like that's that could be a win situation because who's got $32,000 just sitting around? You know,
Nobody.
nobody. So if somebody went and paid $32,000, that means that would be somebody that don't have a problem with going to. That means they got it at their fingertips. That's somebody that's got some money. So then
Hmm.
they probably gonna follow that trail, because why would another man, as I was saying earlier, want to go pay and a woman want to go pay $32,000 to get somebody out of jail?
And see what's finna happen with him? Cause he was charged with guns, stolen car. He done been. I'm surprised the feds haven't been picked. The first time he got picked up on the 24th of November, he got caught with guns and drugs then. And they let him out like a day or two later. And then he went turned around and went back to court December the 6th for stolen cars. I'm surprised on November the 24th when they picked him up, the feds didn't come on and pick that case up, which I'm quite sure at this point I know they got the case. Cause see what they done, and he already out on bond. So what they done did seem like was went back and just recharge him, which I don't know how it go, but I think it will be considered double jeopardy.
Yeah, I
But
think he violated. He was on paper. It seems like he was on paper, which means if he was on paper, he was on probation. He got out, which means he probably has some conditions. So what he's gonna have to do is those charges that he was out on probation for, he gonna have to, off top, he gonna go and serve the rest of that time because he violated.
and then too that charge he got for like 200,000 and something with that theft charge. The feds I think gonna automatically pick that up because now it's federal anyway because of the total amount. So they
Yeah.
just a mess. They in a whole mess behind. Girl, they knew like you said though. They said they been knew from day one what was going on. The cases are already solved. People making more of the situation than what it is. Now they want the big fish. They got the little fishes. Now they want the big fishes, and that's who paid for the hit. Simple as that.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Simple.
And that's what I'm interested in seeing, if these young
Hmm.
men are going to preserve themselves and help them to get the bigger fish, because people, what they're going to have to understand is people that truly care about you are not going to send you on dummy missions like that. If they want something, let's just say somebody wanted them to take care of Dolph. Why, if they're big and bad, why didn't they go and do it themselves? Why would
Themselves.
you send them out to crash out and put your life on the line? People that do you like that don't care anything about you. They feel like their life is more important. They can't go to jail because their
Right.
life is more important. And
Right.
their
And see, that's what's going on. That's exactly what's going on right now. They done sent them little boys out. They done left them out there to drown. And with straight drop, it ain't nothing that he can do because I don't think straight drop got family love at all. I think his parents, I don't know, not gonna say where they at, but they ain't active in his life, I don't think. And I think that, I know that it ain't nothing they can do because that paper trail gonna lead back to them. So I think they probably would really help him, but it ain't nothing they can do at this point. It ain't
I
nothing
really,
they can
I
do.
really believe, and this is just my opinion. I truly believe that the feds jumping into this and getting into this so quick. I'm sure a lot of people that we don't even know about have been questioned. They probably won't say anything, but I think them getting into this so early on and being all over this saved a lot of lives, because you already know that people, if this was a higher hit, whoever did the hiring would have gotten rid of JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby. And probably the only reason why they didn't do it is because they knew the feds was watching.
They were watching. They've been, and soon as the case happened, like, I'm gonna tell you what I think, tomorrow. I think that they didn't think it was gonna get as much attention as it did. I don't know why, but they didn't think it was gonna get as much attention as it did. That's what I think they think. But when the stuff really happened and they seen all the attention it was getting, they was like, no, because like you said, they supposed to been got rid of CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat because they've been dry snitching from the beginning. From day
Mm-hmm.
one, they've been dry snitching. But like you said, the feds are involved. It ain't nothing they can do, just like it ain't nothing they can do with getting that man no lawyer at this point. It ain't nothing they can do with JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby because they knew that they was gonna know, oh, okay. Everything was gonna really add up then.
Uh-huh.
They do. I'm tell you, and ain't nobody finna walk up out of there. I don't.
I was
I
reading where CEO, what they said, that in JoJo Splat's affidavit, he waived his rights, but he would not give any information as it related to that case. I'm talking about the car thefts. So why did he waive his rights? And you waive your rights, but you don't talk.
Cause like you said though, they're trying to act big and bad. They trying to act big and bad. They trying to live by the street code. But I'm finna tell you the truth. Couldn't be me. Cause baby, I be a singing. Ain't no way. If they go to talk about the death penalty, I'm sorry. Then the fact that I know JJ got a child. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no
Yeah,
girl. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. And you know what's so sad? Everything he get caught up in, the girlfriend get caught up in it too, some type of way.
yeah, that's
She
true.
too. Like that. I read affidavit from when he shot up that bowling alley. She went down there and told everything she knew. She sure did. She went and told in the statement in the affidavit. It clearly let you know that girl told everything. The baby mama told everything that she knew about that bowling alley shooting. She told everything. And then now he done got her involved. She always involved. That's what I be saying. These girls crazy. They
Yeah.
be sitting up here trying to be the ride or die for these men. Let me tell you something. If the shoes on the other feet, they ain't finna ride or die for you.
But what these absolutely, and what these black men are going to have to understand is, especially if they are affiliated in gangs and things of that nature, you cannot care more about other people than you do your own family. What they have to understand is, they got what, when they're out doing stupid stuff like this, they should think about their children. The fact that they could be taken away from their children one way or the other, either by death or by going to jail for the rest of their lives. I still can't wrap my mind around how men, especially black men, are loving other men more than they love their own children.
I think they get caught up with when they ain't had nothing. I think they get caught up in the money and the fame and the fortune. Cause like I believe even if they didn't get paid and felt like it was gonna be something that come behind it, like a deal for a deal. I think one of Leap. I mean, we all know JJ. I think he probably thought he was gonna get a record deal
Oh
if
wow.
they wasn't paid. I think
Yeah,
he
I
thought
think so too. I do believe that in my heart, I kind of believe that's what he thought. That may have been promised to him. I don't know. I kind of believe that's what he thought.
And then I ain't gonna even tell no story. He ain't that bad of a rapper. I mean, like if he could have been the next Dolph. You know, that's
Yeah,
what's
he
so
could
sad.
have. He could
You
have.
know,
He's not that bad of a rapper at all. He's not that
mm-mm.
bad of a rapper. He was a
He
very
signed some of
talented
these
young
dudes that they put on the radio and we listen to. You know that they put on the radio and that we listen to. He signed been some of them. You know what I'm saying? So I really feel like he maybe could have been the next Dolph. And he just done man, that boy done throw away his whole life because he ain't getting. I think he finna do life. I don't care who he got for a lawyer. I still think at the most he finna do at least 30 to 25 years.
and he only gonna do 30 to 25 years if he talks. If he don't do that, I think they're gonna give straight drop the death penalty.
If he don't break now, on down the line, he gonna tell when he
Right,
see
because
that
he gonna mess
everybody
around and
gone.
they're gonna mess around and get everything from Cornelius and ain't gonna need nothing he say.
I think Cornelius already talking.
I
I,
think he's already talking too, because why when they arrested him, they did not say that they had arrested him. They kept him a secret. They kept him protected for a whole month. And like I said, I think Cornelius been playing chess. He just don't seem that worried to me.
he don't seen that word to you.
He the Cornelius don't. He don't seem like. I'm not saying he's not worried. He just don't seem like straight drop. Seems like he's swelling up like from
Oh yeah.
stress.
Like you said, sooner or later, I won't be surprised if a heart attack come behind that. You can look at him and blankly tell he's stressed out.
Mm-hmm.
He's stressed out. And he's stressed TF out. Like, ain't there another way to put that? He is all the way stressed out. That man hair don't even start falling out and stuff. For
It
real.
sure have in the back, in the bald spots, patches
And
all
then
in the back.
he got a patch up there in the front, a little patch up there in the front where it looked like it done fell out of it too. And then his eyes, girl, when I seen him at that court date for that other thing, he ain't got the unrelated Dolph case. Oh, he threw. He looked like, girl, he was all limped over and stuff, and then he started asking for time for a lawyer.
Leonard said, the feds know who they want. They just want one of those guys to break down.
He right. He absolutely
You're right.
correct.
You're right, Leonard. You're telling the truth.
He absolutely correct. He telling the truth. Like they already got the small fries. They got all four of them fools in there. Excuse me for saying that, but it's just the truth. I mean, now they want the other players. They want the other players because it is so sad because it's so many people involved on that one person. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
say how I knew it was personal. How many times they shot at him? They shot at him 50 some times. I want to say they said 52 to 50. And they hit him 22 times exactly. I do know
That
they hit
was
him.
overkill. That was overkill.
Mm-hmm.
That means that was personal, and they had to make sure that the job was done.
Exactly. That's how I knew it was a hit. That right there, when they said how many times that man was shot at and how many times Dolph got shot, that's when I knew it was personal. I said somebody paid for that. They had to make sure that job was done. Then this right here, now I had to start feeling sorry for the little fool. But this right here, when I don't feel sorry for him, you had a nerve to come back to the murder scene after the fact. You had the nerve,
That's what they
you had the nerve to kill this man and then come back on the murder scene. You a bad man.
Mm-hmm.
That's when my feelings go out the door for him. You know, every time I want to feel sorry for him, and I be like, well, this fool had the nerve to come back to the murder scene. He wanted to make sure he had completed his assignment.
Mm-hmm.
So he understood the assignment. You hear me? He made sure he understood the assignment. And then I'm telling you,
I wonder about that girl that went live that said, when Dolph's hand was hanging out of the window at the cookie shop, and the police turned around and pulled their car up to block the view because people was looking at him. They
they
said
said she a miss.
the girl said, yeah, the girl said, why he blocking it, but I already got what I needed. What did she need? I that was kind of strange to me too.
She had said that she was up. She said she was at one of them stores at first, and she didn't hear nothing but bow, 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 bow. She said everybody at the gas station was ducking. And
Mm-hmm.
then you're right. You're absolutely correct. But they had said she had done went missing for a minute. I don't know if she done reappeared or not, but they had said she had went missing for a minute. But it's sad. It I like you said, as a mother, it's sad all the way around. You know what I'm saying? Because you got these children like JJ that done just throw their whole life away because he ain't finna beat it. I don't care what lawyer he get. He can go get a lawyer and pay $1 million for him. He ain't finna beat that charge.
Yeah, JJ in knee deep, and I think JJ, since all of that straight drop, since all of that those drugs and stuff is wearing off of him, he's had time to sit in that cell and realize that Dolph really was not even my enemy.
Mm-hmm. He have. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I used to hustle. And I done been in jail before. I ain't finna sit up here and lie. I sure have. But I had sense enough when I got out to turn, to get me a legitimate business. I ain't want to go back that route no more. But
Right.
let me tell you something. When you go to jail, let me tell you something. If reality don't set in on you, then you cold hearted. Cause you don't have nothing. And being here in 23 and 1, like you said, he ain't got nothing but time to think. That's all you
Mm-hmm.
do is think. You got all kinds of time. Cause girl, when I was in there, I used to be like, my mama said, all you think about what people done told you. I'm talking about all kind of stuff be going through your head. You think about all this kind of stuff. He ain't got nothing but time to think. Them drugs don't wore off, them Percocets, that lean, all that stuff don't wear off. Man, that man feeling it right now. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. It won't surprise me if eventually he break down and talk. See, he's trying to put on a demeanor for the public right now. He's still trying to put on a demeanor. Let me tell you something. It's a difference in him when he go to jail for that Dolph case and when he in now for the unrelated Dolph cases. Now when he go for the Dolph case, he's standing up, like he the man and stuff like that. But his, like you said, his spirits are changing. But he's still
Mm-hmm.
trying. He's still trying. Cause when he went with the knots on his head, he was in there for the unrelated Dolph case. Now, when he go for the Dolph case, he's still trying to have that hard demeanor still. But it's like you said, it's slowly breaking off of him though, because reality
Mm-hmm.
is setting in on his behind now, and he's starting to see everybody that's supposed to be there for him is not. They gone, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. He through, cause they ain't finna do nothing for him. Cause like you said, they care
No.
about themselves and their family. They don't. He through. He done. Even if he think. Girl, I even pulled up how much money the boy had on his books. He ain't even have but $50 the last time I pulled that up.
Wow. Wow.
Cause all that's public information. Let me tell you something, girl. I've been a detective on this case. You hear me? The boy didn't have but
So
fifty
the
dollars
boy
on.
ain't have but $50 on his books.
I swear to God, he didn't have but $50 on his books, girl. I said, now this a mess right here. This man sitting in jail with $50 on his books, man. This is sad. Them people won't even put no money on the man book. They don't want to have nothing to do with that.
They've hauled tail trying to get away from this. They really haven't. Like I said, he's had the opportunity to sit in jail and realize that he was used, and they gave him a false sense of security. Because notice how they was bigging him up and stuff. I think in order to direct the police, a lot of these folks to direct the police away from them, they wanted him to put himself out there like that to make himself look as guilty as he is, so that kept the attention off of them. That's what I feel.
That's exactly what's going on. You got
They
it down
really
to
made
the
a
T.
fool out of him.
That's exactly that. Like I said, you got it down to the T. For real, for real. You got it down pat. Everything you saying is the truth. That's why I'm riding with you now. Cause everything you saying is the truth. You ain't on here just throwing out BS. You coming with facts. You know what I'm saying? You telling the truth. You making it make sense. And then cause a lot of stuff you saying, I already done said it to myself. Like this stuff is starting. It's really making sense. Like, and it ain't like you said. Like we both saying, all these people that they're trying to say involved. I don't think, like I said, the cookie shop. I'm gonna say that again. I don't think them people had nothing to do with it. A lot of people think they do, but I don't. I think simple. They pulled up in that car. But my $1 million question, it had to be three of them in that car. It was the driver and it was two shooters.
That's
Somebody drove
exactly
that
what it
car.
was. A driver and two shooters. You're right. And
Mm-hmm.
then I believe there was another car waiting. Now they don't. It's another car that they don't talk a whole lot about, and it makes me think the police have a reason for it. A lot of people talk a lot about God, what was the name of that car? On 23-hour lockdown with no support, that changes a person. Absolutely, Leonard. That
Yeah,
do. That's
dude.
why you see a lot of humility. Like that's why I said I feel so bad. You saw how his face was swollen up, how he's dropping his head, and how he's looking down or whatever. A lot of people say they think he playing a game. That boy ain't playing no game. You
No,
can see
at
in
this point,
you can see
no,
now
because at
that
this
he is
point,
scared.
he gambling his life. Ain't nobody playing with their life like that. That boy, and like you said, his lawyer got you know, he known for making his people talk. He finna start talking, man. And you know what? I don't blame him, man. Cause y'all done sat up here, y'all done wish me and promise me all this stuff, and y'all gone. Look, I promise you, if I was in his predicament, they got him in January. If I was in his predicament by the beginning of March, if they ain't have me no real lawyer, I swear to God, I promise you, they'll
And
know
evidently
everything.
he was promised because he kept saying, I'm gonna get me a lawyer. He kept
Yeah,
telling the judge
do
that he
you
was
see the
gonna get a
proof?
lawyer.
He promised a lawyer. I'm telling you what they said now. They said the homeboy done ran off with his money, or the one that really supposed to be helping him, or however the CEO teased the dude. They said that boy done got out of town with his money. They said he done even left Memphis. They said that boy gone.
Wow.
That's all over the internet. They said that
Wow.
boy done left with his money. Done got the world lined up with his best friend. Stri- JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby, one his best friend, they were just in the same, they were just affiliated in the same little gang or whatever.
And they
But the
was the
boy
one
that done
that
left with his
They
money,
was the one that got him caught, really. They was the
that's
ones.
it.
JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby brought the attention on this whole case and led the folks right to where they needed to go to.
And now the folks done came and picked them up. But I'm gonna tell you something. Like I said, and I'm gonna tell you this too, Tamara. Cornelius ain't talk about himself. First of all, when they did that big sweep, ain't no telling how many people went in there and told what
Yeah.
they knew.
They arrested over 300 and something people.
You know them folks got to
You think them
talking.
folks weren't gonna get in there and talk?
And then I believe, see, I don't care what nobody say either. I believe CEO Bobby went in there on the 24th when he got locked up on the 24th. That man got caught with guns and drugs and a stolen car. That's what made him even pull up on him, was the stolen car. It was outside whoever house he was at. They went in, they found the gun and they found drugs. And these boys getting caught with extendo clips on these guns. They getting caught with the 50 round shotguns and stuff. They ain't getting caught with just no pistol. They getting caught with the guns with the extended clip on them and all that. I believe he went in there on the 24th and told too. I don't care. Nobody said that man was out a day or two later after he got locked up. That what people see. People ain't really looking into really what's going on. CEO Bobby got locked up on the 24th. He got out a day or two later. He went in there and said a little something too.
I
He
believe
sure
he did
did.
because if you notice, like right after he got out, he's probably erased some of. That's when he started having those breakdowns. I do believe something happened because even like I said, I have been paying close attention to their social medias, and I see where they were both weak, especially JoJo Splat. He was having breakdowns on the regular, and
So,
at one point,
do you remember when CEO Bobby after he? I want you if you got the information, I can send it to you however you want to do it, because I'm on it too, just like you. After he got out the 24th, you know what he did? He went to Instagram and apologized.
oh wow, really?
Yeah, he went to Instagram and I got the clip in my phone. He went to Instagram and apologized. That what
Wow.
makes you think he don't went in there and said something.
He probably did because but you know what? A lot of people thinking that Cornelius said something, but you know what? They really didn't arrest straight drop until after CEO Bobby was, if you think about it, you can look at it that way, after he was arrested and released.
That's what I've been saying too now. Because I've been saying for long. I said, I still think Cornelius. Oh, I still think he's telling something, but I think CEO Bobby done went in there and told them folks, man, to try and get that stuff off of him.
Yeah,
Cause
because
this
everybody
CEO Bobby the
because
third
they was
time
the
being
main one.
locked
You're
up since
right.
that dog face.
You're right, because they was the main ones that was trolling in the beginning. They was the ones that brought the attention in the beginning. So you're right. He had to try to, because one of the things he did say was, I told y'all I didn't do that.
He sure did. He sure did. That's what he said. And then he said, I'm sorry, I ain't do that. I ain't do that, man.
And then I saw where he had posted maybe a month ago that he changed his phone number. He said he changed his life for his son.
Hmm. Hmm. Let me tell you something. Just like you said, you already know what's going on because you don't work them folks before. And I'm just street. I know what's going on too because I got common sense and I done been in the street before. That boy bun almost $500,000. $175,000 more dollars. That boy bun would be $500,000. They got that boy bun so high that he can't even get out of jail. If he do, they finna do a paper trail on who get him out. That's number one. He threw
Mm-hmm.
too. He threw. He threw. He done.
Yeah, he done
And
because no bonding company is going to get him out for less than $32,000.
uh-uh. And like you said, who got that kind of money just sitting around like that?
So if somebody went and got paid $32,000 to get him out, they already really just implicated themselves in whatever he
Exactly.
got going on, really. Especially if they're gonna pay a cash bond.
Girl, look, I'm gonna tell you something. Before it's all over and said, CEO Bobby Charge is finna upgrade too. Cornelius done. He done talking. I don't think Cornelius finna say that since he lawyered up. But you said straight drop ain't got no bad lawyer either. It ain't no that bad of a
Now,
lawyer.
Ganguly is not let me tell you something. Ganguly is not a bad attorney. And a lot of people think that he is a public defender. He's not. Ganguly is a court appointed attorney. And when the public defender's office is overloaded in cases, what the judge would do is they have private attorneys that have contracts with the government. You don't see a lot of high price attorneys do it because the cap is $350 an hour. Most high price attorneys feel like $350 cap is just not enough for them. But with Ganguly, it's about a $350 cap, but he has his own practice and he is very good with getting deals for his clients. Like I said, Cheryl Wright should have got she
Yeah, cause
had death on
I
her.
thought most definitely she was finna do a license. And like you said, you do got a valid point. I think he got her like 30 years to 25 to 30 years. Cause
Right,
I
he
just
got
knew
her
she was
20
gonna do
years,
it like
18
this.
to 20. She had the death penalty on the table. He got her
She
18
sure
to
did.
20.
You right now, it do make sense. He can't be that bad of a lawyer. And straight drop got two bodies on him. I ain't no telling what else they finna connect him to. Cause Cornelius, like I said, his affidavit already out there. Straight drop affidavit ain't hit yet. Cause they started building up a case on him. I think he was a hitman. He was a hired hitman. And then the fool sit up there and saying they music and stuff. He done said pretty much, even under one of his statuses, he said something about being a hitman. They sit up there letting you know what they do.
Mm-hmm. And the sad part about it is they think it's something, but what's gonna have to start happening is they're gonna have to start sanctioning these record heads when they have artists or whatever, they have affiliations with people that are out committing organized crime like this. Then I think especially if they are their artists, these record heads are going to be held accountable because these artists can't put this music and stuff out. Um, if there are some repercussions, well, number one, they can't put it out unless their record heads approve it.
Right. And these people won't have money and fame and stuff so bad. This case right here been the stupidest, dumbest case I ever. I ain't know people were that stupid till Dolph got killed. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I ain't never known people chase clout like this until Dolph got killed. Now they said people was, other people done got killed and stuff like the MO3 case. I mean, I listen to MO3 music, but Dolph was my favorite rapper. I did
Yeah.
not know how stupid people was until Dolph got killed. I was like, this is crazy. These boys all over on the internet. Like, what are you chasing at this point? You got thousands of people under your statuses talking about you going to jail. Like people making threats to your families and stuff, and you still sitting up here posting all this dumb stuff on these social media sites, incriminating yourself, and not look at their stupid self.
Yeah. And they're gonna understand that it's not worth it because if you think about, I mean, Dolph was 36 years old. That was a young man. And you think
Mm-hmm.
about the young men that are being accused of killing him, especially Straight Drop, and then other young men that looks like is affiliated with it. These men are even younger than him.
Sure
Straight
is.
Drop is about 13 years younger than Dolph. You see what I mean? But he's been accused of killing him. And so even though Dolph would never come back, he would never these men, their lives are completely over. And like I said,
Mm-hmm.
CEO Bobby, the only reason why I feel like they committed those crimes,
I
but
do.
it's something more sinister that is going on. You better believe when they put charges up that high, it's something else that's going on that they are involved in. And when I saw that CEO Bobby had a conspiracy to steal something for over $250,000,
I wonder
they
what that could be.
conspired to
I've been thinking about that.
steal something.
And then whatever it was, it sure wasn't cheap. Cause shit, that's the price of a damn house. Excuse me, but shoot, that wasn't no cheap. Whatever they were finna steal, that you can get a house a nice house for $250,000.
Yeah, you can. It makes me. I don't like I said, I don't know what it could be, but it seems like to me that cars were being stolen off of lots, expensive cars, and the VIN numbers are
They
being
was.
changed on them.
They were getting them scat packs. They were getting them red eyes, them demons. They were getting the red eyes. They were getting infinities. They were getting. Now I ain't gonna lie. They weren't going out there stealing no bull mess. They were getting nice cars because in the report and the affidavit it tell you what kind of cars they would get. They had Chargers, the Scat Pats, and the Demons. They had the when they called CEO Bobby, he had a Charger and a Infinity. That he had. They found two stolen cars in his driveway.
Lord have mercy. But that goes to show right there that they're not smart, because it, they've been affiliated with this Dolph's case because of their own doing, and they thought that those feds were not watching them. You go to jail and you get out and you still go back and do the same thing. And
They
it
stupid.
makes me think that one of the reasons why they hurry up and got them is because they realize that's why I say there is something else going on. They realize they've gotten some type of proof that they were involved in something. You see how evasive they are. They evade arrest. They'll run if they let them out. So whatever is going on, they wanted those charges to be where they could not get out of jail, because they'll go run and go hiding. They want them in jail, so when they're charged, they're already there. I think that's just my opinion.
But I think though they got more proof on CEO Bobby than they do JoJo Splat, cause JoJo Splat bun ain't but 50,000. I think they got more proof on CEO Bobby, whatever the case may be with CEO Bobby. They got more proof on him than they do JoJo Splat though.
CEO Bobby might have been, and this is just allegedly, I don't know, but he might have been the one driving that car.
If he won, he was the one with the Draco. And I'm gonna tell you, people keep saying that don't look like straight drop body posture with that Bass Pro hat. To me, when that girl first put that post up on Instagram, that Naya Nicole girl, which they done took her page down or she took it down, well, I don't know. I had already said, I was like, yep, she absolutely correct. And she also put on there that CEO Bobby was the one with the Draco, with the big gun.
I think she said it was JoJo Splat, because JoJo Splat is the one with that crooked leg, right?
Girl, CEO Bobby got some messed up legs. That's to me who got the messed up legs.
Oh wow.
See, people, I'm telling you, Tamara, girl, I'm telling you, girl, people missing a lot of stuff, Tamara. I'm telling you, CEO Bobby got some funny legs. He went got the messed up legs. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you how I think. CEO Bobby was the one with the Draco. Straight drop, he clearly was the one with the Bass Pro hat on, because he done put that out in his video. And I feel like maybe it was a fourth person just sitting in the back seat, you know what I'm saying? But I feel like Cornelius might have been the driver, since his hand was found on the driver's side on the back panel, quarter panel of the car. So I'm gonna say I feel like Cornelius was the driver. I feel like CEO Bobby was the one with the Draco, and Straight Drop was the one with the pistol with the back
Allegedly.
hat on.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yep,
Yeah,
allegedly.
allegedly.
Allegedly. That's what I think.
Leonard said if they was really rocking with Dolph, they wouldn't have to go out and do dumb ish like steal cars.
Exactly.
That's true. You're right. You're right. If they was
Because
really
I would
rocking
have
with
had
him.
them in a position where they was getting money. See, they running around here doing all this stupid stuff for these clowns out here that just got a label and ain't doing nothing really for the community or to help the community out. They they doing stuff for people that making them fools. Dolph wasn't gonna put
Absolutely.
them in that situation. You know what I'm saying? He would have put them in a situation to eat for real. And then JoJo Splat had a nerve to make a song. I was like, who told him he could even rap? He ought to be shaming himself. If he don't get that mess offline, then he had a nerve to do an interview with their own the porch dude. And that blunt, like I said, I'm gonna keep saying that blunt he was smoking like it was finna be his last time smoking that blunt. I mean, he was nervous in that video, that interview that he did with that ODG dude on the porch, off the porch, whatever. Jumped off the porch, whatever his name
Yeah,
is.
that's what really, you know what, that's what really broke my heart. Seeing him, a boy that was just 18, just turned 19 years old, sitting there shaking. You know he nervous. You already
Yes.
know he ain't handling this pressure good.
And that dude interviews come out of Atlanta. You down there in Atlanta nervous. What is you doing in Atlanta nervous? You ain't even in Memphis. You all the way in Georgia. You in Atlanta. What is you doing in Atlanta nervous? I said to myself, this fool right here, this fool right here, and I feel like that dude, I'm gonna tell you something. I feel like that dude did an interview knowing that man had something to do with that deal, cause he sure can't rap.
Oh,
That
well, I
was the
think
crackiest thing I
he
ever
said
heard in
himself
my life.
somebody was wanting to give him a record deal. So, it's gonna be
That's
interesting.
what
Like
they
I
say.
said, I don't think I think in my opinion, whomever it was that was trying to kill Dolph those couple times that they was trying to kill him, I don't think it's gonna be that far off from that.
That's what it is. Like I said, these people making it more complicated than what it is. You done broke it down. I mean, if they go back and watch your videos, you done broke the whole thing down into common sense. It's the pea brained people that don't really understand and know they going off all this other stuff. It's simple. It's real simple what happened. They pulled up, they shot the man, they caught him off guard and killed him, and somebody paid for it. Simple as that. But the crazy part is, it is a lot of people involved because they orchestrated it. And then when people not understanding on now, straight drop dude got an affidavit with just what they're trying to say. They don't have the evidence in the affidavit what they got on him, but they are saying that he's charged with premeditated murder. So that means it was planned.
Yeah, that means it was
I
planned.
seen that. I got that affidavit in my phone too. They done charge him with premeditated murder, so they that mean it was planned. You know what I'm saying? And it was planned, but they just didn't plan it well. Cause that car should have been burnt from day one. Should have never been in the back of no house. Then they take it and put it in the back of the house where they done did videos. Then after after Dolph get killed, they want to go pull all this stuff offline and stuff. Like people already was on it though. People already was on. No Memphis folks, they was on that.
Yeah, Memphis came out for Dolph. I ain't gonna even tell no lie. And so many, and I'm gonna tell you something. Even though you've been seeing every a lot of different cities do their own commentary, these folks been rocking for Dolph. We really appreciate that. We really I guess I'm speaking for the whole city. We really appreciate how people have been keeping this out there and rocking for Dolph because they've been coming out strong for him because that man was shot down for nothing at all. They shot him. They killed that boy for nothing. They killed him for nothing. When they get through where he signed the ops, that was a damn businessman. He ain't got nothing to do with no ops. He was signing talent. That's what he was doing. And he was trying to help those little dudes change their mindset. As Black people, we got to change our mindsets. I think her phone hung up. But yeah, as black people, we got to change our mindsets. Dolph didn't have anything to do with nobody else's op. He was a record head that was signing talent, and people go and shoot him down for that. That was just dead wrong what they did to him. It was dead wrong. He was absolutely killed for no reason at all, but we sure appreciate how people have been representing for Dolph, because regardless of what they've been saying on their channel, these folks in every Memphis, in Tennessee, in Dallas, in St. Louis, all up in LA, they've been representing for him. And he was a true humanitarian here in Memphis. I would not say it if I didn't know a lot of things that he had done. That boy was putting people on, and it was nothing to him to give people money to put them up on game for them to go and start businesses and things of that nature. He would always say, it's just a little money, I'll make it back. He would always say, I'd rather give somebody some money who got a plan to help them out, and then they go start a business and make some money and pass it on. That's the issue that we're having in the black community. We don't like to pass nothing on. He had the right idea, and everybody in this city is hurt that he would get gunned down in his prime, and he was back in this city to help his community. A lot of those officers that I work with down there downtown talked about how their grandmothers and stuff was crying because they grew up around Castelia, where their grandmothers are still living at. And Dolph made sure he took care of them elderly people. Not only was he giving out turkeys for them in the community, but those old people that he grew up around, he made sure he kept their refrigerators and stuff full. He made sure he broke them off something. So that's why you see so many officers and correction officers and stuff taking this stuff personal. I ain't got no issues with what people do with their money, but I don't know of another celebrity. And we got a whole lot of celebrities live here. We got like Sybil Shepherd. You know, y'all know she was a big actress. She's a female white. Steven Seagal lived right there in Collierville, which is a suburb of Memphis. Those are big time actors or actresses, especially at some point. And if they've done anything for Memphis, they're doing it for their own community, which is fine. But I have not heard of anybody else. And we got Penny Hardaway here, and they say he has done some things for some people. But I don't know anybody that has done it on the level of Dolph. Dolph was reaching in the hood. He wasn't doing it for a good look. Because see, you see some people who got money, they give to certain organizations or certain communities where the cameras are going to be at. They do it for a look. I'm not saying that it's bad for them to give to those organizations, but this boy was pulling dudes that was in the hood out of the street and helping them to change their families' lives. That was his goal. And that's what get looked over most of the time. People in the hood, folks with money, they'll go reach back and give money to people, but they give to rich organizations so that the cameras can be behind them. That boy was given to folks in the hood where it really counts. People that ain't got no money and helping them change their lives. And then people went and gunned him down like that. He was truly representing for Memphis. And that's why I can say, this young man says, I'm from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I feel like they took my little bro out for doing good for his city. So are you talking about Dolph, or you had a little brother, you had a brother that was killed? But Dolph was really representing for Memphis. Dolph tried to help Straight Drop. He tried to help him. Straight Drop was in Dolph's camp. And then a lot of people want to try to get mad at Key Glock. Folks have had people in their camp. The people that stab you are usually the ones that are in your camp. Folks act like they ain't never been around folks that have turned on them before. It's not Key Glock's fault that Straight Drop turned on Dolph, because Dolph was trying to build an organization and he didn't want nobody doing anything. This boy done put all his money into his business. he found out this boy had a rape charge and he was still doing outlandish stuff. That's what I'm saying. When you have people that's talking about, you know, if that's true, if he in jail, I'm gonna bail him out, this and that. You got, see, okay, so this young man, and I'm not saying that he should just be, because he's paying his retributions, but if he has killed, I'm talking about as far as the rape charge, but if he has killed somebody, how could you automatically say I'm gonna bail him out and he's being charged with a murder? I don't care how you hated the person. If you supposedly don't know what's going on, how you gonna automatically say you're gonna bail him out? You ought to be trying to figure out what's going on first, right?
Right.
If this person was charged with a murder, if you don't know what's going on, how you gonna automatically say you're gonna bail him out? You ought to be trying to see what the deal is first.
And I don't think it was photoshopped allegedly. I think it was real, you know. I mean, I don't think it was photoshopped. I think it was real. And I think, you know, he thought about it real quick and was like, nah, let me get this offline.
If it was true, like you said, you don't believe it was Photoshop. If it wasn't Photoshop, it was either he thought about it or he put it up there for that little time. That could be looked at as witness tampering. If you're sitting up saying, if he go to jail, if that's true, I'm going to get him out, that's sending a message to witnesses to intimidate witnesses. That could be looked at witness tampering. Is that what he was trying to do? If that's true,
they trying to play chess, but they playing checkers to me, because at this point it's too serious. You know what I'm saying? It's too serious at this point for them to be playing chess. They can't even, you can't play chess for the big dog. That was some undermined chiller mess. A whole bunch of undermined people was in on that. I don't think, you know, that particular person that's supposed to put that message out there, I don't think it was Photoshop. I think he thought about it, and I think it was both. He was trying to send messages to witnesses and Photoshop it, and he was like, no, let me get myself, because you got to think about it. That person got to answer to the big dog. That Jay-Z, because he is dealing with Jay-Z under that record label that he's under. And see, Jay-Z done not hurt. That's why Black Youngster went on the heavy count, which they say he been on the heavy count, which is Black, well, BY label. And I think all this stuff came out about, you know, heavy count after the fact the Dolph getting killed. And then you know, the other person, you know, YG, I think that he, you know, put out there, he at first they was, you know, he first, let me see how to break it down. He first went online and, you know, was telling people that BY, you know, had his own record label and this and that and the third. Then he came back online and was like, all the internet bloggers and stuff, you know, pretty much putting out that they beefing and they're not. I think he did it to try and clear everything up with people, to let people know, to have people thinking otherwise, when in my heart, I really feel like BY done bad away kind of sort of from YG, because he see YG ain't as loyal to him as BY
he
is
was to him.
Yeah.
Right.
See, and see, now that's when it getting deep, because it's and then I'm assuming he told everything. If you listen to that one song right there, that one song was enough for me. It just told the whole plot to everything. He told everything in that one song. Now, I don't feel like YG had his hands in on doing it on this particular Dolph thing. I don't think he really had his hands in that. I think BY took it amongst himself, because he's hot-headed. I can tell he's hot-headed. He's a loose screw at this point. He almost about to lose his mind if he ain't lost it. I feel like BY took it amongst himself to get this stuff plotted up. Cause I'm gonna tell you something, and I'm gonna still say this. Reason I don't think YG had his hands in on this particular deal is because if he would have done it, it wouldn't have been as sloppy. You see what I'm saying? I think BY was the one took it amongst himself to do this. I ain't gonna lie. Now they all, and which everybody gonna say, YG had something to do with it, allegedly, because it's, because of the stuff that happened with them in the past. I don't think that man had nothing to do with that, because if he did, it wouldn't have been that sloppy. BY done crashed out too. He'll step away from probably a suicide watch at this point. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't care who get mad. I'm just saying the truth. He'll step away from a suicide watch. He's a ticking time bomb. He don't care. He literally lets you know on the I'm assuming song at this point he don't care no more. And then that song he just made 2-3 days ago, he really let me know then. Like I said, this fool really crashing out too. He about to be in the same predicament as JJ. And he just letting it all air out because he know that them alphabet boys is on his trail and they probably about to pick him up at any given day now. And that's just how
I feel like if it's true that BY did this, I feel like he did it because somebody influenced him to do it. If nothing else, he influenced him and manipulated him in a way to go on and do it without telling him to do it, to try to, because he feel like he can outsmart him. I just don't see him doing it without him knowing. I just, for some reason, I feel like either if he's involved in this, I feel like YG knew he was put him up to do it, or YG's brother put him up to do it.
Tamara, you got it down, Pat. You done said what you done said in your videos, and you're absolutely on it. I mean, I don't feel like YG son him. I just see YG got more of a business mind. See, BY is a street dude. He living by the street codes. He's living by the street codes. YG got more of a business mind frame. You know what I'm saying? He YG gonna send somebody else to do his dirty work. He one of them type. We already know that. I mean, youngster let that be known, and BY let that be known in the song that he made, the first song during the Tombstone. He done did this and that for people that were scared to do it. See, I honestly just think, because you got to think about BY truck was shot up in October when he came down there to y'all FedEx Forum to that concert. And that right there is true. His truck got shot. His bulletproof truck got shot up. See, that's why I'm confused that with the insurance man, because he know a lot too now. Because the man truck was shot up, and that's a known fact. It was shot up. And see, I don't know if BY feel like Dolph had something to do with his truck getting shot up or what. It was shot up the end of October, just like that insurance man said. He wasn't lying. It was shot up for real. Cause now, see, since that recording I played, a lot of stuff that came out after that. And that recording was played too. BY truck was shot up at that FedEx Forum down there in Memphis. Wherever y'all got that at, it was shot up at a concert in the end of October. See, I don't know if BY feel like Dolph team or camp had something to do with that. But that's another reason too. I feel like that it was paid for a hit too. I'm gonna tell you something. BY did that. I don't care what nobody say. Allegedly. Allegedly. So look, when they go pick him up, oh girl, you make sure you do a lie that day, because I can't wait, because they're gonna pick him up. His time, we don't know when, allegedly, but he getting picked up. And this ain't you saying it, this me saying it, but I'm gonna say allegedly because I know that's how you supposed to. But he getting picked up. He going to jail.
I got a young man in the comments. He said, "I'm in Dallas, and my father, Dennis Wade." He said, "I'm in Texas, and my father put his house up for my sister through his lawyer. Maybe it's different in some states." Now, I've never known. unless the house is paid for, maybe she's able to sign the house over. I've never known a lawyer. I thought that houses was only put up through bonding companies as collateral. Maybe lawyers do it too. I didn't, but mostly here, I just know bonding companies so that the person can get out.
Or if she didn't put up a house, she went and refinanced it.
Or he took it pro bono. This is a high profile case. So the lawyer can't do anything but get publicity. Either that or he took it for a real low price.
It's so much. It's so much. That could have.
Project Deathspell says BY is sloppy. Whether he is involved or not, the Goofy made video and whatnot, it makes him look bad, and because of their past.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I'm telling you not BY.
But you know what's so weird about it is that you see video of BY saying that he never had any issues with Dolph. That's why I can't understand. Thank you, Leonard, for the super sticker. That's why I can't understand why BY says Dolph never did anything to him. When they asked him, he says, I don't have no issues with him. I just think he's a sucker. Like, if you never had any issues with the guy, why would you involve yourself in that? And as a record head, why did you allow that to go on? It seems to me, if you look at some of Dolph's old interviews, even when after somebody shot him and they was asking him questions about that, he never wanted to talk about it. That was a few years back. If Dolph had wanted to retaliate, he would have retaliated immediately. I don't think he would have waited until this past October to try and retaliate. I don't even think that had anything to do with Dolph, because he was trying to stay away from that situation because the man had other things going on.
Who, BY or YG?
I think Dolph was trying to stay away from that situation. I don't think Dolph had anything to do with. I don't think he had anything to do with BY's truck being shot up. I don't think so.
And he probably didn't. I don't think so either. Cause see, one thing about it though, people like in the street, beef is beef though. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing about beef. Beef is beef. Dolph wasn't on that no more. He probably wasn't on it, but in the back of his head, he knew, shoot, these cats right here, they reckless. He knew not to
move. Dolph had a house here in Memphis, but he was not living in Memphis. He just had a house here. He had set his mama and his daddy up in I pulled it for reports. So they live in a very beautiful. He bought some nice homes outside of the hood, and Dolph had a house outside of Atlanta. I can't think of the name of but he had moved from Memphis. He was living in Atlanta. He was living in a suburb of Atlanta. I wish I could think of the suburb right now, but I can't think of it.
I believe it. I figured he didn't stay down there, but I'm telling you, that street beef, see, BY, he that's all he know. I don't care how much money he getting or how much money he got. That's all he know. You know what I'm saying? He was raised in the streets. But
shouldn't his record head have put a lid on that?
But you know what? They still be trying, because you know what be making me so freaking mad with all those freaking fools getting money like that. You know what I'm saying? And they out here beefing with each other, like, for what? That right there be the thing. But then you gotta think about it. You got people that really live by the code and die by the code. Tamara, they don't care how much money they getting. The street beef is beef. Beef is beef with some people. You know what I'm saying? And even though he don't went on all these, these interviews saying he didn't have no beef with that man, that's to throw everybody off. You see what I'm saying? They're like, they ain't getting straight drop. No lawyer to try and throw folks off. I mean, just being honest.
They've just straight drop up under the bus. Their Project Spell says there's that BY video when he was in Castelia with his goons. with the guns. One of the goons is Shondell. That's true. Straight
I
Drop's
didn't I
cousin
just
is in
tell
the
you that?
video.
I just told you that earlier. I told you that. He all up in there. He telling the truth. He all up in there. Dead. For real. Dead serious. He ain't lying. I just told you that earlier. I said the one Shondell, he all up in the street some video with BY. I'm telling you, like anybody that's street or anybody just with common sense anyway, and I know you street too, regardless of what job you work. You done dealt with these fools, you deal with criminals. You already know what's going on yourself. That's why I deal with you, because I like your content, because you want the money. This is street. It was a personal beef. It was street beef too. Also, it was a whole bunch of street beef, but it's simple. People making it more than really what it is. Them cookie folks ain't have nothing to do with that. Them boys pulled up one morning. They had done been laying on him. They pulled up. They finally got a chance to get him, and they got him. And whoever paid him, period. That's it. That's all, man. That's
Mm-hmm.
all they have. It ain't all that. They trying to involve everybody in the world in this one simple, in this one murder, and it ain't all that allegedly. You know what I'm saying? It's simple. It is what it is, and people don't want to face it. But he was my favorite rapper, and I've been following it like he was a brother of mine or something. Cause it hurt me, man. Cause they ain't had to do that man like that, dog. They killed that. They shot that man 50 times and hit him 22. That's ridiculous. That's when I knew it was personal. And I already instantly knew where it came from. But at first I was saying YG had some time dealing with it. Then I had to think, I'm like, no, because I'm going to give credit where credit due. I don't think he would have been that sly. BY did all that. It was all him, all his little affiliated homeboys, and they did that sloppy mess. And it just ended up like it was, man. And they going to pick him up.
And it's
Now,
unfortunate. It's very unfortunate because a lot of lives are affected. I guess I have to say with African American men, at what point do it stop? And the reason why I say the men is because the men somehow are failing their sons. They are allowing their sons, who are supposed to be looking up to them, that's doing right, to go and put other men who are misguiding them on pedestals.
exactly. And then, two, what about your family? Because you don't put your whole family in danger when you did that one hit. You know what I'm saying? The baby mama
Mm-hmm.
probably done had to move up out of Memphis. She probably scared for her life. Cause Tamara, cause you stay there. Them folk were kids, man, motherfucker getting knocked off behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If it would have been me, I would have got the hell on. I ain't even finna sit up here and like I would be gone. I would not still be in Memphis, because let me tell you something about y'all down there. Y'all ruthless and they reckless down through there. That's almost like Afghanistan down through there. I would have got the
Yeah,
world.
Memphis has gotten extremely bad. He says that double R truly beef is devouring
That's
everyone. And see, I
that's
don't even know a
exactly
whole
what
lot
it is.
about those particular gangs, because when I started hearing people talk about different gangs, because when I was growing up, there was and even though I worked for the police department at one point, like all these little gangs just really just popped up. These ones that he was talking about, they really just popped up out of nowhere. And like I said, it's getting worse and worse, because I can't understand young men that are killing each other over territory and neighborhoods that belong to the Memphis Housing Authority. They don't even own the darn homes.
Right, right. And see, whoever said that about that double R and Trula, they telling the truth. That's where it all started at, because see, Big Moochie Great is with double R. Cause see, if you go back and look and really follow these cases, you go back and do your work. Dolph was affiliated with Trula Mafia first. You know what I'm saying? And see, he ended up signing Big Moochie Great. That's how they got them pre-chains. They took them pre-chains from Big Moochie Great, they say. Which he with double R, I think Big Moochie Great is, and that stands for Rich and Reckless. I think that's what it stands for. But allegedly, but that's how it all started. It all went left when he signed Big Moochie Great. That's all I'm gonna say. Allegedly, that's where it
So,
stems from.
so you think it went left, or so? Because what I could see as far as as like if he was signing, let's just say he was signing different guys from different neighborhoods. You have to think about it as a CEO that looks for talent. I think Dolph had gotten to a point whereas he was not looking at, just like I wouldn't, because
He
I'm a business
was,
owner.
he was on
Now, I
business.
don't know, I'm not into gangs and stuff, but my thing is if you're signing talent, you if you become on a certain status, especially a CEO, you ain't looking to get into that beef. All you want to know is, do you have a work ethic?
See what Tamara, like we women,
But I know it's deeper than that.
it is. Cause see, you gotta think about Trula, all them was are all of them, the ones that done turned into that double R mess, they was truly at once upon a time. This game mess is ridiculous. For one, it ain't to me. I always been a leader, so I can't never be in nobody game for one. But you know, I haven't stayed in New York because that's where my mama stayed. But see, that gang stuff is serious. We're looking at it on a business level. But see, when they looked at it as Dolph, they felt like Dolph was switching sides. You see what I'm saying? Which is crazy because Double R was True Mafia in the beginning. You see what I'm saying? And see, they broke up some type of way. They ended up branching off. Some of them ended up branching off from Trulia to Double R. And see, man, you looking at it in a business perspective because we women. But it's a whole nother different ordeal because once you get in those streets and them gangs and stuff, it blood in, blood out. Ain't nowhere around that. And see, I think Dolph had them got he at first now because Dolph used to be reckless too. Now, I mean, you know, in certain when he first came out, he was wild. If you go back and watch his videos, no, he was wild now. But see, he had done got the business perspective, and he felt like it was okay if he went out there in those streets and signed whoever. You know what I'm saying? Because he looking at it on a business end, just like me and you would as women. We're gonna look at things on the business end. But when you don't went out there and you done been mingling with True Mafia in the beginning, then you want to take your butt over here and go to signing out which Double R, like I said, used to be a part of True Mafia. But you want to go over here now with the ops, as they would say, you know, allegedly. So now you done created a whole beef for yourself. Cause you dealing with the ops. That's how True Mafia felt. You were dealing with us at first because you see he was friend with straight drop. And all of it, just like you said, it went left because I feel like too he didn't want to deal with straight drop on that level because of that one charge that he had, which that's another business perspective of the whole situation. But he was blood in, blood out with them boys because he was rocking with Truly at first. Then when he messed around and signed, he started signing like Big Moochie Grape and all them. It started being like, oh, you over here dealing with the op now. But see, he looking at it like all of us we was all just clicked up. All of y'all was just True Mafia. But see, that ain't how it go. It ain't how it go. Cause I'm gonna be honest with you, the whole thing started when he signed Big Moochie Grape. That's why them boys went to snatching Big Moochie Grape chains and all of that. And that's how they came up with them pre-chains, because they got them off Big Moochie Grape. Them pre-chains and stuff, and that's just where it went left at. And like all that stuff to me and you is dumb. But in these streets it's not dumb because they really looking at it like you following the op, you dealing with the op, and he looking at it on a business perspective because he's saying to himself, shoot, when I was with Trulia, all of us were just friends. Now Trulia done turned into Double R. You know what I'm saying? So y'all done split up into different gangs. So it really putting a lot of people in a messed up situation though.
Dennis Wade said, yeah, the FBI on top of it, a lot more people going down. We all know who's involved. Damn shame. That's true. And the FBI is on top of it. Like I said, the FBI has, you know, when I went with the FBI being involved, when I found out the FBI was involved in this case, I already knew that they couldn't do nothing. I knew that there would be justice for Dolph. I don't think people know how great the FBI's intelligence is. Like,
Girl, I already know when the FBI come for you, it ain't nothing you can do. It ain't even no sense
right,
in getting a lawyer when they come for you. That's a waste of money. Cause they done did their homework. They've been studying you for a long time.
right. And like I said, anytime that the government, the FBI is looked at as a higher agency with higher intelligence. The FBI and the CIA's intelligence is right there together. They are the two highest intelligent agencies that there are. As I was saying before, it blew my mind. Anytime the FBI can have equipment where they can point at your house with equipment that looks something like a gun and see what's going on in your house through brick, that
Yeah,
is
they so
intelligence
serious.
that even our minds cannot even fathom. That's how advanced that they are. So with them being involved in this case, like Dennis Wade was saying, with the FBI being on top of it, a lot of people going down because they had already tapped in before a lot of people even knew it. Okay, they had already tapped in. That's why I say, the government, especially an agency like that, is at some, they gotta, it ain't no telling what they haven't already tapped into with their intelligence. That's why they on a lot of folks' asses. They gotta bring, they probably have tapped into all types of organized crime, because with a murder case going on, we don't know what subpoenas that they haven't gotten to be able to tap. They can tap into anything. That's
Mm-hmm.
why I can't understand why these boys think that they can continuously plot murders and go kill people and be reckless and then try to act innocent and
Mm-hmm.
not understand why these folks on their tail.
Absolutely. All this gang mess is so senseless to me. To me,
It's
a gang is
senseless.
for a
It is
follower.
senseless. We need to be
It,
teaching these boys, just like they gang banging, they need to take that same energy and put it into building a future for themselves and their families.
yep.
These
That's
are
the
a lot
truth.
of these are black men that are making money. That's what I can't understand. These record heads need to let these boys know. I can help to help to give you the American dream, but you is not gonna bring my organization down with violence. You're gonna have to choose. You either gonna be more in love with these gangs on the street, or you gonna love your family and your children more. If you choose your family and your children and the work ethic, then I can change your lives, but you're not going to bring my organization down. And if these record labels support this stuff, then they should be sanctioned and their labels should be
Mhm.
ruined, because what they're doing is promoting violence in our communities, because it only happens in the black community.
Exactly. Simple as that.
He says you got to think too. Trula would have been seeing Dolph buying Big Moochie, those purple Lambo trucks, etc. A lot of envy and jealousy. That's true, because when I looked at that purple truck, and it's so funny because when I saw that video, and this is the God's truth, when I saw that video and I saw that purple truck, I said, "Oh my God, that truck is so beautiful." And I said, and see, I didn't know that purple was the color that there, because there was a time that men would never wear purple or pink. We grew up
Mhm.
probably in the same era. So when I saw that purple truck, I said that purple truck represents strength, because purple has always been a color that represents strength and royalty. And they've taken it and making it into something real sinister like blood and gangs.
Mhm. That's what true. I think Trula they part of the Trulia and the Grape Street Gang, whatever they call. Girl, look, I done did my research on them, but I think they part of the Grape Street. That's what Trulia is. They purple. I
I
don't
was
know
going to
what color
say, and with
all.
Moochie Grape is a beast on the. If you listen to his music, that was nothing but a good business investment. That boy knows how to ride them beats with his
He
rap.
showed.
He know
Oh,
he that
Tamara,
was
you
a great
look. You got
investment.
look, Tamara. You got a little gangster in you, cause look, girl, he do know how to ride them beats. Now I ain't gonna take that from Big Moochie going in. People sleeping on him.
Yeah,
He
he know how to
going
ride
in.
them beats, and
He
Dolph knew
showed
that.
me. Hmm. You got a little gangster in you on the low. He sure do know how to ride them beats, girl. When I heard him, I was like, I ain't know he could rap like this. He ride the hell out them beats. For real, he do, and that ain't allegedly. That's just the truth. He ride the world out them beats.
It
He
says it's
go
crazy
in.
how everyone is associated. Memphis is not that big of a city. And I'm sure because I grew up in South Memphis until I was 12. Like I said, I grew up around BY's mother. Her cousin, she used to be at her cousin's house, is still my best friend to this day because I grew up in South Memphis. So everybody knows each other. That's why I say, even with BY, even with him wilding out, I could feel sorry for him because he could have easily been my child. And I know it's
Mhm.
all because he's trying to please somebody else. That's why I put all the blame on the person over him because he could have easily put a lid on it.
Yeah, but see, he's trying to show his loyalty to YG. And now he see YG ain't even YG just the one with the money. YG ain't got no heart like that. YG ain't making no moves. He paying these people under him to do all that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think I really just think BY because he done lost so many people. He say, I think it really was, he hurt. He got a lot of hurt in him.
Yeah, but he cannot continuously destroy because at some point he's going to destroy himself if nothing else.
He
If he,
already done did that. He already a
he,
crash dummy. He just waiting for them people to come pick him up.
he says
That's how
so. He
he.
has a great lawyer. Dennis Wade, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about are you asking me about Straight Drop's attorney or Cornelius's attorney? Because Straight Drop Ganguly is a good attorney. A lot of people think because he's court appointed, they think he's a public defender, but he's not. He is a court appointed attorney. There's a difference. The court appointed him because he has a contract with the government, but he has a private practice. And that was more than
Oh,
likely they outsource work when the public defender's office is overloaded with work. But now um, with Straight Drop's attorney, like I said, Straight Drop has an attorney that's good with getting deals, great good deals for his clients. But it's going to depend on Straight Drop and what he's willing to do for himself.
Straight drop gonna ride the wave throughout the whole case, but I don't know cause I don't know. He look like he about to break to it in the moment. I
Yep,
don't
it's
know.
going to depend on what he's going to do for himself. If all he got is $50 on his book, he
That's
needs
all
to be
he got.
singing a canary.
He sure do. Girl, when I seen that, I said, "Oh no, baby, you need to go and tell on these folks, cause they really don't care nothing about you, cause they can give money to your baby mama to put on your books. At least they can do that."
Mm-hmm.
But straight drop done. I know that. And but my thing is like Cornelius lawyer really can. I'm gonna tell you the truth now. Cornelius got a chance of depends on who done said what. But Cornelius got a chance of walking because how don't nobody know he just went washing the car that day. He ended up washing the car. It depends on who done said what though. Cause just cause your fingerprints on the outside of this car, it don't mean that you did this. You could have washed the car that day. Allegedly.
If you notice, Cornelius and Straight Drop do everything they can to avoid looking at each other in
They
court.
sure do, girl. You don't notice that too?
Mm-hmm. They do
Uh-huh. I
everything they
was the
can
only
to keep
one that noticed
to
that.
avoid looking at each other in court. That means somebody has told on the other, and we might be underestimating Straight Drop. He
I
might be
was
getting
just
to a
finna
point,
say that 'cause
and
like you
Straight Drop
said.
is not doing well. He realizes that he's been used and double crossed. Why wouldn't he talk?
Exactly. At this point, because that man got a child too. But then they ought to thought about that before they took Dolph from his children. I think it was a lot of, because ain't enough money in the world could have. And then I don't understand why would they say he gave his homeboy all this money, the CEO teaser dude allegedly that I'm supposed to run away with his money. Why you didn't give it to your baby mama? You know what I'm saying? You do everything else at a house. You bring all the drama to a house anyway. You should have gave her the money.
That's true. Now that's true. Unless that's what he did He might have gave her the little money he had left to try and set her up, you know.
That's why I say I'm like you and your boys. They got paid pennies on dollars for that. It wasn't even worth it. Even if they would have got $1 million, still wouldn't have been worth it.
You notice that Gucci and stuff that Straight Drop had on. I think the little pennies that he got went on that video. Like I said, Straight Drop was living in a high rise downtown that was quite expensive. So as I said before in another video, he was putting in work somewhere.
He was. He
And I
been the
think what
fall
he
guy.
did was he probably gave that girl some money to pay some of their rent up, and he spent the rest on that video and on them that what was that Gucci or Louis Vuitton that he
Yeah,
had
good.
on in that video. Either
Them
way
North
it go,
them North Face
nothing is enough to take a life.
that particular jacket that he had on, because I got one. Them jackets $400. And then them
Wow.
Gucci, I don't know how much the Gucci shoes and the Gucci pants were, cause Gucci high. That's a that's ain't no telling how much you pay. And he had the North Face Gucci shoes, the boots on to match the jacket. Girl, yeah, like you said, he don't spent that. He don't spent most of his money, and then a little bit of money he did have, the feds got that.
I'm telling you, especially if it was some money in that truck when he was
Mm-hmm.
got. And I found it strange. I'm gonna tell you something what I think, and this is just my opinion. Nobody has told me this. It looks
Allegedly.
like that Straight Drop was and Shondell was got at a gas station in Indiana. That's what it looks like.
Let
I
me
don't.
ask you, how do you think they got caught? Who you think called and told them? Somebody told them what them folks was, man.
Probably Shondell. The reason why he don't want to come back to Memphis, because what it looks like is Straight Drop's girlfriend was the one that had uploaded. He probably had already either he was crazy enough to be sending her video or emailing her videos and stuff, or that stuff was already done. That's what I tend to believe. I believe that Shondell got to talking allegedly, possibly, to some of his family members, and he got scared because when the marshals only get involved to hunt you down like a dog. You're with the marshals, you want it dead or alive. Okay, that probably scared Shondell. I kind of believe he might have up that low. They got stopped at. They got caught at a gas station. Makes me think that Shondell did it on his. He did it. That's why he's been fighting extradition. He don't want extradition. He does not want to come back to Memphis. Why would he want to stay in the jail in Indiana?
That's what I never understood. Why he been recording me.
The guy said he returned the jacket.
Yeah, because he still had the
So he didn't own the jacket. He returned it.
North Face jacket. Yeah, they. I got a white one. I paid $400 for that jacket. That's why I know. And ain't no telling how much he paid for them shoes and them Gucci pants if they was real. And I don't think he was out there flogging like that. I think that stuff was real what he had on. And then that's what everybody keeps saying. He had all that money in them videos. I mean, you got to look at the bigger end on it too. He probably had to give money, like you said, to the baby mama. He done gave money. Ain't no telling who else. But he already know the baby mama turned on him because she turned on him in the bowling alley. She told everything that happened. Tamara, you took it. What's going on?
I'm tickled. He said the jacket had the tag on it in the video.
It did. Did you Girl, I pay. I'm like, who in this comment? I pay attention to everything. He ain't lying.
Oh my God, the jacket had the tag on it in the video. Lord.
Yep. He ain't lying. And then the fact that they say he had them been multiple places. Somebody was telling them everything about that man. What got them to talking was when they put that money up.
Leonard Smith said, Simpson says, I listen to Key Glock to this day, but something is not adding up. I think he knows some stuff. He probably, I'm sure that all of them know more than what we would think that they know. But as far as knowing, as far as having anything to do with, I was looking at Key Glock on live when people started, he didn't know Dolph was killed. as Dolph was killed, Key Glock had just logged on to live, and he was rapping, flossing in his teeth, whatever he was doing with his teeth, and with picking in his teeth, and he started reading the comments, and his eyes stretched, and the boy got so discombobulated, it was almost like he was having a seizure. And one of those other rappers said, "Oh man, they putting fish up and everything. They saying rest in peace to Dolph." And Key Glock was so discombobulated that he didn't even know how to click out of Instagram, because he was just that upset, because he kept saying, "Man, how do I click out of this? How do I click off of Instagram now? This is a boy that get on Instagram every day." But it was almost like with his eyes stretched and stuff, he was having a seizure. I don't think he had anything to do with it.
I don't think he did. Like I said, the cookie shop people didn't, Key Glock didn't, and the baby mama didn't. I don't even think Daddy-O did, allegedly. But I think it's simple. I mean, they pulled up, straight dropped them. They did what they had to do, and they often. Simple as that. And the brother at first people were saying that was the security guard. No, that was his brother. The brother shot back at the car. Whenever he got his hands on the pistol, realized what had happened, he did shoot back at the car. He did shoot back at that car because that window was busted out. He shot back at that car. And, I feel sorry for the brother, because that's something he got to live with every day of his life.
He said the videographer was scared. The editor didn't leave no tags. I'm gonna tell you something. He paid good for that video too. That video was well treated. If you look at the style of his video, if you look at the style of his video and look at the style of some of these other Memphis artists' videos, you'll probably be able to see, because his videos look closely like some Memphis artists videos, certain Memphis artists videos. So that was the same videographers as a few of these artists around Memphis.
And Dennis Wade, he believe they're gonna get the death penalty. I'm gonna tell you, Dennis, I think see what people ain't realizing, Straight Drop got 2 murder charges. I don't think Cornelius gonna get it, but I don't know. Straight Drop, I don't know. Cause see what they gonna do with Straight Tamara, why do they got him charged? Okay, let me ask you this now, cause you would know this. If that woman was killed in Mississippi, why would they charge him with her murder over in Tennessee? That's the part I'm lost on.
If what lady was killed in Mississippi?
Covington, Anita.
No, Covington is in Tennessee. Covington is about 45 minutes from Memphis. It's in Tennessee.
Okay. Like you said, either that case or either the dude who they killed when they found that Mercedes over there by that where that Mercedes was found. It's one of them two. But the son done made a video saying, that the same gun in the same car was used in that murder. And then I'm gonna tell you something else too now, allegedly, that girl whose son played football. Now, if you go back and do your research and look at that, her son, he looked just like your guy. I mean, YG, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? They was beefing about a baby mama once upon a time also. Because Dolph had said something about the baby mama one time in one of his songs. But that baby mama that woman that was killed in Covington, the other one that survived, her son, a football player, he looked just like YG. Sure do.
I was looking at some of the blogs. They was saying that was his baby mama, but I don't know if that's his baby mama. But I do know that Dolph rapped about it. But Dolph had also said too, Dolph said in the interview that when the girl stepped to him, he didn't know in the beginning that was his, baby mama. He said, it ain't like I went after her. He did say that they, messed around. He said it wasn't like I was trying to be in a relationship with her. I didn't even know that was his baby mama in the beginning. She stepped to me.
Because she seen they were beefing. That what females do. See, females keep up a lot of stuff too now. And I'm gonna tell you something. A man will kill you by some. You know what? Mm.
It seems like to me that might be what happened.
Girl, if you look at her
Allegedly.
son, allegedly, if you look at that son, I mean, you know, we and allegedly I could be all the way off because you ain't said nothing. You just laughing. That son look just like YG. Got the forehead and everything. He looked just like YG. That football player, her son, he looked just like YG. And I'm thinking, you know, everybody keep talking about, you know, he was trying to pay. They had went to one of the sons to try and get them to do the hit with them. I don't know. You know, that's gonna come out too though if it was her. That's gonna come out in court. Cause I'm gonna tell you something. If you listen to the son interview on the news, that son saying a lot in circles. Cause he said they know my mama didn't have nothing to do. That boy said they know my mama didn't have nothing to do with nothing. So what are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? That
Yeah,
son,
and I'm sure that boy's heard about his mother, and I'm sure
I
all
don't
bets are
care.
off.
I told you.
I'm sure he's doing. I'm sure he has been. He has probably allegedly. I don't know if it's true, but if he had in a sense, he's probably if he knows something, he's probably been a witness. If you take my mama down, you think I'm not going to take you down in some kind of way?
I'm telling you, on one of his Facebook statuses, he said, when my homeboy such and such told me they was taking they stuff off YouTube and stuff, he said, I knew instantly they did it. Cause the homeboy had sent him that he had tagged the video. Cause girl, I've been all on the boy page on Facebook. Cause I'm nosy. I've been all on the boy page on Facebook. The boy say when my homeboy told me that they was taking their stuff off, you know, the internet, they videos and stuff down. I knew already that they was the one that killed my mama. And that boy say every other day I miss my mama. And see, that's another thing we missing. Cause I'm gonna tell you, like you said, I'm with you. It's either that boy over there by that car, or it's either that woman. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna say, and the reason, and two, now the reason I want to say is that woman, cause they shot both of them, but one of them lived. And but it could be that man too, cause the woman was in the house with that man when they went and shot him too. But they didn't shoot her; they shot the man. They killed that man. So it's one of the two. But it's all gonna come out in court. Cause like I said, they only got one affidavit on straight drop online.
I think everybody's gonna be surprised because I feel in my heart, like I said, and I repeat, one of my friends that work over in the investigative unit. When I told him, I said, you got everybody on social media trying to solve that case. He said, baby, they ain't got to. The case already solved.
I believe
So
that too.
that lets me know, you know, every now and again somebody will slip up and tell me something, but I don't try to pry into information.
Right. Well, you talking to the sources, baby. So you know some stuff. And like you said, it's only a certain amount of stuff you will speak on. I get it, got it noted. What's understood ain't got to be explained. I understand where you're coming from, though. I read between them lines. I don't put two and two together just by listening. I had and you the stuff you saying I had already thought. Everybody trying to make it more complicated than what it is, though. For that content, it's simple. Now it does puzzle me. Who was that second murder charge he got on? See, everybody so focused. This is what people is. They so focused on the Dolph case. They ain't even looking at the straight drop. Got 2 murder charges and 2 attempted murders. Ain't nobody said nothing about that.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's weird that right after that car was found, somebody went over there
And
and
killed
killed
that
that
man.
boy. Either, you know, I've heard people say that they thought that boy was involved. It was retaliation for Dolph. I don't think that is it. It could be, but I don't think it is. I think somebody knew that or felt like he was the one that told it, and they went and killed him to keep him
But check this
talking.
out though, Tamara. On the news, what? Let me ask you this before I say what I'm finna say. What color car when they caught straight drop? What color car was he in? I'm gonna see. Do you know that much?
You talking about when they caught him in
And
Indiana? You talking about
that,
in Indiana?
yeah, Indiana.
I thought they was in an SUV.
And what color was it? It was what color?
I thought it was black.
Yep. And you know what they said?
What?
A black sedan pulled up and killed that boy
Oh
over there by the
wow.
car. That's on the news.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. A black sedan pulled up and killed that boy. And see, a sedan is a car though. But see, the person was so shook, you know, she probably didn't exactly know whether it was a truck or a car. She just knew it was black. So they got more evidence, like you said. And you know, you just ain't gonna say what you know. Cause like you said, you only want to speak on so much. It's they that boy, he and all I can say, straight drop done cash the check. He done wrote a check that his ass can't cash. And that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, he have, and like I said, it's really it's so unfortunate that a 23-year-old young man. But like I said, you don't see his support system. You don't see his. You don't see. And I'm not saying he don't have any family, but you don't see it. And you said yourself, you checked his book, see, he only got $50. So,
He had
like I
$50.
said, it don't make me feel good as a mother to see young men lives ruined, young men that have been misguided. And like I said, what pisses me off is like you have men that are in a position to help them, and instead of helping them, like Dolph was trying to do, you go and you hurt them. You feel like that life is not nothing, and you send them out. And I'm just saying, anybody, you send them out to do your dirty work because your life is too important. And
Cause
that's why I say
they
fathers
know
have got to start back stepping up in the home, because it you know, it's sad. Like you see certain dudes, they'll let you know their family is first. These very dudes, probably that sent the like dudes that sent straight dropout. They got their kids all in private school. They want folks to know they really do it for show what they're doing for their kids, but they're ruining other people's children.
exactly. Cause they kids be somewhere in a private school and all that. You don't even be knowing about their kids. And they prey on
Says
the
these
weak.
kids are so young, willing to bet it all. It's insane. How did things get this bad in this world? That's so I'm trying to figure out, how did things get this bad?
It's the influencers. They prey on the weak. And in Memphis, that gang stuff is so reckless and so. And something else you was right about when I was telling you about that boy Newski got killed, and you was like, I feel like somebody close to him. That's all over the internet too. As of today,
Mhm.
they sure saying that. They saying that somebody close to him killed him.
Yeah, because I know that area that what's his name? Was his name Newski, you say? The area
Mm-hmm.
that Newski was in, those are some apartments. They're not letting nobody, you have to, those are steep driveways and stuff. Ain't nobody getting back there unless you know the people back there. You see what I mean? Ain't nobody
Yep.
gonna even want to go back there. So it had to have been somebody that he trusted to be around him, because you ain't gonna go drive back there and spin and shoot somebody and get out, because it ain't that easy to do.
Wow. See, you know from down there too. See, cause I'm from Georgia. I don't know nothing about down. I'm scared to even come on a vacation down there. I'm scared of Memphis. Shit. Girl, look, I'm scared of Memphis. I ain't even finna lie. Them fools down there reckless, girl.
He said Newski's was homies with straight drop and signed with money bag. Yo,
He sure wasn't. He homeless
Was
with
he
six.
signed with Moneybagg Yo? Was his cousin Big 30 signed with? I thought they said 30 or
Uh,
somebody.
30 signed on the. I don't know whoever Brad Gang is. They said that's Moneybagg Yo
Yeah,
label.
that's Moneybagg Yo. And I know, was it 30 that, when Dolph was killed, he did give his condolences?
Yeah, he was the one that did that. He did do that, and people was all over him about that. They was trying to start beefing with him by giving his condolences because he was
Right.
he
It
was
makes
going
me wonder.
online.
It makes me wonder about that. People were so emotional about Dolph. Like I said, I couldn't get past. That's why I'd be glad when the feds. I want the feds. I'd be glad when they get the root of this, not just these kids that they sending out. I want them to get the Negroes that's putting the money out. And so I thought about what Grove Hero said, that he said that he was sitting at his grandmother's house. He told the story about how he was starving. And he said that people got mad at him. People in YG's camp got mad at him because Dolph gave him an opportunity and started texting him, cussing him out and stuff, and blocked him and said he couldn't be, he didn't want them, they didn't want him dealing with any of his artists. He said, now I was sitting at my grandmother's house, no money, starving, and this man give me an opportunity and they do me like that.
And grow hero, he really deal with him. He hurt. He really hurt too. He done went so far as to go over there to Black Youngster neighborhood and show how they living over there.
He says that Big 30 was doing the industry thing. What is the industry thing? Fill me in on it. Because the only thing I know is that he did, he said rest in peace. Maybe he didn't. I would think, even because Yo Gotti and Dolph was cool at one point.
Mm-hmm.
What harm would it have been for him to say, even though I wasn't feeling him, I would never wish death on him, or, I give my condolences to his family. Instead, you say, I don't speak on nothing that ain't got nothing to do with me. That's almost evil. What is saying RIP, or, I don't wish death on nobody? I didn't have anything to do with that. You know what I mean? But even though we was beefing, I never would have wished that upon him.
Right. And I feel like too, Gotti should have at least, YG should have at least said something. Like I ain't have nothing to do with that. So a simple message would have mattered. You know what I'm saying? And being that he want to speak on it in a dang on album, allegedly. But I feel like he should have, Moneybagg, all of them should have took and said, at least a simple rest in peace or something. So now because people from the dope finna look at CMG because they already know the beef that they had with beef and got, the beef that Dolph and YG and them had, that Kemp had. And, he should have at least took online and said, I ain't had nothing to do with that or something. Don't wait till no son come out and go to talk about you ain't finna speak on nothing you ain't got nothing to do with.
Yeah, I think that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, and it was almost pretty heartless. It was basically heartless.
It was. It was. And then even in one of his songs, he gonna talk about he wanna congrat. Pretty much he said he wanna congrat Dolph on doing it independent because it ain't easy. That's what YG had the nerve to say in one of his songs he just dropped.
Is he trying to do damage control?
He trying to clear his name, which I don't think he had nothing to do with it. I just feel like a certain person in that camp, it's crazy because now it done put it done. it done put all of them in a bad situation. You see what I'm saying? All of them is caught up in the middle of something. That's why I don't care what nobody say. YG done tried to go online talking about, people need to stop lying, saying that, why BY and him done split up. It ain't nothing like that. He trying to clear the air. BY already done said what he done said though. BY, he telling it all. If you listen to his music, he telling it all.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think he's handling stress too well either.
Hey girl, he ready to crash out at any time. Cause he know the alphabet boys, they own him. They own him. He already know that. And just like you said, done been said, the internet ain't got to solve it because they already know what it is. They do. But see, when they go to playing with them kind of dudes, they got money like that. The alphabet boys want to make sure they want to have. It ain't that they want to make sure, they just want to have everything in order.
And the advantage that the alphabet boys got.
What is that?
They got the money. They got the alphabet boys got the intelligence.
Exactly.
The lawyers could never have access to.
Exactly. And I'm telling you now, BY he finna. I'm telling you, watch how it unfold. Girl, it's starting to be a soap opera now. I'm telling you, because they done went back. They done picked up CEO Bobby. This is third time being arrested since Dolph died. They done went and picked up JoJo Splat CEO. They done got both of them. And then JoJo Splat so stupid, girl. When they got them, this fool runs behind the stolen car. Let me tell you how that went. He was in a store. He pulled up at a gas station. There was a white Charger following him. He pulls up at a gas station in a stolen car. Unmarked car pulls up behind them because they had a bolo for the stolen car that JoJo Splat was in. JoJo Splat goes in the store, I guess, to pay for gas. Well, by the time JoJo Splat come out the store, somebody had done jumped in the driver's seat and took off in the car. Girl, this is no lies in the affidavit. Somebody had done jumped in the driver's seat and took off in the car because they had noticed that it was an unmarked, police car. So this fool right here, whoever noticed it was an unmarked police car jumps on the driver's side of the car and takes off in the car along with the white Charger. JoJo Splat comes out the store and run in the direction of the car, of this stolen car. This just, like you said, like it saddens you to know that he's sitting up there talking about, CEO Bobby being his best friend and his pretty much his mentor, because this fool runs behind a stolen car, and then in the same ordeal, not only is you running behind a stolen car, but you got a gun on you with an extended clip. So they wrecked the car that JoJo Splat was in. Whoever jumped on the driver's side of that car ends up wrecking that car. And they end up because they attempted to pick up JoJo Splat, but they was on so much. The fool couldn't even, girl. I ain't never in my life, girl. You had to read the affidavit.
Wait a minute. They attempted to pick him up, and what happened?
They attempted to pick up JoJo Splat because this fool literally done about caught up with the car and they see him running. And they pick him up, but they went to turn, I think, right, and they ended up having to do a left turn because the folks was on them so bad by then. It wasn't no way they could get JoJo Splat, dumbass. And then they end up wrecking this stolen car. Now it's all in the affidavit. They end up wrecking the stolen girl. Look, I can't make this up. It's in the affidavit. I swear to God.
But you know what? That sounds just like something they would do because they've proven to be silly.
This fool run, girl. First of all, not only you running behind the car like it's yours. You stole the car. This is a stolen car. It's in the affidavit. The fool runs behind the car. He was in the store when the car took off. Cause like I said, the unmarked car, they realized it was the police. So this fool, whoever was on the driver's side, takes off in the stolen car that was at the gas pump or whatever the case may be. JoJo Splat realizes he come out the door and realize they done stole, they ain't even stole the car because it's stolen anyway. He realizes that, oh man, the car gone. So he runs behind the car like it's his car. Girl, when I read that out, baby, I was like, it was beyond.
Oh
It was beyond me at that point, Tamara, because I'm like, these fools are stupid for real. How in the world you run behind a stolen car, dummy? You really running behind a stolen car like it's your car. They attempted to pick him up, but they couldn't because them folks was on them so bad. And then they made another turn, and they later on found the car, wrecked. They totaled the car out. And then when they called JoJo Splat, because you got officers running behind the car, you got officers now on foot running behind him. When they catches him, this fool got the gun with the extended clip. I think they said it had like 50 rounds on it, with the extended clip on it. So then the guns were stolen, but this what I don't understand. The gun was stolen at the police station, girl. Now I'm gonna drop my phone to that.
I know it. You know what? It makes me wonder because you do know. I wonder if it was stolen from the police station because the police chief here in Memphis, her gun was stolen out of her car. They was in a Porsche, and she went into a store in a suburban area.
And her gun.
She left her gun. She says her gun was left in a bag in the car because she didn't want to take her weapon into the store with her. And somebody broke into her vehicle, which she was in a Porsche, and stole her weapon. If that's the case, ooh, I wondered why they ballooned those charges up. I did. I wondered why they ballooned those charges up on them. It made me wonder why. And like I said, they didn't mischarge them, but it's always at the officer's discretion, as long as they're not mischarging you or putting fake charges on you. But one charge could mean so many things, right? But they took every charge that was associated with what they did. They could have just charged them with one thing that was associated with what they did. But every charge on the book that was associated with what those boys did, they put those charges on them. That I knew then that they was involved in something more sinister. I just don't. I just at this point, I might think I might know, but I can't. I won't say because I don't know for a fact. But it's definitely connected to something else. And then for CEO Bobby to have a charge that says conspiracy, I believe it says for theft of something over $250,000. Because I kept looking at that, I was like, it's not $25,000. I looked at it several times. It was for over $250,000. What could he have been conspiring to steal for over 200 or stole for over $250,000? Unless they was going to car lots and stealing new cars off of car lots, allegedly, I don't know, and changing the VIN numbers. They're gonna do some federal time if they find out they've been changing VIN numbers on cars. And he's got several charges of $10,000 to $60,000. I know that's a stolen car. But then he has some charges that was from I think it was from $2,500 to $10,000 theft of property, $2,500 to $10,000. That's normally because they've broken into somebody's either car and stole something out of their car, or when they stole the cars, they stole whatever was in the cars. Because 10 to 60 is normally a car. But I'm trying to figure out what in the world, $250,000. What could he been conspiring to do over $250,000? I'm gonna have to call somebody tomorrow to see what that's about, because that just kind of blew my mind. As long as I had worked for the police departments, and I worked for them for 18 years, I'd never seen that charge. I'd never seen that charge. $250,000, and with that bond being um and with that bond being okay, you back on. Can't unmute your guest because they chose to mute themselves.
I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I was trying to unmute you. But yeah, I was saying that
They
I was talking about
professional thieves. This what they
huh?
pushing them for. They are I ain't gonna necessarily say professional, but they just roguish. They just thieves all together.
Now they dealing with somebody is running a chop shop and they got them out there stealing cars and they changing VIN numbers. I'm not sure, but I'm almost willing to bet on that. They ain't got the mind to be the mastermind behind it. All they know how to do is go steal the cars. Somebody is running a chop shop and they got them out there stealing the cars and they changing VIN numbers. I'm almost because CEO Bobby, if he was conspiring, that means that the feds got proof that he was sitting in the midst of whoever. That means if they know he was conspiring, they know who else is involved in this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Miss Lovely said he had a Maserati car in the garage at his mom's house that he stole. Oh, okay. Well, that's the 250,000. That's the 200. He had a Maserati car. That explains it all.
Yeah, cause CEO Bobby, that fool, he had cars at the house where I don't know if his mom, girlfriend, whoever. He had cars at that house where he had multiple stolen cars at that one particular house that they found him at. And then the fact that his mama all on Facebook rah-rahing behind her son, I understand that's your child, but right or wrong, people gonna stick by their kids, but it's just certain
But she
things you
know that's wrong because she know he can't afford no Maserati. She know he can't afford no Maserati.
right, but it goes back to what you were saying about the parents. As long as they get something out of it, you know, for real. That was real talk. What you said, they be knowing what their kids be doing, but when they get something out of it, and then you got to think about she had a baby by her daddy that was the supposed to be one of the biggest gangsters in Memphis.
Well, I
Mm-hmm.
tell you, it like I said, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing. Now his son is a car thief. His
That's
mother knew.
exactly. He's a thief. Period.
His mother knew when he was stealing cars that he was doing something that he didn't have no business doing.
And then you know what? He gotta be good at stealing cars because he wasn't stealing no old school cars. He was stealing nice cars. And I would think it's hard to hot wire a nice car. Shoot, that boy was hot wiring. He knew how to put them wires together and make that thing go.
It makes me think somehow they had a master key to something, which means that ring is bigger. They've been paying whomever got them stealing cars has somehow gotten connected, probably with some crooked car dealers who know how to have master keys and stuff made. Like I said, I'm sure they've tapped into that. It's a lot of people involved. I just wonder who he's stealing cars for. They changing VIN numbers and reselling cars and flossing them and keeping them for themselves.
And the first time they caught him on November the 24th, they caught him with $5,000. He had $5,000 in the house because the baby mama. This what don't be understanding, girl. The baby mamas always be the one to tell on him. He tried to say that the baby mama took him. She came and picked him up or whatever that night around 2 o'clock because it's in the affidavit. The baby mama said, he came here in that car, whooped this and whooped the third, and he came here in this car, and she even gave them consent to search her house because they were gonna get a search warrant, but she gave them consent to search the house. And she told him he came in here with a black backpack, and that's when they found the money, the guns, and the weed, and the black backpack allegedly. But this ain't alleged because it's in the affidavit. We'll say allegedly anyway. But they found $5,000 worth of cash in the black backpack. They found guns and they found a large amount of marijuana. And they found the stolen car because the stolen car what made them pull up. So they've been stealing cars a long time.
But you know what? It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see who had them stealing those cars. They already know that they stealing them. It's gonna be interesting to see who had them stealing them because they ain't smart enough to know the business part of it. They
Yeah.
out doing the hardest part, and somebody else is getting rich off of somebody is running a chop shop.
And see, the most of the cars that they were stealing was coming from like collision body shops. I know two of the cars that they stole came from a collision body shop right there in Memphis, and then another one, a few more that they stole came from over there in Mississippi. I don't know how far Mississippi is from y'all, but it came.
Ooh, Mississippi is our neighboring state. Like what part of Mississippi? Because you know Mississippi is our neighboring state, like 5-10 minutes away.
You know what? I have to go back and read the
And
affidavit.
they're not gonna play with them in Mississippi. My God, they're not gonna play with them. Well, the feds are involved anyway, so it don't really matter. But even they still gonna have to deal with charges.
Yeah, they were stealing cars from in Mississippi, over there in Mississippi, and then they was going to like collision body shops and stuff. And like I said now, I ain't gonna lie on 'em. They wasn't stealing no BS. They was going to steal them scat packs, them demons, them red eyes. They were stealing infinities. They were stealing top notch cars. Cause them when you got to dealing with them chargers, it's even hard to get insurance on them charger cars. Cause they consider to have like a racing motor in them when it come down to them scat packs and them red eyes. It's
Right.
hard to get somebody to insure them because they look at it like they got racing motors. So therefore, them cars are expensive too. They were stealing them kind of cars, and they were stealing Infinities. Now I haven't heard anything about the Maserati, but I'm not gonna say they didn't steal that allegedly because they were stealing nice cars. They was getting expensive
Yeah,
cars, but they was in
that
love
sounds
with
about
charging.
right. Though Maserati runs about 250. And he
Mhm.
went and he more than likely I did see, as a matter of fact, I'm thinking about it. I did run up on because I was like a news clipping where they said that he had broken to a collision shop. But you know, I'm trying to figure out because the collision shop had like a garage that their cars was in. It was shut down.
Yeah, they broke into that and got a car. They got two cars from there.
That Maserati more than likely came off of a car lot.
And then the crazy part, they ran around with broken sunroofs and stuff. Like that's right there, right there. Girl, I ain't never in my
It's
life heard
silly.
nothing like it.
I wonder why his mother didn't question him. Yes, I was paying almost 500 in insurance. She said, yes, I was paying almost 500 in insurance for a Maserati. Are you
Mm-hmm.
talking about for a Maserati or for a Dodge Charger, Miss Lovely? I wonder why his mother, and see, that's what I'm talking about. His mother knew that how he got that car that car that was parked in her garage and how he got it, it wasn't right. He couldn't afford it. She knew he couldn't afford it because he's living over there with her. And then when something bad happens, that's when folks want to sit up and talk about they didn't have to kill my boy. He was a good boy. When you knew your child was doing wrong. Anybody else that want to come up here also? I think her phone hung up again. His mama never questioned him because his dad is the same. Oh my God, Project, you hard on him. I just put the link into the comments. If anybody else wants to come up here, you can definitely come up here if you got anything that you want to talk about. If you have not liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe to the channel. Also, okay, she's back. I said her phone must have hung up again.
It didn't. I clicked off too many times, and it'll take you from backstage. It'll take you out the from off stage.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. But girl, you do your info on that because you get the tea, honey. And he just got a lot going on. Like for real, for real. Both of them now, like we were saying, we ain't slow, and anybody that got common sense ain't slow. CO Bobby got a $320-something thousand bond. They ain't they got his bond side so high to where he can't get out. So therefore, Tamara, he involved in something else other than stealing them cars and stuff too.
Yeah, he involved in something. He's definitely. I think the reason why the feds are on him, they changing VIN numbers, and then CEO Bobby them knows something about this Dolph's murder. Okay,
Because
I do believe that, and the reason I believe it, and allegedly, it's not allegedly, as far as them getting on live. The reason that they was on their trail is because of CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat. They were the ones on Instagram bragging. And like I said, as far as I'm concerned, Soldier Boy is not in the clear.
I'm gonna tell you this though. I don't know what connection. Like the industry have all kind of connections. If Soldier Boy is like what would you call it? Like he? If he didn't have nothing to do with it, they would pick him up for conspiracy maybe because he was the one started the whole thing. When he never did call Dolph name, but he said I got 100,000 to put that money on his head. I got 100. I put 100,000 on this nigga head. Or I got 100,000 on his head. Is what he said. So I don't know because. But I do know that the BY and them, they got something to do with it most definitely. But Soldier Boy, I feel like he opened the doors. If he didn't have nothing to do with it, he opened the doors for everybody else to go on and, do what they gonna do to him. And it was so crazy what they was beefing about. It was some mess about who started something first.
Dolph was joking with him. And the reason I know Dolph was joking with him because Soldier Boy later said, and he had the nerve to come in my live and say, I know you're gonna invite me to your party. So it seems to me that Dolph was joking with Soldier Boy when he said, hey, Soldier, because Soldier Boy always talking about he the first to do something. So he said, hey, Soldier Boy, I was the first to have a yellow car with a billboard, just joking. I think he was really just trying to joke with him to be cool with him because Dolph even rapped about in a song. I heard him say he got a car. He called it Soldier Boy, Watch Me, something. You know what I mean? And so
Right.
everybody feels like, just like I feel the same way. This evidently Soldier Boy has some deep rooted jealousy because you don't just get mad and say you're gonna drop a bag on somebody's head because they say that evidently you didn't like the boy. You was already jealous of him.
Soldier Boy always talking about he first is doing something anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I tell you what though, and then he had the nerve to get on live with which one? CEO Bible, Joseph Splatter, both for all three of them join the line together. He had a nerve to go live with them. So therefore, you got some type of communication with these dudes. The feds, you know that feds gonna look into all of that. Being that you even showed your face on they live and tapped into they live on Instagram, you got some type of dealing with these guys. Cause okay, let me tell you what's gonna happen to me. I think allegedly, the same way they had Cornelius down there. And then nobody even know Cornelius. They first had Cornelius locked up for that car, for stealing the car. Then next thing you know, straight drop get locked up. All the stuff come out by Cornelius. They added the murder charges to Cornelius. I think what's finna happen with CEO Bobby, the reason his bond is so high, I think CEO Bobby is finna end up getting charged with murder. And JoJo Splat gonna end up getting charged with accessory to it. But they trying to say that they trying to say, you know, they trying to say that CEO Bobby, everybody keeps saying JoJo Splat. They was trying to say that CEO Bobby was the shooter. And when you look at CEO Bobby legs, both of them got funny made legs, but the way CEO Bobby legs made, them CEO Bobby legs, he was the one with that Draco. I think, I'm telling you allegedly, I think Cornelius was the driver. I think Straight Drop and CEO Bobby are either JoJo Splat. But if you pay attention, CEO Bobby Bun the highest. So they got more information on CEO Bobby than they do JoJo Splat. That sells a lot from the prices of the bun. CEO Bobby Bun is 175,000 lacking $500,000 bun. JoJo Splat bun ain't in but $50,000. So
That's
therefore, they
true.
got more information on. See, if you really think logically, they got, because really they got the same amount of charges on what they in there for, him and JoJo Splat. But for some apparent reason, CEO Bobby Bun is just way higher than JoJo Splat Bun, allegedly. I'm telling you, they finna hit them boys with something to do with that murder too.
Yeah, you might be right about that, and I'm not kidding.
If you really think with common sense, why is CEO Bobby Bun so much higher than JoJo
Because
Splat?
they're trying to hold them. You see how they evade and try to run and resist arrest because they want to make sure. I think it's one or two things. They want to make sure that they cannot get out easily because they're building a case on them. They don't want them to run, or and and with a $325,000 bond that CEO Bobby has, they want to see who's going to come to his rescue because evidently we already know that they ain't got no money like that just laying around.
Mm-mm.
They were just happy with joyriding and taking $500 or $600 to go steal cars.
But that's exactly what it was. And somebody in the comments talking about Newski and that Corvette. Did y'all talk about how Newski Corvette was seen doing Dolph murder, and people speculate that may be a reason other than someone on the inside getting Newski. Joe Straight Drop was in that Corvette. That's when Straight Drop came back to the scene in that Corvette, that white Corvette, allegedly.
Yeah,
So
they
you know
said
what?
it was
Being
either.
that whoever just said that, Tamara put two and two together now. It's starting to make sense now. Cause I didn't even know that white Corvette was Newski car.
No, I wasn't sure if it was New Skis or Black Youngsters or Be Wise because they
I done
said
heard
that
it was BY
he's
car
got a
too.
white Corvette.
I done heard it was BY car too.
He was saying allegedly he has a white Corvette, and
I done
there's
heard that
video
too.
on YouTube of him being driving a white Corvette like that. So it could have been one or the other,
I done
according
heard
to
it
the
too.
according to the insurance guy. He was in Memphis, right?
Yes, because he was, he had been calling. This was the insurance guy say, quote unquote. Black youngster truck got shot up in October, the end of October, around the 28th, I want to say, of October, somewhere around there, whenever they had a concert at the FedEx Forum place down there. Okay, Black youngster called him the day of Dolph murder and asked him was his truck ready yet, because he needed that truck, and the insurance guy told him it's taking a little longer for his truck to get fixed because they needed to find the windows for his truck, and being that the pandemic was here, that they could not find, it was hard for them to find windows for that truck because the pandemic was in and they was having a problem finding windows, and he wanted the insurance guy to drive that truck somewhere where he was, where BY was, and the insurance guy told him, I ain't finna drive that truck with all them bullet holes in it. And that window shot out. But a few days, about 2 days after the murder, 2, 3 days, I want to say 2 days after the murder, that's when they finally had done went on and fixed BY truck. But he was
Wow.
in, he most definitely, and like everybody was talking about, BY grandma house got shot up. That wasn't true. That was a lie. But they said BY said that his grandma went in the hospital a day before that Dolph murder happened. But BY most definitely was in town. And the insurance man said he told him, man, I thought I thought you in town. I thought you was out. You did because when he called him one time and said he was somewhere. I want to say in Atlanta, allegedly. And then the insurance man said he called him back when he was trying to see was the truck fixed, like the next day or something after the murder, and told him he was gonna get somebody to come pick the truck up. But nobody never came to pick the truck up. He came to pick the truck up himself. BY came to pick that truck up himself. And that's when he sat down and the insurance man said, he said, man, I love you, man. And you know what? That's why I ain't gonna lie. I kind of sort of believe that recording though. Bits and pieces of that recording.
Well, one thing I've always said, the insurance man didn't have no reason to tell no lies. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? He didn't have no reason to lie.
And then you know what? If anybody from Memphis done heard his voice, they'll know if that's him or not. Somebody know how his voice sounds because somebody getting insurance from that man. Somebody know how that man talk. I'm gonna tell you something though, like for real. Now, and I ain't trying to talk about nobody else on your panel, but a lot of stuff that the CP say, I don't believe he be capping, man. I believe that little old man be on point too now. Tomorrow, I ain't finna sit up here and lie on that old man. He do a lot of cursing and stuff like that, but I don't believe that man just be sitting up lying like that, man. I believe that man be knowing some stuff, man. And then the crazy
He
part is,
do. A lot of people call him. A lot of people call him and give him exclusive information. And he lets everybody know that he records their conversations. If he wasn't lying, that insurance agent definitely because I remember when he was getting information before he revealed, who it was. He was
and
giving him
then did
information.
you notice? Did you notice how the insurance man went and took a restraining order out on him? Because he put that on his Facebook page, girl. The insurance man went and took a
I'm trying
restraining
to figure
order
out
out
why the
on
insurance
him.
man would do that though. I wonder why he did that. Because from my understanding, after that happened, uh, uh, it was said. I saw on CP show that the uh, allegedly the insurance agent has started receiving his family and him has started receiving threats on their life.
And see that when he played that, I ain't gonna lie, I even put it on my Facebook page. I said, you know what? I said that man finna get killed. But see, the Fed so involved, it ain't nothing they can do to him right now. But I swear to God, I said, now that was real messy of CP to do that. I don't care, how truthful it is or whatever the case may be allegedly. But that was real wrong for CP to put that recording out there because I knew that I believe that's why. Cause see, he took that restraining order out on that man so that man can't keep saying his name or talking about him on his platform. Cause a restraining order, cause you done work for them people in the FBI and all them. A restraining order, you can't even discuss that person on your platform if they got a restraining order out on you pretty much. You ain't even to talk about them at all. That's why he did that. So
Yeah, that's why he did it.
why would you do something like that if you know you ain't said nothing? He did it because people kept telling, and then I didn't understand that either because them ding dong people in the comments was talking about some play it over. Play it over for what when the man got it on his page already? What he
What
need to
I
play
can't
it?
understand is why didn't he just go if he had a concern, if he had some information, why didn't he just go take it to the police?
Exactly. See what gonna end up happening with him? Somebody gonna subpoena him for some of his information that he have, I think. Cause I'm gonna tell you the truth now. I'm gonna tell you again, not Tamara. I don't think that CP man be sitting up just telling lies on these people.
He ain't lying on him. He ain't
I
lying on that man.
I don't
If
care.
when he played that recording, I mean that it was true. The man was he said what he said on the recording. He ain't telling no lies on him. It was truth. That was true. As
Yeah,
far
because
as
that's the
the
thing.
insurance agent saying what he said on their recording.
I'm gonna tell you something. That man like you. That's why I ain't gonna lie. I watch CP now because CP come with a lot of interesting facts. He like you. That's why I don't start following you and subscribe to you because you ain't on here with all that stupid content and you on point with it. And CP come with a lot of interesting stuff too. Now to me, he do. And I'm like, I don't see that man just sitting up just lying like that. Who could he have got to implicate that man like that or to act like who else would have and like you said, well, why would he go to him and tell him that it's certain stuff you will tell other people that you won't tell your family?
That's
They
true.
He don't want his family to know how in deep he is with stuff and stuff like that. You want your family. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Most of the time, your family always be the one in the blind. The outsiders be knowing, but it be your family that you done fooled is being the blind because you only tell them so much. But
That's true.
you might have a best friend that you out here in the streets telling everything to, or somebody you feel like you can confide in that you telling everything to. And your family, you got them only knowing the basics. I ain't gonna lie, I believe that recording was true. I don't care what nobody say. I believe that man. I don't believe that man sat up and told no lie and played that recording on that man. And a lot of people like, oh, that's I done seen a lot of vloggers. That's a lie. I don't believe that was no lie. No, I believe that was the truth. He
Yeah,
even
it
went
was
so
as
far
far as that recording, it was the truth. He ain't tell no lie on that man. He was telling the truth.
and then he done even went so far as to giving the man the dang on VIN numbers from the car. And then you got to think about now. It goes deep, like you said, it gets deeper than we think. If we got CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat out here stealing cars allegedly and changing VIN numbers, who to say that that car is really what they saying that it is? Who? Because like I said, the $1 million question to that car situation is why this woman won't never show up in court and why this woman won't never show her face. And if you pay attention to when that guy, when they first caught Straight Drop, one of them news reporter asked them something about that car, and that black man with the bald head said that car wasn't stolen. That was his exact words, and he left it alone. Because I think he realized he had been done too much talking. Because if they changed the VIN number to that car, it don't mean because it could register, the VIN could register as a 2014 Mercedes, but it really could be a 2016 Mercedes because the VIN's been changed. You see what I'm saying? So therefore,
Mhm.
if we got CEO Bobby, see that's where they done took place at with these cars. If they send up there, if they allegedly connected to Straight Drop and they done changed the VIN numbers, and we already know they professional car thieves. If they could done be done went and changed the VIN numbers to these cars. And did you hear in that record? Well, he told Black Youngster, report the best thing I could do for you. We report the car stolen. How we know that they ain't went to somebody BY ain't paid him to go to somebody and say, man, say this car was stolen from you. Because guess what? Why y'all ain't released that camera footage of that car getting stolen? Because I know and you know that gas station got camera footages all the way around it. Y'all might not release the camera footage of Dolph getting killed in Makitas, but y'all can release the camera footage of this car getting stolen. To let the public know something, it's all a mess. Cause then when she picked the Terrion Owens guy out the lineup saying that he stole the car, that's another one that does snitch too. He done told what he know a little bit. He know too. When they picked that Terrion Owens guy up for allegedly stealing the car, she picked him out of lineup. But they said she wouldn't never come to court. That's why they dropped his charges, because she wouldn't come to court to testify on it. Now, if I got somebody done robbed me at a gas station and put a gun to my head and did all this crazy stuff, even when they interviewed her on the news, they never showed her face. That's number one. But you claiming this man done put this gun to your head at this gas station and did all this stuff to you at this gas station. Make it make sense now, Tamara. But you won't even go to court to testify on the man? Because he need to be off the street, because he a menace to society. He'll kill you by the car. So he need to be in jail. This woman never show her face. Ever show her face. It's something fishy about that car.
Yeah, it's something fishy about that car. Like I said, I don't think the insurance agent had a reason to lie.
I don't either. I'm telling you. And then have you seen the video of BY floating over the
Hello.
internet with that beat with a Benz that look just like that car?
Hello there, Leonard.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How's everything going with you?
I ain't sure how to do this camera work though.
Because I see you echoing a little bit.
But I appreciate y'all content. Y'all been the most.
What we appreciate you for. We see you've
I'm
been
new
on
to
here
this,
with us
so
for a while.
I'm
We
new to
sure
this.
appreciate
But
you being
let me back out and try it again.
Okay.
He got to turn his TV off.
Yeah, you might have to turn. You have to. Do you have your TV on?
Because he echoing.
Is your TV on?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you need to turn your TV off and just talk into your camera.
I'm gonna back out and try it again.
Okay. All right.
But Tamara, I'm telling you, if we allegedly already done put together that we got these car thieves, and that ain't no allegedly because it's on the affidavit. That's mostly what they charged for. Who to say they ain't took? Because we know for a fact CEO Bobby allegedly already done had pictures in front of this dang on Benz before Dolph got killed. All this shit is a plot, man. And I hate to say it like that, and I'm sorry for cussing on your channel, but all this stuff is a plot. All of it is a big mess. And that car, the VIN number's been changed on it.
I was going to say that's probably what they looking at. I'm the VIN numbers. Like I said, it's not that much of a coincidence that CEO Bobby had a Benz, and then the insurance agent asked, was the Benz scratched up on the left side or something like that, and that same Benz was messed up on one side. Like,
come on,
it's
man.
not that they just been. That's why I say. That's why I know CEO Bobby is somehow allegedly connected some kind of way. They dealing with some type of chop shop that have been changing VIN numbers.
They changed them VIN numbers on that car. Cause the insurance got implicated himself in he's accessory to it now. Whether he want to be or not, it's sad, but it's true. Cause you was the one told him to report that car stolen. And let me tell you this. Let me ask you this. Now, black people, and allegedly, I'm sorry to say this, but it's the truth. How many, white people, I'm going to say Caucasians, how many Caucasians finna ride around with a tow-up Benz on the side? When they cut that check for that car, them Caucasians finna go get that car fixed. You got a better chance of a black person being like, hell no, I'm finna keep this money. Oh, a Caucasian person, they finna go get that car fixed, man. Come on, man. Ain't no Caucasian person riding around not unless they own drugs with a tow-up Mercedes like that on the side, man. They keep it a book.
Yeah, it's something weird about that situation with
that car ain't I'm telling you. But just like that bald head man, if you go back and really pay attention to that interview, one of the reporters, when they caught Straight Drop and did that conference that day, one of the reporters asked him about that Benz. That bald head man, I don't know if he worked for the marshals or the feds, but he said, I want to say his name Terrence something. He said that car wasn't stolen. He said it clear as day. I don't know how many people caught it, but that man said that car was not stolen.
I don't think it was stolen either. You heard what the insurance agent said.
He said in the video, he also said in the video, he was like, that's that same car, youngster. That you reported that your girl wrecked last year. You should have got that car fixed. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Like you said, with that chop shop, they switched out them VIN numbers.
And I think what the insurance agent did was he was scared to go to the police. So he knew that the cussing pastor had a platform and he wanted him to put it out because he didn't want to be implicated.
Exactly. And now, see, if you go back, I haven't even thought about to now. If you go back and look on his page, Ben, he don't took that restraining order out on the CP. He might not even have that video up there no more because it's probably against the policies of that restraining order, to take that video down. That's probably why the insurance agent, I guarantee you that video probably ain't even up there no more because it was called the tape. I bet you if I go back and look,
I'm sure the insurance agent at this point, I'm sure he's been questioned. I'm sure they went and talked to him.
Oh yeah, he all over the case. Cause see now he in trouble too. Cause you was the one told the man to change the VIN numbers. But see, it could go either way. He could be in trouble or he could go on and tell him the truth. Cause they probably done told him, well, it's all over the internet. We done heard the tape. So you already know how they work because you don't work for them. They probably told him
Miss
you
Lovely said he sure did. The U.S. Marshals guy. So was it the U.S. Marshals guy that said that the car wasn't stolen?
That U.S. Marshal guy said that. Whoever that was.
Wow. So it seems like I guess it's just social media running with their own narrative then.
He said that car wasn't stolen, man. I'm telling you that U.S. Marshal guy said that. If you go back and really see, I'll be on it. I'm telling you,
know it. You're right. That insurance agent knew some stuff. You see what I mean? Like,
knew a lot.
Because he said to BY, aren't you supposed? I thought you was in Atlanta.
Exactly.
He was supposed to be in Atlanta. No, according to the insurance guy, nobody even knew he was in Memphis.
I'm telling you, BY finna get picked up. It's just a matter of time. Cause just like you said, from your sources, they already know who done did it. Cause I was wondering, I ain't gonna lie, I was wondering what was taking them so long to pick up Straight Drop now. And I was wondering when they was gonna get CEO Bobby and JoJo Splat. And now they got all four of them.
Yes, indeed.
And then I could tell by the price of, I instantly knew when I went on that Shelby County, because I don't listen to no bloggers. I go to the source. I go to get the paperwork. When I went on there and seen how much that boy bun was, I said, oh yeah, they finna end up charging him with something with this murder. And which I ain't gonna lie, CP had said, he just said about 2 weeks ago, maybe 2.5 weeks ago, he said, it might not even have been that long when he said it. He said CEO Bobby got tampering with evidence, some type of evidence. He said they got a warrant out for CEO Bobby. Just like he said before they picked up Straight Drop, he said they had a warrant out for Straight Drop.
Miss Lovely said, and the insurance guy was called in about the info he said on the recording. Oh, I'm sure that he was. And
yeah, he did say that on the recording. She absolutely correct. Miss Lovely, absolutely correct. He said, I think he's supposed to went down there that next day or that Monday, and they was gonna question him about that recording, about that car stuff, not the recording, but the stuff with the cars.
Wow.
Girl, it's all unfolding. And see, you got we're really following the case. The other fools on the internet, they sitting up playing about it. But you coming with the direct information. like I said, that's what made me follow you, because you ain't just putting out no stupid content. You coming with, direct information, because it's really starting to fold. It's common sense. It's starting to make sense. Just like you were saying in your videos and stuff. Like I said, if they go back and watch your videos, they'll hear a lot. That's why I was like, oh yeah, she know what she talking about. She coming with facts. That's what made me subscribe and start following you, because the other bloggers all over the place. It's playing out the way that I had already said. I know who involved, BY. I don't care what nobody say. He's the main man. He's the ringleader. I don't think YG, in this case right here, I don't think YG hands tied in this. But see, people gonna say his hands tied in this because BY is a part of him. But I don't think his hands tied in this. I'm gonna tell you the truth now. I don't think his hands tied in this. BY all over this case. But if anything, they'll hit him with a RICO and they'll go pick up the at least YG. They're gonna pick up YG and BY if they hit him with a RICO. But then they might not hit him with a RICO. They might just go pick up BY because they know he's a part of it. Because they done talk to that insurance agent, man. They done talk to people. We know that. And the Terrion Owens dude, his mama was on CP page, and CP, girl, it was so funny. That interview right there was so funny till it was ridiculous. He got down on her so bad she ended up hanging up the phone on him. That Terrion Owens dude, the dude that was picked up before anybody was picked up. Girl, she gets on CP page and want to do a whole interview with CP. And CP, girl, he got down on her so bad that woman didn't know left from right. She hung up the phone on him.
They said YG took straight drop. YG took straight drop off of,
dollar for dollar.
I guess off of the day. Y'all think he was on the dollar for dollar?
They said the boy that's on there now is his homeboy. He ain't had no choice. Everybody's saying that, straight drop was on that dollar for dollar. They said he had no choice but to take him off.
Oh wow. See, that's what I'm talking about. Why would he want to be why does he feel like he's beholden to straight drop? Why would he, just thinking about the stuff that he posted on the internet and stuff, why would he, as a record head, why would he feel like he needs to be in this deep? He wasn't assigned to him.
Because he did something for him that he been trying to do that he could never get done. And then in that one shooting where they actually shot Dolph, that dude, he got to do about 15 years behind that, I think. They locked black youngsters. They locked all of them up for the way they locked.
But Dolph wouldn't tell it. Dolph wouldn't show up in court.
But they still locked somebody up behind it. They locked one of YG homeboys up behind. That man got about 15 years behind that mess.
He probably wasn't even the one that did it.
They had them lock YG up. They locked BY up. You can go back and pull that article up. They locked and they locked some other dude up from, I don't know if he was from Memphis, but I want to say he was. He the one, I think he knew, being that BY and YG was in the game, he was just like, I go on and take the charge. But that man riding now for that charge. Right now to this day, he riding for that charge for shooting Dolph. But
he probably was not the one that did it. And here's the thing that pissed me off. You had people saying that when they shot him, they shot that boy for nothing. Even then, he was in LA at a hotel, and then they're gonna say he gonna try to run and try to go tell and get help. The boy what was he not supposed to do? Try and save his life. That's why I say, like, when I think about it, you think about, like, and I think I could speak for the majority of Memphis with the way they did that boy, and he kept trying to shun away because he did not want to start a war, and it makes me mad.
It do, cause I don't even think I know he always felt like to have his guards up, but I think he was trying to disregard that situation altogether, and they were still at him. It at the end of the day, it's jealousy. Ain't now another
That's
way.
all it was,
It's
jealousy.
jealousy. That's it. That's all it was. Cause like I said, YG got a song that just came out on his new album. He's actually congratulating, Dolph for being independent. And I said, wow, he didn't do that when the man was living.
Who's to say he didn't put that in there since they can easily go and edit stuff in.
Go back and
He
edit.
might have just did that after he passed.
It's a mess. They got their name all over this case though. And I'm telling you, if they don't hit him with a Rico whip, I think the Rico charge coming though. But like you said, straight drop no more than anybody does. I mean, allegedly. It's up to him right now to go on and spill the bean because they got the small dogs. They don't want the shrimp. They want the lobsters. Now they want to know who paid y'all. That's what the feds want to know. The Alphabet Boys want to know who paid for this, who sent y'all. Because me and anybody with common sense and you, we already know it was personal. It was a paid for hit. Because anybody to shoot at you 50 times and hit you 22 times, that's very personal. And then the fact that straight drop goes back in this white Corvette on the crime scene after the fact, that was beyond me too. And every time I try and feel sorry for him, because now reality done sat in with straight drop. Every time I feel sorry for him, I can't. Because I be like, you know what? This fool went back to the crime scene to make sure and just, to make sure like my job is finished. I got my mission complete. I understood the assignment. I can't get jiggy with him. I can't feel sorry for him.
No, I can't. But you could tell when he was looking at that live, like the night that he went, the night that Dolph was killed and he went live. And if you go back, you could pull it up. You look at his eyes. You could see because he was drinking and everything. He was getting wasted. If you look at his eyes and he reading them comments and them folks saying, "We know what you did to Dolph." His eye, he looked like, oh, damn.
And you know what? He need to congrats all of them in there together now. It won't surprise me if they, because they gonna end up, see, CEO Bobby and them ain't in the same cell with him, or probably, because you don't work for them folks. They ain't in the same, probably like part of the jail right now because they haven't been connected to that murder charge. But they gonna end up hitting CEO Bobby with that murder charge. That's why his bund's so high.
CEO Bob and them might be segregated. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna be able to get on here because they're probably segregated too. They might be if they're in segregation. I don't know something.
CEO Bobby got a bigger part to play in it though than JoJo Splat do. Cause I'm telling you, I allegedly I feel like it was either because see like the Cornelius, I call him cornbread. Cornbread, his clothes so big, I can't really tell, but I can tell he's really skinny. But when I go on his Facebook page, he don't have the legs like the shooter. CEO Bobby or either JoJo Splat was one of the shooters, allegedly. Cornelius just drove the car, I think. And Straight Drop was the one with the little pistol in his hand, allegedly.
Looked like whoever had that chopper in his hand.
CEO Bobby, allegedly. Or either Cornelius. But I think it was CEO Bobby or it was either CEO Bobby or JoJo Splat. But I really think it was CEO Bobby.
Whoever it was a little bow leg.
CEO Bobby got some funny legs, girl. And people missing the fact that CEO Bobby legs are made funnier than JoJo Splat legs. For the longest, I was like, why do people keep saying JoJo Splat is the shooter? To me, CEO Bobby matches because that Naya Nicole girl page on Instagram, girl, I don't even believe that was no girl. I believe that was a dude that knew what happened. Cause you can make any name on Facebook, girl.
That's true. That's so true. They want to call it.
that was somebody that knew exactly what happened. They might was off an inch, but they knew exactly what happened. Whoever made that page knew exactly. It wouldn't surprise me and CEO Bible JoJo Splat made the page.
Well, then I wonder then, because they're saying Cornbread seems too tiny to be any of them suspects. Well, where did he come in at? Like, what?
They got him for his fingerprints on that car. We wouldn't even never know about him, but you notice they didn't upgrade his charges. We didn't hear about him till after they got straight dropped. We heard about him the day of them getting straight dropped. That's when we heard about Cornbread. And Cornbread had been locked up, I think, since December the 6th or 10th or somewhere around in there. Cornbread had been locked up for a whole month before they even got straight dropped. It's a lot we don't know about.
What you call has started. CEO Bobby, not CEO Bobby, but JoJo Splat has started having quite a bit of breakdowns, and with him being, because around that time, well, he turned 19 back in October, so he ain't used to nothing like this. And he don't understand it ain't gonna get no better. It's just getting started. It's gonna get worse.
Them are kids, literally. And then see, this my whole thing. This how I know it was a paid hit. Cause somebody Cornelius' age ain't finna get involved if they ain't getting paid. Cause he way older than them children, man. Cornelius 32 years old. He's too old. We both know now. Let's make it make sense. A man his age ain't finna be getting involved in no mess with no children. Not unless it's some money involved.
That's true.
That's how I know that, it was some money involved and it was a paid hit for Cornelius. The age difference. He almost 10 years older than them boys.
Yeah, you're right. He is 10 years older than JoJo Splat.
Yeah. And then Cornelius, straight drop. He's 23, so he's 9 years older than him. And he's 10 years older than the CEO Bobby too.
It says that Cornbread is the only one that has a paid lawyer. Yeah, but it could be because that paid lawyer took the case pro bono for the publicity.
It could be that too. But see, like I said, there's the difference between family love and street love. Cornelius got a see, them boys sitting up in there, they thought it was a game. Cornelius, we never seen Cornelius on social media sites popping about that Dolph case. That was straight drop and JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby them on Facebook, on Instagram with all that mess doing all them lives and stuff. Cornelius he's old enough to know that this ain't no game no more. When that judge told Cornelius you're facing a death penalty, I ain't hear him say that to straight drop, but he said that to Cornelius. Because Cornelius was the first person he read charges to that morning. He said, you're facing the death penalty. Cornelius had already told that man, my family trying to get a lawyer. I'm telling you, Cornelius, he old enough to know. See, them other boys still thinking, but see, reality done side him with straight drop now. This is not no game. See, they been playing checkers and Cornelius been playing chess. And see, everybody's surprised, and I already knew because straight drop. See, mostly this what people don't understand. You got to understand. The loudest one in the room that do all the flexing, them folks don't have no money because a man with money don't even want you to know he got money.
That's true. When they got real money, they sure don't want you to know because they can't enjoy it. That's when people start trying to rob you and stuff.
Exactly. So straight drop done did all this for clout for real. He really done did all this for clout and for promises, broken promises and stuff. But see now, and then the drugs and shit he was on, excuse me for cussing man, but the drugs and stuff he was on, they not reality starting to set in because it ain't no more drugs. Them drugs done got out of his system. Them Percocets, that lean, all that's going out his system now. Now reality starting to set in with him. You know what I'm saying? Now he realizing, dang, I can't even get in touch with such and such ain't got me no lawyer yet. Whoop, whoop. Cause that Judge Coffee did them more than a favor. He gave them more than enough time to get a lawyer.
Yes, he did. And you know what? I wouldn't have been surprised because see what Judge Coffee understand is if he had constantly let them sit there, they would have turned around and tried to use that against him, try to get out on the technicality or try to sue him or anything, saying we sat in jail all that time and we didn't have no lawyers or whatever, or we sat in the county jail all that time with that. What they was trying to do, I believe, is prolong their trial.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. And then straight drops in the. I already knew though when he went to court with them knots on his head. And Jeremy Pierre put on his Facebook page straight drops and he was broke. He ain't had no lawyer. I knew it was a rap for him. Even before Jeremy Pierre put that on his Facebook page, on his Facebook page, I already knew Cornelius was gonna get a lawyer first. Cause see everybody sitting back looking at Cornelius like he the bum of the situation. No, Cornelius ain't the bomb. And I'm gonna tell you something. It ain't a whole lot of evidence they got on Cornelius because they done dropped Cornelius' affidavit. Only thing Cornelius is charged with is his fingerprints being on the outside of that car. And I want to say something. I want to say it was something about them latex gloves too. But I do know for a fact it was his fingerprints being on the back of the quarter panel of that car. So he can easily say, "Oh, I washed your car for them." He could easily say that, but we don't know what he already done told. But see, just like everybody thought Straight Drop was gonna get a lawyer and ain't got them because he was doing all that flexing on Instagram and making all these videos. Cornelius could be the one that's been quiet the whole time. How we know Straight Drop ain't the one telling every damn thing?
That's true, because I was getting ready to say Straight Drop has a good attorney. Ganguly is really good with getting his clients to preserve themselves, and he's good because if I'm not mistaken, Ganguly may have at some point worked with the public defender's office. And here's the thing: the public defender's office work with the district attorney's office all the time. They work together. That isn't that crazy? But he has a private practice now. He is a court-appointed attorney, but he is not a public defender. He knows how to get good deals for his clients if his clients cooperate, which means if Straight Drop did this, he gonna need to go on and listen, when them folks show him, if they ain't already what they got on him, I'm sure they got a lot. He gonna go ahead and break down anyways, because when they finish showing what he got, he probably gonna be facing the death penalty.
And then, like I said, I never understood how the judge could read out Cornelius charges and tell Cornelius he was facing the death penalty. Then when he went to Straight Drop, he was like, he pretty much said you facing the same thing, but you're facing life in prison. He never said you facing a death penalty. And then he started reading out straight drop charges, and he was like, and then that's when he proceeded on to say you got another indictment on first degree murder, pretty much the same as your first case. And I said to myself, this fool done got charged with 2 murders, but ain't nobody talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't.
And they got two different numbers, which means it's 2 different murders.
Yeah, 2 different murders. And that's when I went to the inmate search on Shelby County and pulled that up, and I realized, I said, this boy got 2 different case murders. So this boy charged for murder 2 times, attempted murder. He got the same charges 2 times, and they 2 different case numbers. I said either it's that boy where that car was found there, or either it's that woman. But the reason that made me think it's that woman, because her son got a song out that says the same gun and the same car was used to kill his mama. That was used in the Dolph case. It was used to kill his mama. So that right there spoke volumes to me. I'm telling you, if it's not him, it's the guy that they found over there dead by that car that somebody went in there and killed.
Oh wow! See, I didn't know the boy had said that the same car that was used to kill his mother.
He got a whole song, Tamara. Then he got on his page that he was like, such and such. This exactly what he said on his page. His homeboy, I ain't gonna call his name, but he said such and such. The boy name started with an A. He said such and such said that they was taking their videos and stuff off of YouTube and stuff. He said that's when I knew that they had something to do with my mama murder. Then he made a song about the murder. And he said the same gun that was used in my mama in the shooting of young Dolph was used to kill my mama in the same car. They was in the same car. He got a whole song out telling you exactly what was going on. Then he did a news conference and he was like, they know my mama didn't have nothing to do with none of this. He said, I'm gonna follow this case to the end because I got a lot to say. And I said to myself, what is he talking about? His mama didn't have nothing to do with what? What is he saying? He's saying a lot to not say nothing though. He talking in circles. I believe it's that killing and coveting.
He says it's straight drop on only on 20. Yeah, straight drop is on 23-1. He's on 23-1. He is segregated. He's in another part of the jail away from the inmates. From population, rather.
Straight drop.
He's being protected.
Straight drop. Done.
Yeah, he done.
He is. He done. Even with the lawyer, he done. I think he finna at least get 30 years. And then shoot, if you think about it, he's 23 and 30. He'll be 53 when he get out of jail.
And he'll only get 30 if he cooperate.
But see, he living by the code right now. He trying to be hard for the cameras when it comes to that Dolph case. But when he going to court on them other charges, on unrelated charges that he done violated, he and now punking out. You know what I'm saying? You can look, like you said, you can look at him and tell his spirits done changed. And then every time he go for the Dolph case, he want time to get a lawyer and this and that. They don't go back to court till I think the 24th, March the 24th now, because they got lawyers. But he want all this time to get lawyers and stuff, and he be looking confused in there. Like, that's why I really think somebody done promised him a lawyer, but
he still got hope.
And his head, them boys ain't finna have nothing to do with you, sweetheart. They ain't finna have nothing to do with you. They through with you. So therefore, you might as well go on and start singing like a canary, because they done with you. They done let you down, boo-boo. Like, stop trying to do this hard role now, because you got a child out here. And then too, like, then somebody posted on his Instagram page. I think his baby mama got access to his Instagram page. But they posted yesterday and they took the status down. They were saying something about when you a gangster, you do the crime, so you got to do the time. But they took it down. And see, I don't miss none of that because I'm on it. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, he need to tell whoever controlling that page, you leave my page alone. Because they ain't doing nothing but digging a deeper ditch for you.
Yes, they are. It says, yep, it's about self-preservation now. You got a lot of people who ride for Dolph on the inside. That's so true.
Yeah, and see, I don't even think they thought this case was gonna be as big as it was. I don't know. You know what? I really think them fools thought we finna go kill Dolph, because they clearly didn't think it through. We finna go kill Dolph and ain't nothing finna be done. I really think that's what they thought. They didn't know it was gonna get this much attention. They didn't know they was killing a king, a legend. They didn't, because they got to think about Dolph, the only one that I know that done did it independent. So this man a legend off top because he done did it independent. Then this man see about his city. You know what I'm saying? They didn't think it through clearly. I don't think they thought it was gonna get as much publicity as it done got.
They didn't think that. It backfired on them. That's exactly the reason why people hauling tail. Like, the people that are behind this, they hauling tail. That's when you started seeing people like JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby having breakdowns, because the people that told them they had their back, really, they started hauling tail. I bet you they couldn't get Soulja Boy to answer a video call for them.
They couldn't. Exactly. And he don't even talk about it no more. He don't even talk about it. You got the internet threatening them. That's scary. Cause people are really crazy out here. You got the internet threatening them. You got the internet under every post they post. If they don't turn the comments off, people under them folks, girl, it be the comments for me. People under them posts is threatening them and saying all kind of crazy stuff to them. And girl, it's a mess. Like it's a whole mess. That's why they scared. And that boy CEO teasing. His best friend don't went ghost on him. He had all kind of pictures down his page too with him and straight drop. Now he ain't got nothing on that page no more. He done deleted. He got pictures still up there, but he done deleted every picture that he had of him and straight drop on his page. That boy done took all them pictures off. That's the one they trying to say that's supposed to been getting the lawyer for him and done ran off with the money. That's all over the internet too. The CEO teaser dude, the best friend. Everybody that done supposed to bad him, they done made a crash. He was a crash dummy. That ain't it, allegedly. Ain't there another way to put it. The fool was a freaking crash dummy and he done crashed out.
Yes, indeed. That's what it all boils down to.
We
have been on here for almost 6 hours.
I didn't know that. Well, we gotta go at some point, cause girl, when you get to talking about Dolph, I get into it. I'm telling you, girl, I feel like I love me some Dolph.
I'm sure glad you came on tonight, because without you, I don't think I would have been on 6 hours. You roll with me tonight. I promise you, you roll with me.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, you come with facts. If you don't know, you be quiet and you say, you might voice your opinion, but these other bloggers all over the place with this. And at this point, I feel like they're just trying to make money off Dolph's name. But you coming with the facts. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, I got to look into some stuff. I like that. The other bloggers, I can't even take them serious at this point, man. They done too much. At this point, they're trying to come up off Dolph's name. And it ain't even funny because it's a serious situation.
Yes,
and then,
it is a serious situation.
They put
Leonard, you're right. Leonard said they thought it would be just passed off as a black on black crime. That's exactly what they thought. It backfired in their face.
Exactly. I'm telling you, girl.
Here's the thing that I thought about too. Do you think that straight drop is if he's not talking, because I believe he's gonna talk, but if he's not talking, do you think he's afraid that somebody might do something to? I don't think he's really, he's got a child. I don't really think straight drop has a supportive family.
Only person he got is the baby mama. Ain't nobody else supporting him, and I don't even know at this point if she even supporting him, cause they feel like he through. They feel like he through, and then the fact that he done put her in harm's way, like the way he done put her in harm's way, she probably done said the hell with him. The nigga ain't got $50 on his book, and he probably ain't even got that now.
Yeah, he didn't have to use that. They haul tail. They like I said, people been changing their numbers. So that's probably why when we saw his eyes and stuff swole up, he more than likely had been crying. That's disappointment. And you can see how he's swelling up now.
Them people done switched on him. They don't want nothing to do with him. I'm like you, and then I can tell, I swear to God, when you said you can see where his hair coming out. I noticed that too when he went to court for that.
Hello, be quiet.
He's stressed out. He don't know what to do. He don't know which way to go at this point. He understands that they're not going to come through for him. They're too afraid to come through. I think they've tried every kind of way that they possibly could to funnel money, but I'm telling you, everybody been on them. They've been trying all they could to try to figure out a way to get some money to some of his folks to get to him, I think. To try to keep him quiet. It ain't no way though, but you know what? I feel like they really would have done got him a lawyer, but they know the paper trail is gonna come behind it, and ain't nobody got no income to back that kind of money up. Cause solely to me, he was depending upon them more than anything else. You know what I'm saying? They to me was his family because he was depending upon them. Like you said, he living in a high rise. He, you know what I'm saying? He been putting in work for them. He's a certified hitman, but he's sloppy.
Yeah, they was sloppy. They was sloppy, and I, I just can't understand why they would allow somebody to pay them pennies to go and take out. They thought that they could just kill their boy and just get away with it.
Let me tell you something, Tamara. It ain't just started. That boy been hitting licks. But see, it never got as much attention as the Dolph situation getting. Not shit that got
Hmm.
real, excuse me, but things done got real because it was Dolph. Cause you know y'all got people dropping down there every day, every hour almost. So he been that's why they got him in that high rise because he been putting in work. You know what I'm saying? They know he a hitter.
Hmm.
He's a certified
Hmm.
hitman. But see, he done got away with a lot of things that he done because it wasn't Dolph. It wasn't a big case like that. You know, like you said, you work cold cases where they just give up on these cases pretty much because they ain't got enough evidence and stuff. And they didn't he been a hitman. It ain't nothing that just started overnight. He ain't just planning to do Dolph all over sudden and this woman or this whoever this second murder is he got on his record that people not paying attention to. He been doing this. But see, this case just got more attention because of who it was. And I'm gonna tell you something. One of them finna get some major time because Memphis finna have a point to prove.
Yes, they are.
If
Yes,
it
they
was
are. And see, I think a lot of people took it wrong when Raven said that it's they gotta solve the case because of the politicians. Um I understood what she mean by that. It is election season, and I know what she meant by that. She was saying that they gonna work hard because this case is a case that the citizens are hard on the it pretty much opened the eyes of the citizens, and they've been on the police. And so if these politicians don't do anything about this crime and do anything to solve Dolph's case, but see, the good thing about it is the only thing that's saving the Memphis Police Department is the feds stepped in to help them.
exactly,
Because I
exactly.
don't, I don't know if they could have got as much as they have without the feds.
They couldn't have. They couldn't have. And then, I mean, but you got JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby that's been snitching the whole time. But you know what? They never said YG name or BY name on there now. They done put, SB name on there, but they ain't never put BY or YG name on there yet. But at the end of the day, ain't nobody did that but BY. I don't even think YG was so much in tune with it. He might have ran it cross him, and YG probably like, nah, man, don't do that. And BY went on and did it anyway.
He says, did y'all ever look at the production licenses on Straight Drops Track Hawk? No, who's
Didn't nobody
license?
claim that, and that's what, and see that what tickled me too, cause when somebody, people want they credit off a video. Nobody never claimed that video. They just threw it up there on his page. Ain't nobody, but I tell you what, he getting paid for it because it got a lot of views. And I know it's more
Mhm.
to YouTube than that, but it's a video. He getting paid for that because that thing almost got 1 million views. He getting a check for that. I don't know who getting it, but he getting a check for that.
The
But
production licensing. I'm gonna go look at that. It says, and the instrumental is titled Big 30.
what?
It said they said, okay, they said, do you all think somebody from Shelby County working with them?
I don't.
No,
I like I said,
I
I
don't
think
think
it's
I don't
simple.
think it I don't think any of the police is working with them at all. Not at all.
Let me tell you something. The feds involved. They ain't got time to even play around with them like that. I mean, in other cases, I know it's been some cricket stuff going on from some of the news stuff I done seen on YouTube with the cops. But let me tell y'all something. Allegedly, to me, when the feds involved, ain't nobody got no time to be playing around. Ain't no more checker playing. It's chess now, baby. These folks direct. When the A, B, C, D, E, F, G boys come at you, it ain't nothing you can do. It ain't even worth getting a lawyer. And see, being at the feds in on this, it ain't nothing they can do. They done. I don't care if it is a cricket cop. He out the way because the feds more involved more so than anybody else. Ain't no playing around with this case. They may play around with a lot of cases, but this one ain't no playing around with this one, baby. Them folks know they got a point to prove, and then see, ain't nobody got no chance anyway because the public already done convicted them. You know what I'm saying? And they know people really watching this case. It's a high profile case. Ain't nobody playing with this case at this point. Don't get fooled by these bloggers that don't know what they talking about and doing all this stuff for content. Over here, Tamara, we telling the truth. We coming with facts. So therefore, I can tell you myself personally, Tamara come with facts. And the stuff that I done read up on is facts too, because it's in these affidavits and stuff. Tamara ain't playing around with y'all. Like she said, she could have been went live, but she didn't because she wanted to get her specific details. When the facts involved, no, ain't no checker playing, baby. It's chess. They
It's
chess
strictly
playing these
chess.
boys.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no checkers. I don't care what nobody say. Don't get brainwashed by these other bloggers. This over here is facts for real. To me, Tamara coming with the facts. It ain't none of that because the facts involved. They ain't even got time to be doing corrupt things at this point because they already know it could cost them their job if they get caught in one little switch of a situation. They can get
Mm-hmm.
fired right now. Ain't
I
nobody
think a
talking.
lot of people look at too much. See, like I said, a lot of people look at so much TV. When they look at and I'm not saying there are corrupt police officers, but with the feds being involved, ain't no police officer willing to go down and lose their job and go do some federal time because what a law enforcement officer, if they get caught up in anything corrupt, they gonna get them more time than they get straight drop
Exactly.
because they are an officer that took an oath.
What they must didn't hear what you said. What you said. I'm a private investigator, but I don't want to have nothing to do with this case. They
No,
may
I don't
play
want nothing to
around
do
with
with
a
this
lot of
case.
cases. They may play around with a lot of cases in Memphis, but this ain't one on they playing with. They don't want that smoke. I can promise you that. They understand the assignment. And
They
that's to
understand
say,
their assignment.
that's
And
to say
okay,
the fuck
Project Death.
out of this. That's to say the fuck out of this right here. Don't nobody want to have nothing to do with this. They don't want to play around like that. This is too serious.
Project Death Spell said that Straight Drops Trackhawk song or video is licensed to YouTube by CMG.
Wow. I'm gonna have to go pull that up myself. I'm gonna have to go see. Cause I was wondering who did that video. I was wondering who did that video, and I know they ain't put their name behind that.
If they're getting the money for it,
They at this point, it ain't even no they don't put themselves in this. You know what I'm saying? So he right. I had been wondering who did that video because I never seen no hashtag or nothing beside it. But when we get off this live, I'm finna go see because I want to see for myself. See, I ain't the type to go by what nobody say. I need to see for myself.
it's the production instrument that's licensed, not the video.
What is the production
The
instrument?
production instruments mean what? That they produced the song, right? So they had something to do with that video, with that song. The original producer is a SoundCloud rapper it appears, but the other names on the credit produced for CMG.
It's this girl that got on YouTube. She do YouTube videos a lot, and she said I can't remember whether he made it in. I want to say she said he made that video in Indiana or either Dallas, Texas. But I want to say Indiana. She was like, he was in my hometown because she was all hyped because he was in her hometown when he made the video. But it was, I want to say Indiana. He made it in Indiana because she was showing this girl even pulled up to the gas station he was at. It was showing the gas station where he was when he made the video. And I said, let me go see who produced this. Like, you know, who's behind making this video. I didn't see nobody hashtag or take credit for the video. So, you know, I was like, well, ain't nobody, you know, because people want credit for what they do. And I was like, ain't nobody, you know, said that they done produced this video for him. I haven't seen that because I didn't even know it was an instrumental part to that video. I just thought it was the video.
Yeah, because that Track Hawk video almost got. Is it that Track Hawk video that's almost got a million views?
It almost got 1 million views.
So he should be getting a fat check.
That's what I'm telling you. But who getting the money? But I'm gonna tell you something though. I believe they gonna come. Somebody gonna somewhere or another come with him a lawyer. Somebody gonna pay for that man a lawyer eventually. They gonna figure out.
Let me ask y'all something. What do you all think? What do y'all think the purpose was for Straight Drop and Shondell to be riding around from state to state? Because it didn't make no sense. What was the purpose of that?
I don't know, because if you commit a crime on your home, girl, you on your own. I ain't finna lie, I got children. I got 2 kids, an 8-year-old and a 2-year-old. I ain't got time to be running around with you and I know you done killed somebody because they in the same clique. Shondell all up through that stretch some video with BY. They're in the same clique. That was the purpose. And see, I believe Shondell so stupid. I don't even think he thought he was gonna get charged with nothing. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's how simple-minded and pea-brained they are. I don't think he didn't think it through either. He didn't think he was gonna get charged with nothing.
He really is stupid if he didn't think he was gonna get charged with nothing. But I think at some point he got scared. But I wonder what was the purpose. Like, I know he didn't think he could just go to another state and start a life. They didn't even have no money.
They was gonna get caught. I don't think they thought they was gonna get caught for one. I don't think they thought they was gonna get caught. I really don't.
What do you all think in the comments? Why do you think that they was? What do you think the reasoning was for them to drive from state to state? Because surely surely Straight Drop knew he couldn't just go and start a life somewhere else. And then what purpose did Shondell serve? Was he planning to drop him off somewhere? In a city he knew nothing about, start a new life? That's not easy to do. She said, well, Tamara, where were they going? Because it was said that they were caught at a truck stop. That's what I can't understand. Somebody dropped the location, and I believe allegedly Shondell did. Them folks in Indiana knew nothing about Straight Drop. They don't know how they look or anything like that. Yep, they knew nothing about how he looked or anything like that. So I think somebody dropped the location, and I truly believe in my heart, and I'm not sure about it, allegedly. I believe Shondell. I believe he got scared because he knew with the marshals being involved, with the marshals, you wanted dead or alive. It started getting real. when everywhere they was on the news everywhere. And so to be nobody at a truck stop would have been looking for them.
Pick it up. Pick it up.
Nobody at a truck stop would have been looking for them. So I think either Dale dropped the location or he gave the location to somebody and his family to drop. I think Danette, you coming up twice.
Twice.
Yeah, you coming up in another screen.
Am I for
I don't want it, Mom.
Does anybody else want to come on? I am dropping. For some reason, I'm echoing.
Where's some money, Mom?
I dropped the link if anybody wants to come on, but I find that weird. Like he couldn't just straight drop off somewhere and let him start another new life. Like who would have been funding him to be able to do something like that? Maybe when they were interrogated, one or both probably told where they were going. Alleged.
That's $1 million. Who told where they was at? That's the $1 million question.
That absolutely. Maybe when they were interrogated, one or both probably told where they were going. Laugh out loud. There was literally nowhere to go. You can't go to Mexico or Canada. They could have triangulated his location if he called someone on his phone. Well, that's true. We do know that they're not smart criminals.
Right. Them the big.
We do know that they are not smart criminals. Okay, y'all, we've been on here 6 hours. So what I'm gonna do is I will be back on here tomorrow. I'm going to see if CEO Bobby and it's still quite a few of y'all in here. I'd be hating to get off because I see people are really enjoying, but it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning and nobody else is saying nothing. We got like Be Quiet just came in. We got Project Death Spell, and we got a few more people that are talking. I hate to get off because I want to hear what y'all what y'all think about this situation. I really want to hear what y'all think as far as CEO Bobby and Stray Drop situation. And here's another thing, you guys, I know a lot of people are hard on these young boys when they decide that they want to preserve themselves and not go. And I'm just talking about young men, period. They decide that they want to preserve themselves and not go and do 100 years for somebody else. People call them rats. Talk about they can't even come back to their neighborhood. But nobody does that but Black people. I think it's a shame. It's a crying shame that people are looked up on as rats because they preserve themselves. I've been hearing people say that they want Dolph's murder solved. And then they'll say Straight Drop gonna rat. Now Straight Drop just gonna tell. Do you want Dolph's murder solved or not? Your channel is pretty much the realest to my own feelings, how things went down on this case. Thank you. I watch maybe one or two other YouTubes, but there's a lot of things they ignore also. I appreciate you all's comments. I really do. I appreciate that. Yeah, for me, I don't like to put out anything. I don't want to put out anything that's false on anybody. And then too, like I said, I used to work for the police department, and I worked for both of them for a total of 18 years. So before I got into private practice. So I definitely know not to give out vital information that will hurt a case. That's why I was not really even covering this case in the beginning, because I know how critical an investigation is in the beginning stages. And then you don't want to, you definitely don't want to have witnesses and things of that nature jeopardize their life and stuff like that, or give out too much information, because the thing about it is, the people that are behind this, they watching harder than anybody. The people that have not been got yet, they're watching harder than anybody. If you put out too much information, that's why I say the police have not put out a lot of information, and the information that they put out kind of been smoke and mirrors, and probably a lot of it has been misinformation to misguide those people that are still out, that are probably going to be charged in the future. Because like I said, with the straight drops and all of them, if we only get straight drop and CEO Bobbies and people like that, and not get the people at the root of this, then it's a travesty of justice, because the people that's at the root, and I'm talking about the ones that quote unquote that's dropping the bags and having these young men to go out there and crash out and ruin their lives, they're the real problem, and they are the ones that's ruining our community. That part gives me a lot of people just put a lot of CP stuff like it's not credible. Yeah, CP has a lot of credible stuff. Name of the song that guys made. Name of the song the guy made about his mom. I wish I knew the name of a song the guy made about his mother. I wanted to say what I think about it, but a hypo version of it. Go ahead and say what you think about it. Mm-hmm. Like I said, either way, it's bad on both sides, because Dolph has been taken away from his family, and they would never be able to see him again. That's got to be a hurtful feeling. A man who truly adored his children. You know, he gloated when he talked about his kids. And now you got other young men who are getting ready to be taken away from their family for forever, for a real long time and forever. So that's still not a good thing. So that's hurtful, you know, that this has happened, and then people constantly are, you know, blood is constantly being shedded, and for no reason at all in this city. For no reason at all. You know, all in the name of I'm keeping it real, this and that. It's crazy. It's definitely crazy. Like I said, what a lot of African American men are going to have to do is step back up in their homes and get on their thrones and protect their women and their children, and be something that their sons and would be proud to look up to, because their sons are looking up to people in the hood that's misguiding them. And that's why we see so many of these black men with a life of crime. There's no honor in having a life of crime because it ends in death. Okay, the picture looked like it was interjected in the scene at the front of the store. Well, I'm sure with the cookie people in that scene, I it you know, especially in the beginning of it, I'm sure a lot of stuff was not what everybody thought it was, and I think they probably purposely put a lot of the wrong stuff out. Because I know that they will do that. They will purposely put the wrong information out to make, but it's a strategy. No, not the cookie people, period. Don't think they have anything to do with it. I never really thought the cookie people had anything to do with it. I always said I didn't know who the employees were that they employed in their shop. Somehow they knew that he was in there. And they pulled up just in time. Like, I guess when if the video is ever released, like, it's gonna all depend on how soon it was after they pulled up. But according to Maurice Hill, he said he wasn't there. But then I also remember him saying that Dolph and them didn't stand a chance because they was standing over in a corner with their head down looking into their phone. Now I remember he said that. That's why they was able to sneak up on them. But like I said, it's gonna definitely be interesting for the Fed when the Feds release what they have. It's gonna be interesting when they release what they have. All right, you guys, I have enjoyed being here with you all tonight. It's 4:00 in the morning. I'm definitely going to get back on tomorrow. Thank you all so much for riding with me for 6.5 hours. Those that was jumping on and off, but you rode with me. I really appreciate it. Remember to subscribe to my channel, to like this, Good night, love. To make sure that you like this show. And if you all want to support the channel, that's my Cash App that's up there. But thank you all so much. I want you all to have a good night, and I pray that God blesses you all real good. And I'll see you back here tomorrow night. Be blessed, you guys.